the beat. The beat.
Previously on the European LCS.
Gambit Gaming destroy Giants Gaming's Nexus. GG, GG.
I feel good to break that losing streak, and now we're looking forward to actually get a huge winning.
Elements gave up the inhibitor from poor positioning. They gave up Baron. Honestly, it looks like they've given up this game.
I didn't expect Elements to be on a slump.
H2K have got the coordination, the control, and they are arresting Elements on the map. Wallet is just too slow, and just like that, a spear, a shot, an ace in the hole.
Welcome back to week 4 of the European League Championship Series Spring Split. We're broadcasting to you live from Berlin, Germany. And just moments ago, everything got underway here. Fans are rolling in, about to look for their seats for the very first game. Rocket looking to bounce back from their defeat yesterday, and they seem to be in very good spirits. And of course, their opponents in the first game of the day, H2K, running out the stage, getting ready to get set up and continue that flow after beating Elements, of course, on the first day yesterday. I'm Evie Shock supporter here with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining us is our support on the desk this week, Mitch Krepo Voorspoels. Good to have you guys here again.
It's good to be back.
Yep, let's pick up right where we left off yesterday with a look at the standings. Still in first place after a strong showing against the Wolves is SK Gaming with 7 wins and no losses. Fnatic is safely in the number 2 spot at 6-1, and the Unicorns of Love are sharing 3rd place at the moment with Elements. The rest of the table is pretty locked up as teams will start to worry about potential relegation positioning in the coming weeks. Now, with the table in mind, let's talk about some of yesterday's action as we saw it there. H2K coming out the gate strong versus Elements. Good pick and ban phase and flawless in-game decision making.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think if you look at H2K, they punished a mistake, on Nif, getting that first blood with Kasing back in the roster. But more impressive than punishing the mistake is how H2K used that to steamroll the rest of the game. They played the map, they got an advantage, and they took a win.
Yep.
And I just liked the way they played, like with unrelenting aggression, and then once they started snowballing, you saw how confident they got really here. Rio basically got cut out, but they basically, Kasing walks up because he had his advantage by the way. He doesn't stay there, he roams mid. What I really liked about Kasing, at one point in the game, he will literally just throw his lantern backwards and start playing up forwards like, come on guys, come at me, come and hit me. And nobody came because Elements were so far back. But at the same time, H2K, they never overreached, you saw that fight that was just on your screen. Back and forward, every time, got an engage, walk back, Elements try to reach for something. H2K denies it, they jump back in, they get a kill, and slowly but surely they took that game and they just, grabbed hold of it.
Yep, they drove it home, and because of that loss for Elements, Unicorns of Love later in the day was able to tie for 3rd place after they beat Rocket. And while very impressive performance by the Unicorns of Love, and Rocket dropping the ball, maybe even starting in picks and bans.
Yeah, I really think so. The team composition that Unicorns put together was really strong. Krepo, you were talking about this yesterday and earlier today, but I'm more surprised about how dominant Unicorns were in this matchup. There's so much expectation on Rocket that they're simply not living up to. And Unicorns of Love, everyone's like, they've got unique picks, they've got these oddball champions. They're not using them. They're using standard meta picks, and they are winning off the back of really strong performances and really strong decision-making in game.
I'd almost argue that the draft was somewhat okay, but they should have just lane swapped. I don't know why they chose for those lane. Mao kind of lane swap is great. Your Kog'Maw Thresh lane is going to suffer if you play against Morgana and Caitlyn, especially when Morgana's on healer side, one of these better supports that he plays. He plays main Thresh, so he knows the matchup in and out, and then he has one of the, not really counters, but say it is a soft counter, one of his main champions in there as well, with the range advantage from the Caitlyn, and they play that, so you all play that perfectly, Neil. Aggressive pushing lanes, nearly just diving in between, transitioning into a poke siege comp, and they closed that game out so clean, there was nearly nothing Rocket could do.
Yeah, and the thing that's the most interesting is the teams we've talked about, H2K, Rocket, Unicorns of Love, they were all sort of in the running for the top 6, top 7 position, with H2K actually probably being towards the bottom of those expectations. But after 4 weeks of games, it's Rocket that are now falling down, and Unicorns and H2K, at least in my mind, that are gaining the expectation because they simply seem to be growing and adapting to the stage.
I want to see how Kasing evolves though. He had a really good one game, but it may have been just a fluke. Well, or a good fluke, the anti-fluke really. So I want to see how he does better in the next coming games. But I have faith. He seems to be a good support player.
We will see. And above all is SK still reigning solo at the top of the table with their fantastic win streak. 7-0 now. If they win today, that means they even out Alliance's winning streak of last year. And if they win versus Fnatic next week, Thursday, in that match, then they are on par with Fnatic's winning streak of the Spring Split of 2013 with 9 wins. And for them, yesterday we saw again, it was Fox this time who got to step up and carry the game.
Yeah, the thing that was great about that particular performance is Forgiven for the first time has been controlled. I think that's the term I'm going to use because he struggled in lane up against Freeze and that Kalista. But more importantly is, as a unit, SK have got multiple carries. We know Freddy can carry, we know Sven can carry, we know Forgiven can carry, and Fox, you can see him, he's just melted people yesterday. He really, really stepped up and shone without the assistance of his team.
I think the Forgiven rated bot lane actually dealt well with the pressure, because in my mind, even though apparently both of the both Freeze and Forgiven disagree. I think Annie Kalista should win that bot lane really hard. And so I'm happy that they dealt well with the pressure, because a lot of people, when you play with Forgiven, he tends to get a little unhappy when a lot of people come for what they call the bot lane party. You know, he really likes just playing 2v2. So that's one strategy, hashtag just tilt him. Just keep going bottom, over and over and over. But he seemed to deal well with the pressure. I think he died only once and Rated stayed alive, and Rated ended like 3-0-4 at one point. So didn't really do all too much for them. And yeah, you can try and keep one part of SK down, but the rest will just win.
The thing that really stands out as well is you actually asked Ray today in the interview, what is he feeling? And there was a fairly down-to-earth response. It's in the back of our minds, but we're just playing game by game, and you never know what's going to take him off that #1 peg. They are exceeding expectations and performing fantastically.
And all the interviews actually not resting on their laurels, just calm and collected into that next game. And for all the stats, facts, figures, and analysis, you could, and whatever you would want, point your browser to @LLesports.com. You can track fantasy leaders, look back at past performances, and much, much more. Now, throughout today's games, we want to hear from you. So hop on Twitter and give a shout out to our guest on the desk this week. Whether you're looking for tips on your Thresh play or want to know what it's like to be behind the analyst desk, tweet your questions at LL Esports and use that hashtag AskRepo. And while now we're on the topic of asking...
Hold on. I'm going to let you finish in a moment. You know, our boy here can answer great questions later, but I've actually got a hashtag AskCrepo question of my own. And Crepo, I know you're single. I know you're looking for love. Will you be my Valentine?
Of course I would. Quick shot.
Oh. There you have it.
Quick shot with the Kanye interruption. Hi.
Kanye did it better. All right, let's get on with the show, boys.
We'll check back in with you guys at home later in the show and answer some of your tweets on air. Now, let's get down to business, real business, and look at today's first games. The first up is H2K versus Roccat. Then SK will take on Giants, and we'll end the week with MYM facing the Unicorns of Love. What games are you particularly looking forward to? Elements looking to bounce back versus Gambit could be a saucy one.
My eyes are on Elements and Roccat. I think I want to see how they handle their losses from yesterday, and if we can see some growth in the decision-making and in-game play.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Chucks here. Like, the Elements Gambit matchup, I think both teams disappointed yesterday. So I want to see who comes out on top and how. I think it doesn't matter who wins or loses. I think the manner in which they do it is more important for the rest of the season.
All right, to dive into our first matchup, H2K versus Roccat. We're going to see how this one is. H2K, of course, flying high after that victory yesterday, but can they keep it going? Because Roccat has something to prove.
Yeah, and they've also got the Alliance curse from last summer split. Win everything one week, lose everything the next week, and back and forth. With their win yesterday against Elements, and seeing how shaky Roccat looked, they might be able to pick up another 2-0 week.
Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for H2K. Odowamne, Lulex, Ryu, Yarnan, Kissing, and their coach Prowley. I said a victory over Elements yesterday. The debut for Kissing, we already touched on it a little bit. What exactly did he bring? He was very nervous, and he said it was so nerve-wracking to be back on this stage. But if that's how you perform under nerves, that's pretty good.
I mean, it's likely that a player coming out of solo queue or a little break is going to resort to 2v2s. So what I really want Roccat to watch out for is not give the bot lane the camp uncontested, you know, or at least assume they will take it and then play accordingly. If they get a camp up on you level 1, play back in lane. If not, match the camp and try to win or lane swap. That's what I want to see in this matchup for sure.
We'll see. They are up against Roccat. Let's take a look at their lineup on the red side for this one. Overpow, Jankos, Nukeduck, Woolite, Vander, and they are coached by Ducky. And you actually talked to Ducky yesterday. He was saying how they can't fall behind early. They don't fall behind early, but that was exactly the case versus the Unicorns of Love, who basically steamrolled them from start to end.
The thing with Roccat is they show that they are okay in the mid to late game, but they're always down on gold. They've got the same problem that SK had last summer, where their laning phase seldom goes the way that they want it to. And the thing about Roccat as well, they're just too passive. We really don't see them being very proactive. We don't see them trying to push the map, play the map aggressively. And that's a large part of why they are falling behind so early, so often. And I think they need to figure out how do they play a bit more aggressively? How do they take charge of a game?
One of those things could be the picks. When we talked to Woolite last week after their victory, he says, well, I don't always have to be on those late game hyper carries, yet they went for Kog'Maw again and betting on that, which might not be the style for him.
Yeah, I think it might actually be smart for them to pick not necessarily an assassin, but something with playmaking potential in Nukeduck. Have Jankos camp him, give something the likes of a Corki. On Woolite, you know, Corki can always tie the lane, if not push, allow Vander to roam even more, and they do snowball from the center of the map and then let that flow in either top lane. You know, you can help Overpower and he can carry, you can help your bot lane, they can carry. But Nukeduck's been struggling. Jankos, help your mid laner. two-man roam squad comes out. I think that's a way for Rocket to go in this game.
We'll decide which route they decide to go as we hand it over to the casters. We'll hear from Nukdog himself on H2K's last-minute mid-lane edition at the start of the spring split.
I think he lost his skill a bit. Like, you can still see in the way he plays like lane phase and the map overall really well, because he has been practicing a lot in Korea on the best team, so he knows how to play the lane phase and how to play the map. But his like reactions and team fights when a lot of stuff is going on is not that good. So he has like some really strong points and some less strong points. From what I know, Rio actually communicated better than Fabiven did. We are in the same office with them, so we talk to them like on a daily basis. But overall, the team have been doing quite bad in LCS, but online they're playing really well, and Udamne, their top laner, is really good too, so there is no way we're taking that match lightly.
Some mixed praise there, and maybe a little bit of wishful thinking in his matchup going forward. I mean, Nukdog had a rough game there.
He did, and it's not the first time we've seen Nukdog really struggle here on the big stage in the LCS. He needs to step up his game, like the analyst just said.
Indeed, indeed. Now, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and manning the desk with me today, as you have noticed, of course, is Martin Deficio Linga, as we gear up for this H2K Rocket matchup.
Yeah, and looking at the games yesterday, Rocket lost on 30 minutes to the Unicorns. They died in the laning phase, and they had nothing to do in the game. H2K, complete different story. Ran over elements. Actually, same way that Rocket lost was the way H2K won. So clearly, early game now for Rocket and Ducky, the coach, needs to be a lot better.
Yeah, very, very, very quick games between the two of them. Yeah. They were about an hour together, and that was just insanely quick at how fast their opponents were able to roll over. So H2K, they're on that trend. We'll see if they can continue it here against Team Rocket. First ban on the board is going to be the Nidalee. Take away.
So taking it away from Jankos, we saw Unicorns of Love yesterday first pick it, and also make sure Jankos couldn't get his hands on what we now consider the best early game jungler, at least, in terms of the current meta.
He is undefeated on it, so I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Also, Jarvan off the board, and the Zed ban.
It's funny actually, because teams normally ban Zed against Rio, but now it's H2K banning it against Nukdog, so we want to try and still get him away from these assassins. It also opens up a bit for a LeBlanc pick if Kassadin gets banned, and then H2K can go for that one if they want to get some lane dominance again against Nukdog, who has been fairly weak, honestly, and you have been able to get some kills and pressure him in the lane.
Junglers and mid laners so far exclusively, but you can see the coaches there, Ducky and Prawley, talking it out as the ban ticks down. Looks like they do take the LeBlanc away from Nukdog. He hadn't had a win on that yet.
So that shows to me H2K has a very specific first pick in mind, and they don't want Rocket to take the LeBlanc as the first rotation, because they could have banned Kassadin and then there was no counters left because Zed was already gone from the side of H2K. So I think that's why they ban it and just play it safe. And now obviously for them, if they want like a Rek'Sai in the jungle, it would be open, but Gnar, the big deal in the top lane, could be the go-to pick. Lissandra as well. I mean, there's two good top laners here for Odoamne.
Yeah, and the mid pool's been significantly depleted here with that cast-in ban away, so H2K definitely taking their time about this last one, but I am curious to see what they do pick up. There is the Rek'Sai possibility, as you mentioned. Gnar's still up. There's a lot of strong picks available, not just in the top lane.
Yeah, and we haven't actually seen Lulix play Rek'Sai at all. It doesn't seem to be his kind of champion, at least from just judging in the past few games, where instead, Odoamne has been also one of the big carries, so getting a comfort pick for him and one of the top picks in the game, the Gnar in this case, I think that's a smart idea.
Certainly makes a lot of sense, and the Lissandra is also kind of a no-brainer in this situation. Although, Rocket have not found a win in the game. They did pick that one up for Overpow. Looks like they will lock it in nonetheless, as well as the Lee Sin.
Yeah, so Rocket going back to some early aggression in terms of their jungle pick up for Jankos. With Nidalee being banned, he takes the second best in terms of pure early damage you can provide, but Lee Sin has somewhat fallen down in terms of like the tier list of junglers, but now with Jarvan and Nidalee being banned, suddenly he obviously comes back to the top, actually taking it over the Rek'Sai, so really looking for some early aggression and also a Sightstone, which is where Lee Sin always will have the advantage. He's probably the jungler who's the most efficient with a Sightstone on him, and that's what you can use to kind of take over the map with him, which we know Rocket likes to do.
On H2K's side, haven't revealed much, of course, with just this Gnar. They're thinking about the Rek'Sai. It's definitely one of those higher tier picks, but as you mentioned, we haven't seen Lulix on it before. I'm curious to see if they do lock this one in, how they perform. The Sivir makes a lot of sense in this particular case. They had a fantastic game on it yesterday, 6-0-3. Hjarnan was able to pull it off, and we'll see if it does anything close to that again.
I'm a little bit surprised about Rek'Sai, actually. Typically, you want some sort of hard engage when you're running Rek'Sai, but in this case, because they have the Sivir, you have that mobility now for all your champions, and that's what they're going to use to engage the fights. But Rek'Sai into Lee Sin, after the recent nerfs here at 5.1, 5.2, Rek'Sai has actually lost quite a lot of her early game damage, and if Lee Sin now gets to jump on her, he's actually going to win that one-on-one. So we're going to have to see if Jankos is going to try and sit in the jungle of H2K early on, trying to apply some pressure and not allow Lulex to go around, setting up all his tunnels here and look for these early ganks in the lanes, which we know Rek'Sai can do really well.
Over for Roccat, pondering their bot lane right now. Well, I did have a successful game on Caitlyn. Do think this makes a little bit more sense than the hyper carries he's been trying to play with lately. The whole protect the Woolite just hasn't really worked out, and now you've got a very safe lane, very easy to disengage with the Kate Janna.
Yeah, very, very safe lane all around, and Janna against a very mobile composition as well. So once Sivir pops the ulti and you go in for the first engage through the Gnar, the Rek'Sai, you knock them away and obviously disengage the entire fight. So leaves a lot of options here for Rocket. You already have some hard engage through the Lissandra, you have some disengage with the Janna, and obviously a very strong lane for Rocket in terms of one-on-one with Lissandra top lane and the 2-on-2 in the bottom lane. So I wouldn't be surprised to see H2K considering a lane swap.
But certainly we're considering something there. Crowd lets out a disappointed sigh with the Teemo Zillion. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense in this particular case. We'll see what they do end up locking in at the very end. Still looking for Ryu's pickup as well as Kasing's support. We've only seen Kasing on the Thresh. It's still available. He had a fantastic game on it, but he's going to instead lock in the Annie. So Sivir Annie, we saw it opening weeks, and it really, in the right hands, it was devastating.
Yeah. Again, very, very strong team fighting composition from H2K. A lot of mobility, and obviously the Sivir ulti really helps Annie as well get the right engage, even if she doesn't have flash ready. So H2K just running a very standard European combo. You have such a good wombo combo team fight, and you have a lot of mobility coming in as well. I do really feel, though, that Rocket, in terms of the laning phase with this Janna Caitlyn, I mean, Caitlyn is one of the hard counters to Sivir in the lane, so H2K should be looking for a lane swap here. Get past the early game stages, start really scaling up on your Orianna in that mid lane, and then look for these big team fights once you have 2 items completed on your mid laner.
Certainly on a roll with converting their laning into a mid-game power spike. We'll see if that trend continues here. Rocket now ticking down the timer and thinking about this Maokai for Overpow. I think it would work quite well, considering how many mid laners have been banned to put Nuke Duck on the Lissandra.
Yeah, and also Maokai against the Sivir is a fantastic thing for the Maokai, because Sivir has no chance of killing him in the late game. Orianna as well, she's not a tank killer, so he's going to be able to dive onto the back line here and stay alive for such a long time, just locking down 2 carries at once. I really, really like the composition from Rocket. I feel like they have answers to nearly everything H2K can do through the Janna, obviously. You have the engage with the Lissandra and the Maokai as well, and you have strong lanes all around, except now obviously the one-on-one Gnar can do really well against the Maokai, so it's going to be about the dual lane if H2K wants to swap it or not.
Right, that's the big question. And on Rocket's side, the big question mark for them is, can they execute it? Because, again, we've given them all this praise. Teams have been giving them these massive props for being able to come up huge in scrims and just perform incredibly well. But now with the scoreline they're sitting at, with the way they were beaten yesterday, it's a little troubling. Can they execute? This is definitely what looks like a more comfortable composition for them, though.
Yeah, when you talk to the teams about Rocket, they all say early game is not a problem at all for them. They do really well in scrims. They can beat teams on 20 minutes. But then in the LCS, we see this very passive play style instead. I really feel like as a team, they got to just be more comfortable when they're on stage. And actually, don't be afraid to make plays. If you can do it in scrims, you can do it on the stage itself. And then we can maybe see Rocket be more aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, just got to relax, got to let it go. But the lineups are locked in now, so tell us who you think is going to win this game. Tweet at LL Esports using the hashtag H2KWin or ROCWin. We're going to go ahead and check on those results in-game. The crowd is hyped. They're getting ready as we load up onto Summoner's Rift. It is, of course, Week 4, Day 2, H2K taking on Rocket.
And again, 2 teams here really trying to break into that top 3 in Europe. Elements has lost a few games. Unicorns are Love are now tied with them, and Rocket and H2K are just behind them. They really want to take this win here, try and create some distance, and move closer towards the top spots in the league.
It's definitely a fight for that side of the table. These two teams, very different play styles, though, we've seen come out of them.
Oh, yeah.
And Rocket are going to have to make some really strong early game pressure here to prevent this mid-game team fight power spike, but it is so troubling to deal with the number of weapons that this H2K side has.
Yeah, that really is going to be the big thing for Rocket, and I feel like we have said it before. In this case, you gotta make sure you don't fall too far behind in the mid game, and you get to your late game point where the Maokai and the Caitlyn can really start shining. Otherwise, H2K can just run over you. Lissandra is good in terms of early mid game pressure. Falls off a little bit once people get QSS and cleanse. Mikhail's in the late game parts. But for now, looking like H2K actually going to stay in the bottom side of the map. Remember yesterday, they got the crooks and then went straight in to play very aggressive in the lane. Elements didn't expect it for some reason and actually pushed a wave and ended up dying for it, giving up a first blood that made Jarnan so strong he could just roam around the map and take down every single turret. Rocket is not going to do the same. They're actually swapping to top lane. I feel like this is because they're expecting the H2K swap and they want to try and like blind swap against them to trick them and then get the 2-on-2 on the top side. Won't work.
Yeah, it looks like just going to be spending a little bit of time waiting there, as we've been very impressed just off that one game with the way Jarnan and Kasing seem to have synced up together quite well.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was down to Element's misplays, but all the same, still, when you come in just out of the blue, situation like that, just trying to fit into a team, it worked incredibly well for them. They're going to do the Krugs again. Now there is not going to be anybody to greet them in the bottom lane as we see the lane swap completed with the double jungling.
Yeah, and you can see how H2K actually were expecting Rocket to be on the bottom side with the Caitlyn and Janet. That's why they're doing crooks, because it also means now you can't freeze the wave, seeing as you weren't there at 155 when the minions came into the lane itself. So they're going to have to build up a big wave and push it, which means that Lulix and Odoamne should go down towards his bottom side and try and force Overpower away. Otherwise, he's going to get a lot of farm under this turret, seeing as it's not being frozen.
Go ahead and toss that sapling in there. So yeah, the freeze up in the top side was completed. Kasing's going to try to chase Overpow away. Fire does work quite well on trees.
It does, even if you're a little child. But Overpow needs to be careful he doesn't push away too much himself with the sapling. But we do see Lulix and Odoamne now moving slowly, doing a full clear of the jungle before they go down, and a lot of damage to Overpower. And actually, let's see how much he pushed that lane beforehand. It is still going to go towards him, just one extra minion for H2K, so not exactly enough at this point to really make a massive freeze.
Kasing is getting bloodthirsty to start this one off. Now, Lulix and Odoamne, they're moving in position, and we're going to see Jankos and Overpow here.
Already
they know where they're at.
Tempest.
Yep, pumping the ward down. That was what's needed. Overpow and Jankos smelled something's up, but they're going to have a rough time for a little bit.
Yeah, and right now, because Rocket has two guys in the bottom lane and H2K did a full jungle clear, so Overpower is getting very close to level 3 and you can't really go and dive him anymore. It actually means Overpower is going to get a lot of farm in this lane swap, while Odoamne had been forced to double jungle with Lulix, so he's actually going to fall slightly behind, especially because the wave is being frozen and Vanda is still sitting in this top lane, just waiting for him to return. Notice what Jankos did as well. Recall as soon as he realized the dive wasn't going to happen, because now Overpower is actually high enough level to stay alive. He goes straight towards the top side of the map, and he's ready now to go over and zone out Odoamne if he shows up alone in this top lane.
Speaking of Odoamne,
there he is.
Going to be making his rounds up there. Vander hanging out in the brush as well.
Jankos should go straight there after the crooks.
Looks like that's what he's on his way to do.
He's on his way.
Yeah, but it's definitely going to be tough if they decide they want to try to pull off the dive, just because of the Mega Gnar possibilities. Not being able to build up any rage anyways, though, just because you can't get much damage.
No, and also Lulix is on his way, so Rocket want to play it a bit more safe, warding up the river first. Jankos is still moving in. Now they're going to spot Lulix and realize they can actually dive them, and therefore a lot of farm being picked up.
Though. Willet's actually able to pack away decently well at Lulix's health bar. He's going to be backing off. So once again, Odoamne is a little bit isolated, but Jankos isn't thinking about that. He's got crab on the mind.
We saw him go to the lane, and he was ready, had it just been Odoamne on his own, to actually go in and force him away. But as soon as Lulix showed himself, it actually turned into a very passive and defensive lane swap, where you've been defending your own top laner, and therefore preventing the dives and nobody's really punished each other too much. Both top laners have been able to get in the lanes and catch quite a lot of CS. Should be a small lead though for Overpower in terms of experience.
I think this passive early game is definitely going to be what Rocket likes. It's their comfort zone. If they can do it, they tend to. And they do have pretty decent scaling into the later edges of the game outside of Jankos.
Yeah, the problem is, however, when you do a passive lane swap and you have Caitlyn, you're going to get to a mid-game point where you were never able to use your lane bully, which is one of your strongest points, because again, you're sitting there and it takes a long time to take down the turret. What we have seen over in China with Caitlyn in a lane swap is you fast push the tower. Every single time you get the tower down, you swap back down to the 2-on-2 dual lane where you now have a BF sword ready, and you just bully that lane, now take another turret, and that's how you get your lead and trying to avoid this mid-game, which you are going to be weaker in. And in this case, Rocket build up a very, very slow wave, so they won't take a fast tower, but they will be able to get this one. There's plenty of gold as well for Woolite to get a BF sword, because 55 minions if you don't miss a single one, and you can actually go back and get a BF sword. So he's going to be more than fine in that case. He's just going to end up at this mid-game point where the Sivir can do more than the Caitlyn.
Yeah, and one weakness, of course, of doing this lane swap is right there. You give up the dragon control. There's no one in the area to try and contest this as early as it is. Teleport being spent by Overpower just to get back to lane, but with Yarnan standing there, they're not going to be very well aware of this one. Tower will go down in the top in just a moment. There it goes.
Yeah.
And this is going to be, however, an H2K Dragon.
And notice how Rocket made sure the tower killed every single minion before they took it down. So now the two waves actually face each other and they're equal. 6 minions against 6. And so you don't get a push down towards H2K, which could have ended up in Odoamne just freezing it at his own turret. Now the dragon is gone and denying a lot of farm from Overpower. So instead the two waves are going to be dead even and can actually just have Overpower go up there and pick up the farm. He had already used his teleport earlier, so he has to run from base. Odoamne will be there first trying to push it in.
Opens up an opportunity finally for him to get a little bit more of that farm. Going the very tanky Gnar route to begin it. No surprises there. We haven't really talked much about this mid lane, but typically when you have an Orianna lane, especially facing down Alessandro, there's not as much you're going to be concerned about in the early game. Neither of the junglers really fixated on ganking either. It's really been more of a control the vision, control around the map, rather than trying to make an impact in the lanes.
Yeah, we do see Nukeduck go for very early hourglass. The large rock being picked up as the first item on Alessandro, so really getting ready for early team fights. We know how important it is. He's going to be one of the main engagers together with the Maokai to kind of dive in onto the Orianna or the Sivir, trying to lock them down before they can use all this mobility that they do have between those two champions. So going to go for a very early hourglass, while obviously Overpower has again this mid-game weakness because of the Rod of Ages, needs to get stacked up, and he's going to get it fairly late due to being in a lane swap. Notice how far behind the top laners are compared to the rest in terms of farm.
Going to be a while before they're comfortable getting involved in these fights, so not so much Wet Noodle. Overpower takes quite a lot of damage as Odoamne goes back. Too many Gnar actually just throws quite a lot of boomerang shots at him, but yeah, it's going to be a while before those two are particularly useful to the team fights.
That's true. We're going to see Gnar just keep being a bully against the Maokai, and a whole lot Overpower can do. Try and pick up some farm. It's going to mean his tower is going to take quite a lot of damage, which we saw H2K use yesterday against Elements. Just poke them down, the towers down in the lane, and then you used Yarnan on Sivir to roam between the lanes and just take them with the fast push. In this game, however, Yarnan will be a bit more busy dealing with that Caitlyn in the 2-on-2 lane. We see it now, BF sword and a long sword actually for Woolite. So 100% focus on combat stats in the lane, not mobility.
A little bit of extra damage. Pretty close together in farm, but really it didn't have too much of a challenge in either way when you have that lane swap. And you can bully around however you want. Ryu goes for a little bit of a roam, but he's going to get spotted by that pink ward, and he just turns around 180 degrees.
It's a bit of a random roam by an Orianna in the late game. Oh, sorry, early game. We normally don't see that too often. Overpower is fairly low, so could have maybe gone for a kill, but the pink ward spotted him. And he will be fine in the mid lane as well. So we've gone back now to standard lanes, but Dragon for H2K, and again, they dodged this Caitlyn lane early on. So they can actually be very happy with the lane swap and how it went.
Oh, to make something happen. Not quite yet. There's nothing really to take on that side. But Nukeduck was certainly thinking about going in. Lulix, yeah, now he's going to be heading back to the farm.
And Yanker's actually going skirmishes Saber on Lee Sin. I haven't been the biggest fan of it. We've seen a lot of junglers go for it and not really use it at all. You give up a lot of early pressure by not having the Stalker's Blade, or like map pressure in terms of not having the Trailblazer, where obviously you can use your smite on the Raptor camp, which is what you want to do, and you just clear a ward and you can farm a bit easier and always be fairly healthy. With the skirmishes, you kind of again have to save that smite for your gank itself, and it just doesn't offer a whole lot before we go late game, and those 20% damage reduction debuffs you can put onto AD carry, or maybe the Orianna can be useful for you.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Jankos ends up utilizing this. He did sell it, sell the Ranger's Trailblazer to pick that skirmishers up, and LCS just completing his tunnel system here as he heads over to the Raptor camp. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Overpower is going to be backing away. Decent farm advantage for Odoamne, but he's got no tower still to fall back to.
No, and again, Overpower just falling further and further behind after they got into this one-on-one. No Rod of Ages yet. The standard time is around 13 minutes.
And he's just got a Catalyst.
Yeah, that's going to be delayed quite a lot. His goal at the moment is only on 75, so he just spent everything he had. That's going to take a while for him to get stacked up, and we even see Nuke Dog actually not going for Outlaws first, just had enough gold for that large rod, so one of the early power spike, and then just going Morel Normicon as actually the first fully completed item for him.
Jankos was trying to apply the Jurassic Park strategy there, where you can't see it if there's no movement.
In this game again, or this early game, is really why we don't see too many junglers still use Lee Sin. Especially if you look at the likes of NA, where Vi was played a lot suddenly. Jankos hasn't been able to make any plays early on. We had the lane swap obviously, and he hasn't been able to pull off any ganks. This might be the first one though.
They're certainly going to try for it. Ryu though, yeah, he's got some backup.
It won't be. But this is where, again, in terms of pure team fighting, Rek'Sai is going to be a lot better than a Lee Sin. So Jankos is going to be more about peeling in these late game team fights. And obviously, again, just trying to tank up as much damage as possible. But that's going to be about it for him.
And it's weird that he's picked up the skirmishers in that particular case. You'd think the Chilling Smite would have helped to peel off just a little bit the slowing effect. It's not going to be able to be applied this time around. LCS clears out that ward. 7 seconds on the Dragon now. Now the team is really keen to set up too quickly for it. Scuttle Crab control for Roccat. Crowd is loving those ward kills.
Just want people to kill something in this game. A lot more passive from H2K after they weren't able to just win the laning phase like they did yesterday, and we know Rocket likes to play this style. So no real surprise for them. Notice how also Odoamne, he's ready for this dragon fight. He just got Warmogs as his very first item, so quite a tanky spike for him. Megana is down, however, so they want that back up, and a lot of wards being killed.
The name of the game is Vision Denial right now. A lot of pinks being spended out to make sure that can happen. We'll light Vander and try to push in on the bottom side. Vander's actually backing away. Overpower has really had some trouble fighting for this farm. Odoamne still chasing him, pushing him back every chance, just chipping away at the bark on the tree.
It's kind of fun how little action we have seen. None of the supports have been roaming in the lane swap. They both stayed in their lane just to try and deny a little bit from the enemy top laner. Normally Annie is fantastic at roaming early on. Even Janna can actually do it. But there's no ganks in the mid lane or anything. The junglers have just been there to secure farm as well from the top laners. And because H2K got the first dragon, now got the second one. And again, we're getting towards this mid game point where Woolite doesn't really want to look for fights. He wants to try and flash me down a few turrets, but that's not going to happen. Because the laning phase is still going, so H2K currently can be very happy.
Yeah. Despite the fact that Kasing does take a big ace in the hole, Kjarnan still fairly healthy, spell shields away the Peacemaker. It just seems like H2K, they're not particularly keen on fighting it out right now, even though they should have a pretty decent power spike going forward. And they also continue to try to just get in and take a numbers advantage, a quick gank, but there's so many wards here that H2K is just clearing them out and walking away.
Yeah, but again, they do have to be a little bit careful. They don't allow Woolite and Vander here to take down too many of these outer turrets. The first one is already gone. This is why you want that Caitlyn into Sivir. There's nothing she can do against you. Now they can just swap to the mid lane and just have only the Orianna to try and wave play against Alessandra, against the Caitlyn and a Janna. That's not going to happen for H2K. So last outer turret in this mid lane should be the next target, especially with the dragon being gone. And also Average Blade kicked Or picked off here by Woolite.
The
Singing
Sing's
towards the
hanging
static shift. They want to go for the first gank now towards
they do.
Nuke Duck.
Well, you know the Rek'Sai scream. That's
Yanko's
happening.
here
Because-
too.
Oh, he's going to wander a little bit
Place a
too
ward.
close, and there goes the Tibbers, the Shockwave, and the first blood. It goes to Ryu. Well done.
Well done here. Just sitting and waiting. They actually placed the ward after the Tibbers went down, but they saw Jankos move over there and then simply destroyed him. Nice little roam by Kissing. The first time we see him really move out of his lane.
Yeah, waits for the perfect moment to strike and drops the bear. They combo a couple of ults, but it was definitely well worth the first blood. And now Kasing hanging out in the mid lane with Ryu, waiting for the mini wave to arrive to push it in.
And we see already Woolite in this mid lane.
Ooh,
It's going to be the next turret for him.
it's quite the distance there.
Ryu is double buffed. Already got Athene's completed for him, and Odo Amn actually took the top lane turret, so tower starting to fall, should open up the map a bit, and for potential fights.
Yeah, they seem to be a bit energized by this one, but maybe they've overstepped their bounds, or maybe Overpow is the one getting pushed in. Still not quite tanky enough, and they're keying off on him despite the Vander ult. Now they're going to turn attention to the Janna. Lulex, they have the damage, and they manage to pick up a support 2-0 on the kill score. And H2K have started to flex their muscles.
I'm really not sure why Rocket are looking for a fight there onto Odo Amn. He's very tanky already. Nuke was in the bottom lane as well. Not going in on that claw. Poking away, but this turret now is going to take a hell of a beating.
May not last too long. Woolite has just got to get the hell out of dodge. He's not going to even try to defend it. Picks off. Now they're waiting in the brush here, Rocket, to maybe try. No, they're not going to go for it. I feel like they've been a little cowed by this aggression that H2K has started to demonstrate.
And look at all the gold here for H2K after getting top lane tower, mid lane tower, 2 kills as well. Everyone above 1,000 gold in the bank. Back to spend it, and now again, keep pressuring your advantage. Bottom lane turret is the last outer one. That could be your next goal, or you can just ignore that and start pushing straight up towards the mid lane, take control of the jungle of Rocket, the top side. Dragons have gone to you already, and it's not going to spawn for a few minutes. Get in that jungle here again, force Rocket to lose a lot of farm. And if they want to fight you, you're happy to simply say, let's go.
Let's go indeed. And
Let's go with that
Vander
ward.
goes on. Bit of a scouting mission, finds his ward. 30 gold for his trouble. They're going to grab a crab as well. But while Lulex has been instrumental in a few moves we've had around this map, Jankos, he really hasn't. He's tried to get involved and he's tried to set up ganks, but
Has he?
H2K, he's tried, not successfully.
Okay, true. You're right. You're right.
He just seems to be wandering at this point a little aimlessly. They're not really going for objectives. Rocket is just sort of playing this out. I don't want to say passive because that doesn't seem to do it justice.
No, again, one of the reasons I guess he's picking this is just for that side
Oh!
Yanen here.
Yep,
He's in
spell
trouble.
shield is burned on the hunt. Nuke Duck flashing tomb. And he claws his way out. 1, 2, 3.
Nice little pick by Nuke Duck. We see all the wards on the bottom side here by Rocket. And Nuke Duck was unspotted. Picks up the first kill for them. And actually righteous glory for Overpower. So no Rod of Ages here. He wants that extra mobility when he's engaging onto H2K's side. And the very mobile composition they do have. It will make him slightly weaker. A bit squishy, he doesn't have the same damage he would with the Rod of Ages. But he's then sacrificing himself for the team and the chance to actually engage in. We're going to have to see if he can stay alive. Again, it's going to make him fairly squishy in terms of these mid-game fights.
Yeah, I think they're turning Jankos into the tank in this particular situation. Makes a lot of sense anyways, at least in fairly common build as Jankos tag teams. That he does not connect on the Sonic Wave, however, and Odo Amn is actually able to just push them both back for a moment as he goes Meganar and walks away for free.
And obviously Overpower still, I mean, shouldn't be kidding ourselves. He's going to be extremely tanky. I mean, 500 HP on that Righteous Glory. So we're just nitpicking here. Typically we do see still Rod of Ages, especially when you're like diving on to 2 carries who can't really kill a tank. You just want to invest as many resources as possible onto your Maokai. So he gets really, really tanky 2 items very early, and he can just stay in these fights forever. He's on Odo Amn here.
Yep, and he has found some
Jankos
damage.
coming as
Jankos is ready for the tag team once again, but Overpow's actually backed away. There we go. Flash Odo Amn though. He might be backed into a bit of a corner here. They've got the damage. Overpow just keeps on moving and moving back with the Meganar timing. Odo Amn, can he get away? Dodging the Q again.
Again, remember, this Righteous Glory here is making you weaker in these small fights. You have no AP at all, so no damage coming from Overpow. Ends up dying.
And this is horrible
1v2,
timing.
and at the same time here, Rest of H2K said, fine, Jankos on the top side. We're just going to take this bottom lane turret, the last outer turret left in the game. We will take that for free. Simple for them. You get kills, you get towers, you get dragon. I mean, just notice again here, overpower onto Odoamne. He has barely any damage to him. There's a Hex Drink already, and the Warmog's the first item from Odoamne. And Jankos joining in. Really not had a good day on this Lee Sin. Just notice, Mega Knight gets popped, Hex Drink, a shield, everything. And there's the extra HP and the kill.
That's all
Smack.
he needed. And yeah, Jankos
look brutal,
not
man.
been able to
Into
connect
the
on
wall.
the fuse. It's just so frustrating in that situation. Now another dragon picked up by H2K after all of that as well. Everything's going right for them at this point.
Yeah, finally, once we hit the mid-game point, really start to pick up the pace. Get kills. We saw Xing roaming. All the outer turrets are gone for Rocket side. And there's really no reason to stop from H2K. Just keep looking for these fights. You have a lot of engage options because of the Sivir with the Annie lined up. Odoamne looking for another fight against Overpower.
Ooh, Gnar backwards, and he goes mini Gnar actually. Even though the Vengeful Maelstrom is on, he's really making Overpower regretting really trying to take the one-on-one here. It's a very, very slow fight. Flash.
Oh, slow.
He's not going to be enough though. Twisted advance back on in, but Odoamne should have enough damage to polish him off.
And Odoamne here again, really just looking for every single one-on-one fight. Overpower can't do anything but try and run away. And Nuke now setting up for pick, but this is one of the big things about Rek'Sai. You can run around the enemy jungle, and you see it again, the Timbers here, the small circles under Rocket. So despite not having a ward on them, he knows they're trying to set up for a pick, and he just backs away and stays alive.
Now they are 5 members in this bottom side, starting to push through the tower pretty quickly. There's not a lot of reaction. The Janna shield is hardly going to be enough. The tornado does come out, but the turret is just about done, and that is going to be it. They drop the Timbers on Nuke Duck, and he's gone before Vander can even heal him, who has to flash himself. Chilling Smite, they're chasing Woolite away, and he can't even get back to the base gate. There we go. Jankos is going to get the safeguard. Lulex pushed back, but now they're onto the inhibitor turret. The switch has been flipped, and H2K have gone up to 11. They find Overpow, a little bit more damage there, and they're able to take him down. Rocket are just getting so shut down. Inhibitor 1. It looked like it wasn't going to be a 23-minute one, but it is, Deficio.
It is indeed. H2K looking very, very good. And just to correct myself from before, it's of course not the Tempest, it's the Tremor from the Rek'Sai.
Tremors indeed.
Tremors indeed. So let's see the fight again. It's on to Nuke Duck. He actually used the claw, so he has no escape tools now except for maybe flashing away. But that's a nice engage by Xing. Just a new guy on the team. Flashing in, making the plays, not staying back, not playing passive. It was the same yesterday against Elements. Xing has really done a good job in his first few games for H2K, and obviously just pushing in. Ryu as well, feeling very confident with his Hourglass, and no damage at all for H2K at this point. Caitlyn is weak, Maokai is weak, inhibitor gone.
That's really all you can say for that one. H2K have really been turning up the heat, although Rocket is trying to find an answer in this mid lane. They've got a minion wave at their back, but Ryu and Xing are both here. And now the Rek'Sai Scream makes you wonder if you've cleared all the tunnels out of your jungle. Never fear, you have, but Lulex is still in hot pursuit of the crab, though. Got seafood on his mind.
Gotta get that. 80 gold. Actually 84 gold for him this time around. And notice again about how Odoamne and Lulex, with all this gold they've been able to pick up, especially Odoamne with these one-on-one kills and even 1 versus 2 kills. He's so tanky. Even going for more than Mortis. He's feeling that confident. There's not enough damage on Rocket side to take him down. Woolite is BT and even a Last Whisper almost at this point away from being able to do anything in his team fights. And he's not going to hit that point because H2K, they keep playing aggressive. They take the Baron as well now. Rocket way too slow to react.
Yeah, they come in just a little bit too late. Overpow is going to get knocked against the wall and taken down. Ryu adding another to his kill score. Woolite just backing away with the net, but the house lands on his head, and that's going to give you a bit of a headache.
And just keep pushing up. You'll notice their super minions in the bot lane. H2K, no reason to stop now. Get another turret.
Not anything Rocket has been able to do to hold this team back. The turret starts to fall pretty low. Nuke Duck does not take the glacial path in. Seems like a suicide mission is this point. They grab another. The super minions now pushing on the Nexus turret. Rocket are not responding to this. They're still trying to man the front. while they're being flanked by the minions.
Yeah, and again, H2K just taking every single outer turret. They know Rocket can't do anything to defend it. There's only 3 guys here now. That's not going to help you. Kissing looking for another engage.
Yeah, if they can get it. The super minions, or the Baron minions, I should say, are really knocking down the front here. Jankos does manage to scare the rest of H2K off, but it seems to just be a temporary reprieve. With another dragon coming up in 45 seconds. There's still super minions on this bottom side. They're dragging Rocket everywhere.
They are back to base. Shop, go straight to the dragon, get the 4th one of the game, even very early because of that lane swap where they got the first dragon. This is gonna be such a hard game for Rocket to win now.
Yeah, the
Again,
climb back
thank you, Captain Obvious, but
it's gonna be difficult. I know
it's nearly impossible at this point because you gotta hold off till now 40 minutes at least, and you have that potential 5th dragon coming before that. You have obviously H2K not just sitting back and waiting. I like what Rocket is actually doing now, trying to look for a pick, trying to surprise someone in the bush where you don't expect it. Lulix is going to face check it.
Yeah, he's actually going to go down in just a moment. There he goes. They spend quite a lot on him. Rocket does manage to come up with that play and jungler off the table with the live dragon.
And notice how Rocket didn't actually move while they were standing in the bush, so the tremor from Lulix didn't manage to spot them, because obviously you have to move around before you can see it. So they just stood there, waited, and actually got a dragon for it. That was the best play possible for Rocket right here. Set up a trap, get the dragon, delay that 5th one, but now you kind of go back and you got to defend your base.
Yeah, and they're going to lose this inner turret as well. There's really not much they could have done in that situation anyways. So best play possible, but they've still sunk themselves into this situation. This inhibitor turret's starting to get chunked down pretty low too. Yanko's overpowered. They can't really frontline this team at all. Actually, the tower, it's just barely going to go. The shockwave didn't go anywhere, Ryu. The Tibbers is down though. Kasing is as well. They find overpower as Vander spends the Monsoon Flash as well away from the rest of the team. But this inhibitor is going to be forfeit.
There was only 4 players from H2K here. Of course, no ulti for Nukeduck in that fight here. And while the shockwave missed, it just shows how far ahead H2K are. You can miss your shockwave, you're going to be 4 guys, and yet you win the fight and you destroy the enemy base.
They're so far ahead, they don't need to rely on this wombo combo that they've got, and that's still in the back pocket, even in the worst of situations. Last inhibitor taken down. Rocket are scrambling inside their base. Actually, the other one just comes back up, but they don't really need it anyways. Woolite, he's going to be smited down. Lulix kicked away. Nexus Tower 1 is going to fall. Here comes Jankos to try and save the day, but I don't think he's going to make the super play. Inhibitor already, they're working it down again, and that is another 3 taken off the board. Overpow trying to be the hero himself. He's going to twist it advance. Lulix has to flash away from this one. Ryu, Otoamne all very low. Woolite is going to pick up Yarn, and maybe they can find a turnaround here, but their base is in shambles. They need the shutdown. They need to keep finding kills, but it's still only a 2-for-1.
Only a 2-for-1. Might not be over yet. Notice Kasing on the minimap. Being pinged away now, playing this mobility Annie. You see distortion boots, and obviously a distortion enchant, and obviously talisman being picked up for him. So really just putting so much focus on buffing up every single guy in the team to speed them up and keep looking for fights and catching out Rocket.
H2K have had their momentum somewhat arrested here, but only after they've been able to take all those inhibitors. You know, for a moment, Deficio, it looked like we could be in for a pretty long game. But the way that H2K are playing this one, they're eyeballing what they were able to do yesterday in that 30 or so minute.
Yeah, H2K were really just waiting for their mid game. Get 1 item completed on every single character and then simply start roaming with Kasing, take down these turrets here. And Rocket were not ready at all. They got caught out. They took a team fight as well in the jungle. That cost them another tower in the mid lane. And suddenly H2K were just so far ahead. And we talked about how they have so much mobility and such a strong mid game through just like the Gnar, the Rek'Sai, and the Sivir together. And they really used it well to push down Rocket, and this is exactly what happened yesterday for Rocket against Unicorns of Love. They fall behind, and they simply have no response once we get to the mid-game points.
I'm glad you mentioned the mobility because it's really been hurting Rocket. And this time around, in the last couple games in general, I think we've definitely seen some evolution from this squad. Otoamne has been really well together with the team, and now Nukeduck is trying to make the play on him. He's going to go down. They're still going to find Kasing. Finally, they invest so heavily into picking off the Annie. They lose Nukeduck. They lose Overpow. I can't even speak how fast these kills are going. Goodbye, Jankos. Woolite running back to Fountain, staying alive just barely as he's trying to get those fantasy points, but the Nexus is already done. 30 minutes, 16 seconds, and H2K stack another win on the board.
2-0 now for H2K. They start out week 1, lose both games. Next week 2-0, then they lose both games again, and now 2-0 in week 4. What a great week for them.
The trend continues. H2K, yeah, another quick game. That actually...
31 minutes yesterday against Element.
That beat their record from yesterday. Yeah, they did it in 30 minutes, 16 seconds. Smiles all around, and Kasing, the new guy on the team, you can't get much better than a 2-0 start.
And we had this talk here about H2K having some problems in terms of shot calling. Beforehand, there were too many people trying to call what was going to happen, and they didn't always agree. Now, after they made this change, and Kasing has to come in as support, we don't know if he's making those calls, or maybe it's just relying more on Oduame, who we know is a very aggressive shot caller. He wants to go in, he wants to fight. We've really seen H2K push their advantage 2 games in a row now against Elements and Rocket, 2 very, very strong teams, but also 2 teams who struggle in the early game. And that's where H2K has taken full advantage of that and now win the games.
Indeed they have. Now, it seemed like in their losses, it was always trouble trying to close this out, but this time not so much an issue. You see Coach Prawley in the background, and he knows his team deserves some congratulations in that situation. They weren't without the flaws, but for Rocket, going 0-2 now on the week, after being so vaunted, after being so talked up, it's got to be rough, and we saw it yesterday in the post-game.
Look at that, man.
Yeah.
Probably
H2K
so
are
happy.
though.
So happy with his
They
players.
well earned it. That was a great
Of course,
game from them.
smiles all around. Pick and ban phase was good again from H2K. It's not like Rocket had a bad pick and ban phase. They actually had a very strong composition. But first of all, the lane swap happened. I'm 99% sure that Rocket were planning on getting a 2-2 on the top side. So they were expecting H2K to swap up there, and they wanted to like bait them into it and then find them up there in the 2-2. That didn't work out for them, and then they actually froze the lane. So you got to that point where you swap back with the Caitlyn, where you only have maybe 2 minutes to actually dominate the laning phase. They did get a tower from it, but that's it. Then you go into mid game, and that's where, again, H2K would be stronger. Because of this Caitlyn needed to scale up, because of the Maokai needed to scale up as well. And suddenly, because you had the lane swap happening and it took such a long time, they were just too weak when actually the fights really started. And that's where we saw the roams. We saw, obviously, the very, very aggressive, I wouldn't call it tower dives, but at least trying to find some picks around these turrets here so they could kill them and then go straight for a tower after from Rocket. And suddenly you have such a massive goal lead. You had all the dragons as well for H2K in the early game. Game completely snowballed out of control.
Yeah, second time against Rocket too. And the second time for H2K. They really have managed to hit on this formula here in this situation. And for H2K, coming up with not just this win yesterday, of course, win over Elements. I mean, a fantastic, fantastic play for them. And really, I mean, they seem to be on an up and up. Yes, of course, we say 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 wins, 2 losses. Still, it's hard to fault them in those particular games this week because they looked maybe not flawless. They did give up a few things. They did get a little overzealous. They were chased back. But yeah, about as close as we've seen so far. So
yeah,
really big props to them. And I feel like they've patched a lot of those holes, and they're definitely making a run for that top 3, top 4 slots currently
for
in the European LCS. So what does Rocket really need to work on, though, other than just not executing on their plan? Because that just seems to be the big issue.
Again, it's very simple for Rocket. Their early game is just, it's not good enough. That's just how it is. They're not playing it well enough. They're way too passive. Jankers used to be a jungler who would always look for ganks early on, and he would try and snowball his lanes if you look back to last year. This year, we barely see him do anything. He shows himself in the lane. He's, I don't really want to go for any ganks here. Then he backs away, goes back to his jungle. If you pick Lee Sin, you have to make something happen in the early game. Otherwise, there's no reason to pick him over so many of the other junglers we have available. So that's why I don't understand his picky and the way he decided to play the early game. But he goes for all of Rocket. It's way too passive. It looks like they're basically scared to do anything and just try and wait for the other team to make a move, and suddenly they fall behind due to it.
Now, we'll see if they can maybe improve going into the following weeks, maybe just step it up and fix those early game holes. We'll see what happens with that. But for now, we're going to go ahead and shine a light on H2K's second win this week, sending it over to Shox at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics. We're joined here by H2K's top laner, Oduamne, and their coach, Prawley. Congratulations, guys. That is 2-0 on the board for this one. Prawley, talk me through what the initial game plan was, because you guys started off slow, and then when you flipped the switch and just went all in.
Well, I did tell them I think we had a comp advantage in terms of scaling and in terms of just a pure 5v5. So I kind of reassured them, like, you guys don't have to go too crazy to get an advantage early game. Just, do your thing and, like, don't play passive, because that's going to be a bad thing. So kind of just do your thing and keep up aggression, but don't think you have to make plays to win the game.
Although I saw that Rockets lane swapped away from you guys. Did you guys expect that, or did you guys expect to go into the 2v2?
We thought about it in Champions League that they might lane swap and give Maokai a camp and send him with the TP bots, because his laning 1v2 is pretty easy, especially when he gets a camps. But it didn't really bother us. Like, I just gave a leash to Lulex and then we just like transitioned into double jungling.
Right. When you did end up in the lane versus Maokai, you were able to get the better of him even with the ganks coming in. Let's actually get a replay up on the screen from a moment where, honestly, I thought you were dead, but you got out of it. Talk us through it.
Since I built tanky, I knew that it was quite easy for me to just cut it out. So I just waited to stack my passive and get my W procs off as much as possible. And I wasn't backing off a second. I was just running around waiting for my passive. And I knew that they would overextend for me to kill me when my passive was out, but it just came up in time. And then I just got my ulti off and then escaped.
Yep, you did. Did you notice that Maokai in that one, or Overpower, had the Righteous Glory? He didn't finish his Route of Ages. Did that influence your decision, or were you just going to go in anyway?
No, I would have went in anyway. I just noticed in the middle of the gank that he procced the Righteous Glory and started charging me, and I was like, oh, okay. I'm just going to go with it anyway.
Probably, something I want to ask you actually, because the Rocket composition, for me, it looks like they'll eventually like just run out of damage, and the only way they can win is just like taking a lot of towers down. Was that something you were worried about, or did you just like focus on wave clear, or like?
Once the game started and I realized they 2v1'd, it became a concern that they would take turrets too quickly and we wouldn't be able to come back. But the bigger concern that I kind of stressed to the guys was we had an immobile mid and they had Lee Sin, Lissandra.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm like, all right, their game plan, if they just camp the hell out of mid, it's gonna destroy us because they took top turret, took bot turret, and if the mid ganks worked, I don't think we would really have our opening to come back in the game.
So for Odawama, you guys have been in the LCS now for a couple of weeks. Have your practice methods changed a bit? Like, are you getting used to the LCS rhythm of like playing 2 matches every week and preparing for opponents, or is there something that has changed from your time in the past as like the amateur scene?
Yeah, it definitely changed. Like, scrims now make a lot more sense. We practice every week different specific things, and we just have different scrim goals every scrim set we go into, and we just prepare for the teams that we will face each week.
Looks like you've taken a huge leap forward in this week specifically. Probably have you noticed a notable difference in the way they're communicating? Because it seems to be very clear, forward when you have an advantage, push it through.
Every week it kind of gets better, but it's kind of hit or miss in scrims, at least for communication, because it's like, if things are going well, they're like, hey, buddy, let's go do ganks. And then when things are going bad, they're like, I'm just going to farm until the scrim's over. So scrims were going bad this week, which are really good for us, because whenever we lose scrims, we do well in the LCS. So when communication goes down, it's always kind of like a panic, because I'm like, I haven't seen them communicate that well in scrims yet. But every time I watch them in LCS, I know they're doing everything the way they wanted to in scrims.
At least we know you have a lot of experience with bad scrims.
I sure do.
Final question for you, Odawamni. In the very first week that Krepo was here, he was saying that you were the only player he saw that was already on LCS level and maybe even one of the best top laners in the league. Do you feel like now slowly you're able to prove where your skill ceiling is?
Well, each game is definitely a chance for me to prove my skills, but I don't really think about it that much. I just try to give my best, and I just take everything as a learning experience.
Well, that is the right approach. I would say 2-0. Congratulations, gentlemen, in this one. We're going to step away for a moment, but when we return, SK Gaming will take on Giants. Stay with us. We'll see you in a few.
Still not quite tanky enough, and they're keying off on him despite the Vander ult. Now they're going to turn attention to the Janna.
Okay. Listen.
He's going to twist and advance. Lulex has to flash away from this one. Ryu, Odawamne all very low. Wolite is going to pick up Yarn, and maybe they can find a turnaround here. Nukeduck is trying to make the play on him. He's going to go down. They're still going to find Kasing. H2K stack another win.
I think most teams are just picking for lane, and then it just happens to be like hard engage stuff. Because like you see, even with hard engage, people are still playing split pushes mid because it's just what's strong. So everyone is like picking to win their lane. Of course, it's always a risk to split push. You have to have a lot of communication, and newer teams might not have that. Like we didn't have it in the start either because we changed players, so the communication is like gone, and like the split push has to talk a lot. Like, okay, we need wards here and here so I can actually split, and you guys need to play back because I'm splitting.
Well, certainly not looking to split any wins today, SK Gaming.
Probably not.
Indeed, they're still 7-0 on this one.
I do like the point Svensson is making, though, about how in Europe everyone picks to win their lane. That's why we see Graves being like one of the most contested AD carries, despite it barely being picked in any other region. Here in Europe, it's all about winning that bottom lane, and that's why Graves is so strong.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, we are about to look into this next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, between SK Gaming and, of course, Giants Gaming. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both the teams. On the blue side is, of course, SK. That means Freddy122 will be your top laner, Sven Skaren in the jungle. The mid laner, Fox Forgiven, the AD carry, support and rated, and their coach, Innerflame.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday how SK had to change up their style a little bit because Copenhagen Wolves got that 2-on-2 lane, and we saw Airwix try and camp and really shut down Forgiven early, so now suddenly it was about the solo laners really making some big plays, and they did. And despite Svensson actually saying on Twitter that he felt like that was his worst game he's ever played, or at least this split, I actually think his counter against on Rengar was fantastic. As soon as he got out of that early slump, he looked great.
Yeah, and he wasn't the only one who looked incredible. Fox, out of nowhere, picks the LeBlanc up, goes 10-0-3 on that.
Oh, yeah.
He was just blowing up people left and right. And now let's see who their opponents are going to be today. For Giants Gaming on the red side, we have in the top lane, it is Werlib. In the jungle, Frederick. The mid laner, Pepinero. AD carry, Audrey. Support, Rydal. And their coach, Lothark.
Yeah, and we have seen Giants now lose 5 games in a row. And obviously Jax has been banned in all 5 games. We keep talking about it. It is a problem for them. They don't seem to really have a playstyle figured out. We see them switch up the picks a little bit. Yesterday, it was very late game focused against Gambit, which actually meant they fell really far behind early to mid-game and didn't do anything. And while Gambit had trouble closing out the game, I think we can say, got to like 50 minutes, they were still far enough ahead to actually win it. So Giants really need to try and find a playstyle that works for them. And just, for me, it's going to be all about Pepinero in this mid lane. He's the guy who needs to really step up and carry the games because he's the guy who can snowball the mid lane. Him and Frederick back in the Challenger series had fantastic synergy. Every game, they would just make sure Pepinero got ahead and he would do really well. We see even like his CS at 10 and 20 minutes, he's actually ahead on average. So it's not like he's doing a bad job in that lane.
He does fine in lane. The issue is he doesn't translate that anywhere else in the map, and this is the problem that Giants seem to face. They don't really get ahead anywhere else, and now that the camp top strategy and get Jax ahead isn't going to work without a Jax, it just hasn't worked out so well for Giants.
No, there's been a lot of problems for them, and it's been very clear coming into the LCS how they were very surprised they won the first 2 games they played. They weren't expecting it. They were basically saying they just want to try and learn as much as possible and obviously try and stay in the LCS. And that's also why we've somewhat seen them drop down the standings after that great start. We've really seen the true level of Giants, I feel like. And now they just got to try and analyze their mistakes and really try and find a way or a play style they can actually use. Is it going to be full early game snowball and try and surprise people? We've seen H2K do it now.
We've seen Unicorns do it on occasion.
Even though they don't actually pick straight towards it, they just play really well in the early game. I feel like that's going to be the go-to tactic for Giants because the late game shot calling, it hasn't been on point for them at all.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling to find an identity here, and it seems like they're going to run a little bit short on time if that keeps going for a while. Maybe they can bring it together. It's going to be so tough against this SK squad, though. I mean, talk about a tall order in this situation. We'll see if maybe those flashes of brilliance can kind of turn into something greater, because they do have some plays, some good moments, but they just don't translate it into anything big for them, and it just seems that's why teams are so able to easily pick them apart. That and a lack of an overall end game for them, really.
For sure. But this game, I mean, when you face SK Gaming and you are on a 5-game losing streak, you can just go in here and do whatever you want. Nobody's going to expect you to perform well against SK Gaming. There's no expectations. You can try maybe a different tactic, some new picks coming out, and really just try and go all in. Because if you lose on 20 minutes or 40 minutes, it doesn't even matter because people expect SK to win this game. So for Giants, forget about it. Go in, pretend it's a scrim, and see what happens. You might be able to pull an upset if you really get a good start.
Yeah, and what'll be really interesting if they do something totally out there is that it might show us how SK reacts to just really, really weird stuff. Because, I mean, a lot of the times those teams that they've been able to beat down that are traditionally known for having those really crazy out there picks and different strategies, they didn't do that in a lot of those games against SK. They tried to play the straight up game against SK and they were beaten down. So I would love to see Giants do something completely wacky here.
Yeah.
And again, no expectations on them. You'd think that actually makes it a little bit easier for them. We'll see if that does affect the mindset as we go into picks and bans.
Yeah, so yesterday for Giants, that this really, really late game comp where you had obviously Kassadin, you had a Caitlyn as well on their side.
Something went wrong.
We out again.
Yep, that's okay.
Small delay, and we'll get back into champs.
Every once in a while you have a quick misfire,
Yeah.
and then it comes back. But no, this situation with Giants, I think that they're going to have to start in the ban phase particularly. You could target one player, but it's so hard on SK's team. I feel like they need to just get rid of whatever they're absolutely afraid of playing against in particular. Like, I don't think the Graves versus a Lucian Unforgiven is really what you want to go for. Maybe you want to get rid of Ahri for Fox, get rid of LeBlanc for Fox now.
So target one player?
Yeah, I think target one player that's had a really, really good performance recently, but then you got to worry about, okay, well, if we ban him out, do we have to camp the other lanes? Do we have to do something else like that? There's so many question marks in this situation. That's what's troubling.
It's close to impossible to ban out SK. That's what we have seen. They play all the meta champions, and Giants, honestly, go for some comfort picks. Try and play really, really aggressive early on and see if you can actually pull an upset.
Well, there's the Nidalee ban, and we, of course, expected Jax to be removed from Giants ever since their Week 1 performance. Xerath also taken off the board against Pepinero.
And really, we so often talk about this Jax. The main problem actually for Giants is that nobody else has a champion they're just so good at that you have to target ban it every single time. Pepinero used to be a guy where you had to ban Xerath and LeBlanc against him because he was so good in these champions. It is banned in this game here by SK, but we have seen Pepinero take the Xerath and not really perform too well either. So I don't really feel like you have to target ban anything else, and that's why you can just go for that Jax every single time.
They do target the Xerath though again, and I think SK, despite the fact that they are heavy favorites in this matchup, they're not a team that really plays with it, that takes chances in that situation. And you got to respect that. They don't take anyone as a free win.
No, N-Rated was sitting yesterday saying on the analyst desk as well that, yeah, you know, we take every game as it comes here. We respect every opponent we're playing against, and we make sure to prepare properly so we don't go in and suddenly have a terrible pick and ban phase and have no chance of winning the game or whatever might happen if you underestimate whoever you're playing against.
Yeah. Castin's removed. Now, arguably, out of all the champions that Werlib's played that aren't called Jax, that was probably his best performance.
Oh, don't leave Azir open.
Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. Freddy immediately is going to lock that in.
Freddy is absolutely fantastic on Azir, and it fits in so perfectly in the SK playstyle, where you want to have that ranged top laner who can farm really well and lane swap. So now you have secured a fantastic, strong one-on-one lane. Azir has barely any counters. Maybe Aurelia will be able to deal with him, and that's also why Giants is actually taking it this game here. So they're leaving the Azir open on purpose for SK to take it and then get the Aurelia pick into it. But this is going to require Frederick to really go and again look towards that top lane. Have Aurelia potentially maxing her E in the laning phase, land a stun, which lasted again, I believe, around like 1.5 seconds. He will be able to then stun Azir. I might be slightly wrong there. But then you have your jungler coming in, you try and camp out Freddy. But this again requires standard lanes, because otherwise Azir is going to farm so much better than Aurelia in a lane swap situation.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where they go in the jungle in this particular instance, because there really are a lot of picks left available.
I really like this though by Giants. Notice what they're doing. They're taking two very, very strong laners. Graves as well, take it away from Forgiven. Try and secure the one-on-one lane now in the top lane between Aurelia and Azir. And obviously UNF secured a strong bottom lane just by having Graves, the AD carry. All the players here in Europe consider the strongest, or at least one of the strongest, in the laning phase itself, and that's why they like it so much. So Giants here really looking for some strong lanes, get that early lead, and then you have a fantastic mid-game spike already through Graves and Aurelia. Frederick needs to go on an aggressive jungle as well and just camp Azir, shut him down, get your Aurelia going, and suddenly Giants might be able to surprise.
Fox looking like he decides to go for the Zed this time around. They do pick up the Jarvan for Sven Skaren as well. So, yeah, I mean, SK they've got their pick of what they want in this situation, but I agree, Giants have the makings of something. It's just going to come down to, can they execute in the early game? Can they turn what could be a lane advantage? Can they turn that into something greater? Because SK, you know, in their game yesterday even, there was a point where the Wolves were ahead.
Of course.
It wasn't by much, but it was.
Very early on in the game, yeah. And that's why, yeah, we look at the comp from SK already and say, wow, that's fantastic. You have so many strong picks. Jarvan for Svenskeren, he's best champion, or one of the best at least. Azir obviously again a champion. You never want to give to Freddy. And yet, it doesn't really matter, because all Giants is trying to do is just win the laning phase anyway. So they pick strong laners and they don't care about the rest of the composition. They know going late game anyway, SK Gaming would have a massive advantage.
Hey man, SK Gaming already knew about that.
Not
That's what Svenskeren said. So they want to play to win the lane. There's the Rek'Sai lock-in. Not too surprising since it did fall through to that rotation. Gets picked up by Giants here. Now, what does SK round out their picks with? Still need that bot lane. Typically, we've seen Forgiven go over to the Lucian.
Always going Lucian when Graves is picked away or banned, and should be the champion for him again. What we have seen SK do in the past is when they play Lucian into Graves, they just lane swap it, and they fast push down the turret, 2 versus 0 or 2 versus 1, doesn't even matter, get the tower, and make sure, because you're now taking a tower, and hopefully Freddy is able to hold his own tower in the bottom lane, then you have more gold in your AD carry, he gets a BF sword, to only the pickaxe from the Graves. It's what happened against Elements, and it worked for them, so they're gonna try and do the exact same thing in this game. Wouldn't even be surprised to see Lulu coming in, or Janna for Enraided.
I think the Lulu makes a lot of sense just to give that extra bit of artificial tankiness. The Janna for disengage can also work. Give a little bit of extra mobility to the team, and they decide, last moment, going to go ahead and lock in the Lulu.
Very, very standard SK Gaming comp. Nothing has really been denied from them. You have that fast pushing lane for them in the 2v1 situation. You have Freddy who can handle himself against the Graves and the Thresh in the lane swap. He will always do a camp at level 1, remember, get that level 2 going. And then later in the game, you have Freddy in one lane, you have obviously the Zed going split pushing in the other lane, and then you have just Lucian sitting in the mid lane for Forgiven and just pushing down these turrets, and you pressure every single lane at once. You are so strong in a one-on-one. That's by pushing it down to the enemy turrets, you can now walk freely into that jungle, over to the other lanes, and suddenly you just go for a dive and you just pick up a kill here and there. It's the SK Gaming style we have seen so often. If they manage to get the lane swap, then Giants needs to go in and try and stop Freddy from doing that camp at level 1, or have 4 guys ready with a very short jungle route to go down and dive him before he hits level 3, level 4 on this Azir. You cannot let him just sit and farm.
Yep, and surprised Ari actually made it all the way through there. Pepinero's going to grab that one for the lane matchup against Fox. Should be pretty exciting to see. However, it's going to be so tough on Giants. Like you're saying, they have to do everything just right in this early game to try and pull an edge, just even a slight edge over SK. And again, you make one mistake, one slip up, and you get knocked to the ground so fast. This SK Gaming squad is just unforgiving.
I really want to see Giants just go in at level 1, place a lot of deep wards here, especially the one between the 2 turrets in the top side when you are coming from the red side down towards SK Gaming's blue. Try and secure that lane, the 2v2 lane, the one-on-one lane, and then camp for the Aurelia, get well deep going to try and shut down Freddy, and just hope that Adri on this Graves here can handle himself in a 2v2 against Forgiven on Lucian. That has to be the tactic for Giants here. Otherwise, again, looking at the late game, when you have an Azir, there's going to be no answer for Giants to take down Freddy in the late game stages, especially with the Lulu as well helping him out.
Yeah, and even in that last game, you saw a little bit of strange laning from SK's side, but even though they got punished once or twice for it, it really didn't end up mattering. The other lane stepped up. Yeah, and again, that's the thing. You've got to focus on everywhere at once to deal with SK. We'll see if Giants can do it. Now it's your turn to go ahead and call this one. Tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag SKWin or GIAWin. Let us know who you think is going to take the game. The lights go down. The crowd lights up. The banners are lit. They're looking for big plays. We'll see if they can get them as SK Gaming take on Giants right now.
And again, for Giants here, this comp is designed specifically against SK. You have strong laners all around. You have snowballing potential as well on every single carry you have on this team for Giants. Let's see if they actually walk in. First step is grouping up as 5. That is now completed by Giants. And now they're going to walk straight into that blue buff of SK Gaming and play some deep wards. Try and see if they can spot where SK is sending Lucian and Lulu. I might set up a little trap then.
Okay.
SK is not a team, though, to actually go in and deep ward very often. They often just set up around the river.
They like the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, exactly. They just ward around the river and scout to see if anyone is crossing over. You can see Svenska now flag and then put down a ward.
Yep.
Shortly after. So spotting Giants moving in. Here we go for the deep wards.
Yeah, and they're actually moving in themselves. Should be able to seed this away because Forgiven and Rated aren't quite in the area. A lot of deep wards. It's almost like you expected them to do this to Fischio.
Almost. I mean, it's become fairly standard when you want to get all this information here to try and see what lanes are going to be. So this ward is actually placed very far away from the wall. So if SK wants to, they can actually still recall and then hog the wall when they go to the top side. Forgiven is going to do it right here. I would expect him to. And then the ward actually won't be able to see him.
Yeah.
Because it's placed so far in. Let's see if he's running near the wall. Notice here again the wall, or the ward, sorry, can't see him. He's now unspotted.
Ooh, sneaky by Forgiven. Oh, he messed it up.
Man.
Oh, well.
And
it was a nice try.
Instantly ping it. They now know Forgiven and Enraged is going to be on the top side and can send Graves and Thresh up there. So we're going to get the standard lanes Giants wanted. Because Enraged decided, who cares about that ward? I'm just going to run right past it.
Forgiven was being all sneaky and like sneaking around like a ninja, and Enraged is just like hopping, skipping up the lane. So they're going to have the 2v2 up in the top side.
Fred again just doing his camp at level 1. Playing it out, gets level 2, can teleport down to the bottom lane. And actually in his situation here, he's going to expect to get camped by this Rek'Sai. So he needs to be very careful. He can never waste his Trinket ward. If he places it at the wrong time, then Giants can time it and just go down and gank him after.
Right now, it's all about the poke war between Audrey, Rydell, Forgiven, and Unrated. But they, SK side, there it is. They're definitely getting the better of that one. It's so frustrating to lane against Lulu, but if you do get a catch-up, well, you can't do much if Forgiven has got your back right there.
Now again, Lulu really excels in the early levels of the lane, where she has a lot of poke damage with her passive. And that's again why SK likes to run her with Lucian, so they have a fairly aggressive level 1 and 2 to try and get that early XP advantage and the push in the lane.
Right.
Wait for them this time, but not really been able to deny anything, and Adri and Rydell are perfectly fine in the situation.
Curious to see how this mid lane does shape up going down there, because Fox had such a magnificent game yesterday. But
it's the first game.
It's all about the bottom right now. Frederick goes around the side. Freddy is going to dash his way and flash his way to safety, but there
Frederick
was the flash and knock up, and it doesn't quite get the damage he was looking for.
Wow, Frederick, he got everything he wanted here. Freddy had to flash actually to stay alive, and then Frederick for some reason tried to flash after him. A little bit over-eager for the kill. But that was the first gank we saw. No ward had been placed yet by Frederick. Down now, and they actually saw him walk up there to the bush, so they should know when that ward expires. And then we can just see him go back down once again and do the exact same thing. Azir in a straight-up one-on-one can beat nearly everything, but you can gank him, and that's what they're trying to do with this Aurelia and Rek'Sai.
Yeah. Rydell and Audrey really want to start something, but they're taken a little bit too low. And Svenskeren nearly runs straight into Pepinero. Double buffs, though, and he should actually start chasing him down. He's a level down, but yeah, he's going to have to burn his flash to get away from this one. Fox coming around as well. He's not using it, though. Just gets the charm into tower range.
Oh, the auto attack, it didn't go off.
Yep, that was a little bit odd there. Svenskeren can't quite pick the kill.
Pretty sure, actually, when he flashed in, he didn't get the auto tag off on Pepinero. In the end, though, they trade flash for flash. And Frederick now sees Raptor Camp being stolen away by Svenskeren, who always goes Trailblazer. He really likes this again for this map control it offers you, because you don't need to save your smite for the gank, so you can always use it on the Raptor Camp, and you'll always be very healthy, because you can stun the minions, get slightly more regen, which means you can always be there for counter ganks, and that's the way he kind of plays around with this vision control from him and the map control he offers.
Yeah, map control definitely the key word for Svenskeren. He does love to live in the enemy jungle. Freddy going to help himself to quite a lot of farm. The soldiers plucking away at it, as Werlip is going to have to back to base.
So Freddy just went back to base very early. That's why he's only sitting on 2 Dorans here to buy a ward, actually, knowing that his trinket was going to be timed and he couldn't just have that one as his only defense. So gave up quite some CS for it, but he's still looking fine. And for him, it's just all about avoiding that camp here and avoiding dying to the Aurelia. Let's see what Whirly Berserker.
Oh, they managed to get quite a lot of damage there, but Audrey takes some back for himself. Ignite is burned. As Enrated goes forward, Svenskeren is going to check into Frederick. However, Fox is coming in as well, looking for Frederick to flag the drag. Do they have the damage? It's first blood. Svenskeren burning away as well, and Pepinero will find the answer. Whirlip has arrived, and Fox has to get away.
Not chasing for it.
There we go.
So Frederick here being punished for using that flash when he was ganking. Freddy couldn't actually get out alive here in the end, trading 1-for-1 though. Both junglers going down and both mid laners getting the kills. So this again buys more time for Freddy to sit and farm, knowing that Rek'Sai is dead. And obviously Forgiven and Enrated after that small trade going on. Forgiven took quite a lot of damage, but Adri ended up taking a lot more. Even Summoners was used by Enrated to actually force him out of the lane, and now straight onto this tower with a massive wave. There's a lot of CS being denied. Yeah. That's the problem again. You can have these tactics against SK where you aim on like one lane. In this case, it's going to be between the two top laners. But if you other solo lanes, sorry, if your other two lanes can't stand 2-on-2 against SK, well then the tactic is going to fail no matter what. Simply because you will fall behind. You see the mid lane going heavily in favor of the Zed, and obviously Lucian and Enrated, and Lulu has been winning the top lane as well.
Yeah, just about everybody's fallen behind to Forgiven and Enrated this split so far. Freddy takes a bit more than he bargained for from Whirlib. Still able to stay safe enough.
I'm actually surprised that Whirlip is maxing his W in the lane, especially because Freddy's never going to allow him to stand and get multiple auto attacks on him. He's always going to dash away from him. So unless Freddy times his jump really well to try and follow up with the W, then maybe he can do it. But if you max your E in these lanes where you want to camp it, then you can just lock him down when your jungler arrives. And Freddy now is in trouble.
Yeah, he has to use his ultimate because Whirlip put the Transcendent Blades on as well. And Frederick coming down, seeing if he can finish the job on Freddy.
Svenskeren coming behind him.
Oh, Prey Seeker. Not close enough. He gives himself away. Svenskeren, though, yeah, he's going to be sensed out by the Tremors. Frederick going to try to get back to safety, and he will.
And he will, but again, Freddy is staying alive. Saving Private Freddy is working for SK so far.
I'd watch that movie.
It's a good movie.
Ooh, Fox eating the charm on Pepinero. Goes in with a death mark, actually, and he has to back away, but there is another charge of Spirit Rush Teleport coming in as well.
Pepinero's out of mana, though.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to chase each other down any further. Frederick is looking for something, but he doesn't have too much of an idea of where they are. And Rady getting hooked up under tower. Rydal very low as well. Audrey wanted to go in to finish the job, but Forgiven made them back on off. And in the mid lane, Svenskeren having to fend off both Frederick and Whirlip.
So a lot of fights in this game here, a lot of action in every single lane. Rydal actually flashed him with their play there, and Svenskeren now onto Frederick. He might end up dying.
Yeah, I think he's going to. Gets the dunk off, and meanwhile, Forgiven. Whoa, my goodness! How did he make the outplay? Rydal's still on the chase, but Enrated is body blocking it. He's gonna go down. Forgiven with the double. How does this guy?
That was under the turret as well. Alive? Under the turret here, and then he flashed over the wall. Audrey followed him. Frederick is coming up. Whirlip as well. Can he recall in time?
Stealth backing. The Prey Seeker. No, they canceled it. Uh-oh, Forgiven. I think the jig is up. And he's going to go down to Frederick, courtesy of the tower.
Courtesy of the tower, indeed. Freddy now left on his own here. He takes the tower for it. And again, SK making sure they can always punish Giants if they're sending too many guys to one lane. And I really want the replay of that top lane fight. Let's see it again. So we saw Rydal use the flash earlier to try and pull Enrated into the tower. I think he actually wanted Forgiven doing the calling here to try and get him under the turret so they would take damage and the tower would hit him. He actually goes for very aggressive trading here. Wants to dive on a little bit as well. Look how low they are. And then flashing over the wall in the end. Flashing the wall, Audrey follows. Shield coming from Enrated. And then Forgiven just finish Audrey. And Rydal will go down as well after he kills Enrated.
Yeah, really close calls there. Forgiven did end up going down. Meanwhile, Blue gets smited away by Svenskeren. Tower gets taken out by Whirlip. Both these teams trying to grab everything they can, but it's SK that is starting this 10-minute Dragon. No contest.
No contest. And again, notice how SK will never invest more than just one pink ward and taking a Dragon. They only go for them if they know it's for free because the enemy team has, let's say, 2 guys on the top lane. Then they walk in and take it. They don't walk in and set it up at like 3 or 4 pink wards, a lot of wards around it. No, they don't do that. They wait for the opening, then they grab it. They got the blue buff as well. But I really like how Giants are saying, we want to fight early on. We don't want to just let you run around on the map, take all our outer turrets, and we're not going to do anything. It's not the same Giants we saw yesterday against Giants, where they were just sitting back and waiting. Oh, sorry, against Gambit, sorry. And they were just waiting for Gambit to make the moves. And yeah, those pink ward guys.
Yes, they're going to find it second time around.
And then the
Take themselves a crab, too.
as well.
Ooh, F4 Scuttle Crab. Oh, SK. Should be able to shove down this mid tower, no problem at all. Is, of course, 2 towers to them. Don't let the score lie to you there. Werlib is a little bit low in this one. Giants should be able to defend the tower for the time being, but I was mentioning Giants themselves have only grabbed 1 turret because the Azir Sun Disc is still a thing.
Yeah, and again, for SK, they always do these very fast rotations early on to get the outer turrets down. They pick very strong laners who can get some damage on it in the laning phase and then open up for Forgiven and the rest of the team to just walk in, clear it out if you're out of position. Notice how Giants was spotted at that pink ward in the river, and suddenly SK saw an opening to just push up mid lane and take the tower. Always very, very fast shot calling and saying, okay, you're there, we know exactly what to do now to get a small advantage, and they use it.
And they've
Giants
been able to
same
turn
now.
many small advantages into big ones. Giants are going to be able to shove down this tower unless there's a response. Looks like not going to be the case. Forgiven can't hold the line on his own, neither can he with N-rated. Giants will grab themselves that outer tower. Look to make their way towards bot lane.
A little bit too easy for Giants there, actually.
Uh-oh, Peppy is backing on a ward. What'll they do? The charm!
Whoa, it hit.
The edge of it catches N-rated. He could be in some trouble. Forced to wild growth, but Pepinero's not going to let him live.
He even saw him in the bush there, N-rated, and still managed to get charmed. The action continues, but SK, after they took that mid turret, instantly just went to the side lanes with Freddy, with the Zed and Azir, sorry. And then just open up for that mid turret for Giants. So they're responding as well, trying to stay even. Remember that we're going to have some annoying Azir turrets going down here, which is going to cheat us a little bit in terms of how many towers have actually gone down.
Yeah. Peppy, Frederick moving up to dissuade this wave, while Werlib and Audrey are heading right into the trap. It's Fox, but do they have enough damage? Teleport coming in. Fox is trying to get his escape, but he's going to go down, pays the price, gets Werlib as well, but Freddy comes in to help finish the job on Audrey.
It's a nice little trap here set up. Svensson was waiting behind for the engage to happen. Forgiven, meanwhile, still in this mid lane. Another 2-for-1 trade for SK. Keeping up in terms of kills. And again, the global goal is in their favor. They have a tower more than Giants so far because the Zia turret been taken down.
Yeah, Frederick's going to try to flank Svenskeren and Freddy away. They will be able to walk it out. Actually, just going to double time on the Gromp.
On the Gromp. Really fun game to watch.
Yeah,
it's
really been very back and
30
forth.
minutes in and there's been so much action.
We mentioned that Peppy had to really step up quite a bit. You know, Tuno's not a bad scorer lane. He's been able to make some seriously great escapes, and I want to see how well off the back of that Giants can start pushing down, because it does seem like every week SK get tested in a slightly different way against different teams, and we just don't always expect it. This time around, Giants are not doing too badly. They're not too far behind SK Gaming.
They're not, but despite them getting the standard lanes they wanted to, they didn't really manage to punish Freddy. He stayed alive, he had the early back for that extra ward, and Forgiven and Enrated has managed to build up a very big lead compared to Audrey and Rydell. So while they got the right lanes, they haven't really been able to execute it. They haven't basically just been relying on creating a few picks around Pepinero. And he's now going to be the guy to really try and pull ahead for them, because Audrey is very, very far behind.
So is Werlib too. He's still sitting on
that too, obviously.
Since he had to go back and get the double Dorans. We'll see if maybe he can grab a little bit more here. Freddy, Emperor's Divide pushing him back, but Frederick's going to flash over it. Here comes Svenskeren to save the day. Meanwhile, Fox gets caught on a line, but Rydell has no backup. Deathmark's going on in. Exhaust is down. Rydell, he's going to try to make his escape back to the tower. Should be able to, but it costs him the price of a flash.
A flash for both players here. And again, Frederick down his bottom lane. He tries. There's a nice ulti by Freddy also to knock Werlib away, and then had to trade flash. But another blue buff going to SK. After every single fight, they seem to get out ahead, and they just try and take some objective on the map. They never allow Giants to just sit back here and get away without losing anything from these fights.
Yep, and according to the fans, SK win, trending at a 71% right now. But the Giants fans still coming out in force, as per usual as well.
Hello, Giants fans, of course.
Oh yeah, they believe, man.
Spanish guys in the LCS. No Peque anymore.
Representing the nation on the big stage. See if they can come up with something here. Frederick's going to back away as you see Sven scaring. Frederick's done a pretty solid job of being where he needs to, but he just doesn't quite have the damage. He's going fairly tanky after the Stalker's Blade. Not unusual by any means.
No, very standard on Rek'Sai. You have enough base damage, just with the Warrior Enchant as well. But that early flash he did in the bottom lane actually cost him a lot, because it meant he ended up dying after in the 2-on-2 trade, and it made it even harder for him to gank Freddy after, because he didn't have that flash, he couldn't get the instant knock-up. Dragon is alive, and SK is moving in towards it.
Good time around here. Oh,
yeah, all 5 guys from Giants are around, so they can actually contest this one. SK Gamer doesn't have enough wards down to really try and zone them away.
Werlib's not here either. And there's a big wave pushing in the middle, so for SK, this is perfectly fine right now. Dragon's been procced again.
Yes.
Gonna chase SK away.
SK has the positioning here to just abandon the Dragon if they want to and start again pushing in the mid lane like we see the Zed do now. But Werlib just want to try and take a tower in the bottom lane and then join the fight, so he's pushing in the minions again and again. Needs to be careful though, didn't lose this mid turret for it.
Yeah, Giants, they've got the Skull Crab Shrine. The hook not going to connect on Sven Skarin. It's a very tense moment for both teams with the Dragon being live. Rydell taking a little bit of Sand Soldier poke. Here comes Pepinero, the charm going to connect on Freddy. He's got the wild growth. Does he have the health though? Audrey is already down and the Giants are starting to melt. They might have gotten Freddy, but they're going to pay the price for it. Frederick, Werlib, Audrey all down. Rydell running for his life. The heal is popped for the speed and rated. Does he have the damage? The box is down. He's going to try to just pop it. Rydell might be able to make his escape, but for how long? He might try to go for the execution here. Uh-oh, he's spotted. Goodbye.
And we get the kill.
Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, there we go, and the Dragon.
Did he just flash for that one?
I think he might have.
Okay.
That's what you call work.
Not really worth it, but fair enough. Forgiven really wanted that kill.
Let's take a look at how that happened again.
So this is actually not a good position for an Ahri because you can't set up any easy chunks, but it's a very nice play by Pepinero to get it onto Freddy here. We see the Lulu though in action, keeps him alive for long enough, and all this damage being dealt before he ends up dying. Rest of SK can now start cleaning up, and obviously Rydell in the end. We gotta see the greed, I mean.
Cue the Benny Hill in this situation. He almost tries to get away with the juke.
Clearly,
oh, no, spotted.
Clearly you had to flash for this one because Rydell was, he was gonna survive. I mean, everyone knows that. Oh, forgive him.
And he gets the farm.
And he gets the farm too.
That's what you call gold efficiency, Deficio.
Yeah, can't let your scumbag support get any kills.
No, he's already got the one.
That's more than enough.
Yes, 5 assists as well. So with that, SK Gaming get themselves a second Dragon on the board. They add to their gold lead as well. Covering their bases quite nicely here. Giants still not falling too far behind, but that was not the fight that they wanted.
No, again, it was a very hard setup because SK had full control of the area. They could see the engage coming, and if an Ahri has to flash ulti in to land that charm, you have enough time to react as a team to say, okay, you single out Freddy, ulti from Enrated, the wall coming up as well from Freddy here to kind of disengage at first. There was no flank from Werlib, so he had to run face first as well, and simply meant that there was too much airy damage coming inside and too much disengage potential from SK, so they could take the fight for them. And even also on the Zed, we see this very often. It's a full team fight build where you go Ghost Blade, so you want like more team fighting burst, we can say, than the Blade of the Ruined King that we typically see for the one-on-one situation. I'm not actually sure if it's the best or not for him, but it is the way they like to build it. So it's full focus on team fighting. You push the lanes, but then you group together as a team to fight. You don't try and kill people one-on-one.
Yeah, speaking of one-on-one, it just seems that the Giants, when they do go in, they try to go off of whoever Pepinero's landed a charm on, see if they can blow him up. They nearly got Freddy right away, but because of the wild growth in that situation, and just in general the reaction time from SK Gaming, they keep priority targets alive.
Yeah, right.
And there's so much mobility here that it's hard for Giants to 100-0 anybody, and they blow their spell rotation.
That's the thing, if you run headfirst into a Zia wall, the slow coming in from Lulu as well, suddenly your entire team can't really keep walking in towards the back line of SK, and then you open yourself up for them to just go in and kill you. And that's exactly what happened beforehand. You gotta try and get a flank going from Giants if they want to get any proper engages onto the backside of SK Gaming. But still, I mean, it was a great play by Pepinero. He got the charm onto Freddy. That was a nice start. The rest of the team just weren't able really to follow up through all the disengage as well.
Yes, indeed. Now, another Zero turret is down. Giants trying to clear their way through it, but they are being pushed back just a bit.
And we really get to the point here as well for Giants where they haven't managed to get the early lead they wanted to. So now we get these big team fights, and remember Azir, late game, he's an absolute monster. Let's see if Worlip can take down Forgiven Greed. Nope.
No, he stays fine for the time being. Svenskeren. The rest of the team starting to move towards the top. You've got Fox split pushing the wave in the top lane. He's going to ping out. There is a pink ward in that brush, boys. Worlip and Pepinero on the bottom side, trying to do the same thing. But Pepe is actually looking for a bait. There's just nobody anywhere near.
Oh, he's hoping for Forgiven. He's not going to show his face, not going to happen. Just take a tower instead. Need to be careful though, because Baron is being started by SK. They actually expected Pepinero to be on the bottom side here after Worlip showed himself. But Giants managed to pull them away.
Yep.
And a tower now for Giants.
Rek'Sai Scream. And of course, there is the teleport from Freddy. Trying to save the second tier turret. He's got a couple of Sand Soldier backups. As Pepinero pokes away, tries to avoid the damage. Charm not going to connect. He'll be able to clear these minions.
And honestly here for Giants, right now just go so heavily into vision control. Get your Oracle Lens on your support, get pink wards, and try and again punish SK, because you are not far enough behind. I mean, you're still in this game. You're not far enough behind not to just that you can't do anything. You just have to sit in your own turret. No, you can actually create picks with the Ahri, with the Irelia here. So try and force SK into an area. It could be their own jungle where you have completely warded up and you have this charm ready from the Ahri to create that one little pick. Remember, there's still actually no Forgiven. Does a flash now. Didn't get punished for it.
Picks up the Quicksilver Sash
again,
too.
yeah, QSS Mikhails is completed. Double cleanse coming in for SK.
Yeah, now Rydell goes a little bit too far forward. Actually going to eat quite a bit of culling, but SK, after pushing them back, they're going to go for more. Svenskeren, Flag drags forward. Pepinero dodges one way. Lanterns another. 30 seconds on this Dragon. SK have asserted some dominance in this mid lane.
Pushing it straight up. The wave clear has to come from Pepinero and Archie together in order to fully clear that wave instantly and make sure Freddy and Forgiven doesn't get any hits on the turret. Otherwise, they will slowly chip it down. Side lane's not really in a position for SK to do anything.
Frederick.
So it's just going to be a 5-on-5 here.
He's trying to do something, yeah.
Yeah, Giants doesn't have to worry about the side lanes for now at all. Therefore, Freddy and SK won't really be able to do too much other than try and open up for this Dragon area. Giants once again find them in a situation where they can't get the flank because SK is coming in first towards their objectives.
Giants control the Crab Shrine, but it doesn't really matter when the Dragon goes down that quick. Number 3 picked up for SK Gaming, and we're going to have a fight on our hands. Freddy gets the Emperor's Divide out. Worlip now, they turn onto him. Does he have the dash away? He does. Svenskeren gets the jump around the back. Here comes Fox, exhausted up as he goes, but they've already managed to pick up Rydell. Can they get any more? Freddy, Summoners popped. Just one.
And again for SK here, the reason they go 5-man mid lane is just to force Giants to go back and defend and then open up for SK to run straight down to this Dragon. Don't buy any wards towards you, don't have to invest any gold, just go there because you know Giants is gonna be behind you. You have time to take it and then set up the fight again. Freddy, the big playmaker on this is Azir. Really not the champion you want to give him. He's so good on it.
Yeah, that is why Unrated pops his flash to get out of danger. It's just such a tough game to play on SK's terms. And here comes Forgiven, looks for the assassination. He might have been a little too greedy on that one. Can he make his great escape? Yeah, Worlip.
I can't believe he's still alive.
Away. Yeah, that just happened. Frederick's going to try to maybe change that, but he turns his attention to N-rated. Man, when Forgiven gets a mind to go in, boy, does he commit.
Yeah, trying again to farm a bit of KD. He lost quite a lot by dying yesterday, and now again dying here. So let's just see it again. Notice again how SK, I said again like 4 times, but SK managed to get the Dragon first, and a nice engage from Freddy, and then Svenskeren. He saves his ulti, doesn't want to use it until you see now. An opening, 3 guys together. We see the Zed coming into the back line. and just popping straight out. So 1 kill now for SK, Dragon as well, and another fight won.
Simple textbook case for SK Gaming.
It looks so simple, but it's so hard to play again.
Exactly.
Because when you see 5 guys pushing your mid lane, you obviously gonna run back and defend it, and you're not strong enough to really get the right engage, especially not if your Ahri is standing at the tower. So you can't really just go into a head-first team fight, and therefore SK can just force you to run behind them all the time and be too late for these objectives.
All in all, though, it does seem that Giants are making fewer mistakes, not just than what we've seen them do in previous games, but fewer than SK's opponents averaged in the last couple of weeks. They're keeping pace throughout 26 minutes into this game. They're still falling a little bit behind. They're not quite winning fights, and they're giving up objectives. But again, not as many. And I really think that they have improved their play in the last couple of days over the last few weeks we've seen them. This is one of the better games they've had since week 1.
Yeah, the biggest difference is that Giants actually try and make plays. They don't just sit back and wait for the other team to take every single objective, and then suddenly you realize, oh, we're too far behind to do anything. Like we saw yesterday against Gambit from Giants. I like this style more. Take some aggressive laners and try and make some plays, and obviously Pepinero, 3-0 on Ahri, has really tried his best. No Dragon to contest, which means also for SK they gotta push these side lanes first if they wanna go down and try and force a tower in this mid lane. I've seen Giants being able to hold it off. And now they're suddenly setting up the trap. We talked about this before. You get these pink wards, you go into the jungle of SK, you place them, and you hope for someone to face it because they're not expecting you to stand there. But SK is just sitting in this mid lane and waiting for Zed to create the split push and the pressure. Rydell flashing in.
You can't fault him for trying A for effort, but he doesn't get anything. Now it is SK waiting to turn Svenskeren, dodging all the skill shots from Pepinero. Has been the bright spot, particularly on this team. Warlib now coming in. But with the split push being set up, it's still a 5-on-4.
They have to go in, Giants. They can't wait. They're going to lose a top turret for it, or
they're pinging it.
They go back up to defend. So again, you allow SK to actually only have 4 guys in the mid lane. Obviously, no teleport on a Zed.
Oh, catch a charm on Svenskeren, but yeah, there's no follow-up.
Get to punish them.
Look at the damage from the culling they're able to put out here. This tower's going to be gone.
And the worst thing is, there is no wards on the flank except for 2 down towards the river and a pink ward. And now Freddy might end up dying, but they're going for it.
Not quite enough. The Zani's Hourglass on Pepinero. Can he get out of danger? Yes, he can. Eats a shift proc on the way out. So their single lives actually burns down to a little bit of a health bar, but he sticks around.
So again, there's no hard engage on the side of Giants. So they have to again look for the flank. That's why they're staying back instead of going in, but there's no walls to really spot them from the side of SK, so they could actually have gone for it with only the 4 guys in the mid lane while the Zed was split pushing. And that's again where we see the more passive style now coming in, for Giants not feeling too confident. But that's what they have to do. If they ever see Freddy on their Zia or the Zed in a side lane, you know SK barely has any wards, so you can actually use that information to get in around them and go for that flank engage. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to win the game.
And they've definitely been able to set some of these up quite well. The issue is SK just outfighting them. Even in those situations, the few charms they've been able to connect and blow people up, it's worked quite well. But now they have gone back. They bought some of those pink wards. SK gonna patch some vision holes.
Gotta get them potion.
Oh yeah. Big fan of the 29.5 minute potion, right?
I mean, 150 HP.
That's
might save your life.
Oh yeah. It only costs sweet 35 gold. It's quite the deal.
Quite the deal indeed.
23 seconds on this Dragon. SK, they haven't had the crab control, but they haven't needed it here. And now Warlib coming in, Svenskeren, the rest of the team. Rydell looking to possibly set something up, but the chase is on. The death mark, they catch the charm, and they catch Fox. Now SK in retreat. 5 seconds on this Dragon. Starting to look like Giants might be able to pick up one of their own.
A little bit too greedy again by SK. And Giants should get this Dragon here. Don't let Svenskeren steal it.
They need to pull it out of the
Go in,
here.
Rydell, so you can land the hook on him so he can't jump over the wall.
He throws the flag. You're gonna try to wait for it to
he's
fire.
standing there. You know he's standing there. With
Yeah, he's gonna flash forward. Not quite getting enough, but they do shove Rydell back. Freddy is going in. So is Svenskeren. The dunk on, but he's not gonna live through this one. It's a double kill. It actually goes to Rydell Forgiven now, trying to flash his way out of danger. They've only given up Warlib, and they get 2 kills on top of picking Fox. So Giants actually come up big there.
Yeah, got the Dragon here to 6% for them, delaying that 5th Dragon from SK Gaming. And rule 1-on-1, if you try and steal the Dragon, don't take the fight right after, because your jungler has now used nearly everything on trying to get the steal. So he's effectively out of the fight. And let's just see it again. It's only also, by the way, a 4v5. Svenskar in this fight, he can't do much. He's already used most of his combo now. So he's just standing in this pit, ends up dying together with Freddy early on. And SK really starting to be a little bit too over-aggressive. Zed went down, Jarvan went down, and obviously Zia Forgiven has to stay alive after picking up 1 kill. But that was 3 kills for Giants. And a Dragon.
Yeah, SK.
Keep looking for these picks here. Sell your potions as well, Giants. You need them pink wards. Punish SK for being blind on the map, so you can create the flanks and the picks, and you can still win the game.
They're going to go in once again. Audrey, it was Pepinero. They turn their attention. He burns his flash. Svenskar runs into a wild Whirlib. And they back it up. Yeah, SK seem to have gone a little sideways right now. They're playing very overly aggressive. They're the ones making more mistakes in this situation. Yes, they were able to chase Audrey off, and that's just off the back of how strong they are as a team. But we don't see this perfect coordination that was
Given is on red buff, and they just started the Baron. Now he's doing Raptors as well. I mean, you got to get all the farm before you go to your team who's now doing Baron.
Yeah, dude, making that money.
And they're taking this game fairly lightly. They're, you know...
I think that's probably safe to say.
Yeah. Flashing around a little bit. Trying to make some big plays.
Does have that pretty massive CS lead over Audrey right now. He's got the Mercurial Scimitar finished up as well. You take a look at the gold differential as well. Forgiven, man, that
3,000 gold.
That's money in the bank.
Money in the bank for Forgiven. As we normally see it. I still think, again, Giants, they're not done yet.
No, they're not.
But again, if they sell those health potions, actually invest more into some vision for them, they can create those picks.
And they're only 4,000 gold behind. They actually haven't given up too many towers comparatively to what they've been able to pick up. They've lost only 1 more, that other inner. Again, don't let the Azir turret score lie to you. But they have been able to fend away SK's attacks. They're the ones that are directing a little bit of this. And yes, they don't have hard engage. They need to go in and make flanks happen. But they have been able to do it.
A few times at least now. Trying to rush a Baron. SK, we're actually on the bottom side of the map. Not trying to come over. If Giants start this one instantly.
We're going to walk on the ward.
Playing it safe. But now again, notice the ping ward here. So SK knows where they are. They're pinging them to sort of move around the Baron itself. The ward just disappeared. Now, we have a flank opening. Not really enough, because SK can see everything, and they can always go to the bottom lane and take this 1 turret, and just keep the rest in the mid lane.
Yeah, now they're sending Rydal, and the rest of the team actually back here. A few members hanging out in the mid side for SK Gaming, but they are going to try frantically to defend this turret. Yep, not enough of a wave. SK won't be able to pick up anything for that. And there is a pretty big mini wave building on the top side as Giants ping that out.
Look at the minimap. 3 wards being placed on the bottom side from SK. Nothing around the Baron itself except for that 1 pink ward. And now they're moving in here to clear them out, get a bit of control. Only 1 side stone. That's on unrated. That was the last ward he had to offer. But he is on cooldown as well. So not really too hard for Giants to go in and clear those out. And then, once again, take over the map.
I'm afraid he's going to go make his way to the top side, clear away the minions that were poking at the turret. SK covering their flanks quite well, but again, Giants have been able to find openings. Yep, sense the tremors ready. Yeah, he's going to immediately dash away as Whirlib revealed the plan.
But they keep trying to do it. Set up these small traps and hope for SK to walk in alone and then simply die when they face check an RA Charm and Aurelia. It doesn't even matter what it is in this case. It's a straight up team fight. It's been very hard for Giants to win. And SK now slowed down a little bit.
Fox on a bit of a mission himself. He's going to move back to that bottom side, but he's going to be met by Whirlib sooner or later. Who's going to push the wave out.
What an upset it would be if Giants actually managed to pull this one off.
It would be incredible.
Still behind,
but not by a ton.
No, and the way SK have been playing so far, I mean, the first 20 minutes were great. And then they really just went into a insanely greedy mode where they started playing around a little bit. And that's what you can punish, and that's also how often the top teams end up getting their first loss, because they feel a bit too overconfident. And then after they win, we have the same interview as always, where they say, yeah, we won't do it again, we will never underestimate whoever we're playing, and then it's all good for SK.
It may not be all good for Frederick, however, they jump on him. A taste of the Giants' own medicine as he dashes to not so much safety. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Giants are going to try to make something out of it, but yeah, it's not the greatest time to lose your jungler when the Dragon is just respawning.
No, you can't really bait out a Baron either to force SK away from this Dragon here. They might just be able to start themselves with 5 guys. 20 seconds still on Frederick. Remember, he is Rex size, so he can actually port in. Is there a tunnel? There's only one at the Raptor camp and one above the Baron. Giants needs to go in if they want to stop this one. Otherwise, they just have to give it up.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to. It gets picked up by Fox. Baron #1 at 36.5 completed for SK Gaming. Once again, going back to that punish your mistakes in full.
Yeah, there's no wards around the Dragon, and Frederick moving in on his own. Rydell didn't manage to connect the hook, but should be another Dragon again for Giants here. So SK won't be able to win by just waiting for 5 Dragons like we've seen beforehand. Actually have to go and make some plays. That would require them to get more control of the map. Otherwise, they might walk into the Ahri, they might get flanked around, and that's again why they're staying so far back. And not actually feeling too confident now to really make the plays.
Yeah, so the Dragon score started to even out a little bit, but with this Baron buff right now, SK can start turning up the pushing pressure. You see in the middle, Fox is going to try to make that happen, but the other Fox is going to meet him head on. He just backs away, tags in for Freddy.
What's going to be the next move here from SK? You have the Baron buff now. Normally they split up in a 1-3-1, but keeping Freddy with the rest of the team is not a bad idea. Just have the Zed do all the work and just push 2 lanes at once. Try and go down and see if you can get this last, actually 2 outer turrets left, but get this outer turret here in the bottom lane before Giants can react. They need to move down if they want to defend it. They saw the push starting, and yet they just ran away from the turret and stand at their own red buff, so they're giving up this one for free.
Yeah, I don't think they really quite realized exactly what it meant and immediately poked down. SK Gaming managed to grab that inner turret. The only one remaining is the outer. Here comes Forgiven, dashes in while the culling is active and pokes down Whirly Beat. That is a lot of tower damage, and Fox, he's trying to finish it off. They will manage it, and here comes Svenskeren and Rydell backing away with the flash. And the wind up in the hook, not going to connect. Svenskeren comes right back in for round #2. Charms and Prey Seeker's going to fly, not going to connect onto anyone. Pepinero extremely low from the Sand Soldiers. Inhibitor #1 SK. When they find the pressure button, they keep it pressed.
And Giants, they saw the push start in the bottom lane, and SK stay with 4 guys in the middle lane and see them leave the lane, so they know they're going to go to the bottom lane, and yet 2 guys were doing red buff. Pepinero was just pushing the mid lane on his own, and they didn't even regroup around their own base before that inhib turret was gone. Just way too slow reactions, and suddenly SK can just push right into the base. No response at all from Giants. That was just very sloppy play.
And they were doing so well too. At this point, SK Gaming, so they managed to find an in, and they do what we've seen them do consistently. And it's just punish the mispositioning, punish the fact that the reaction time from Giants was less than stellar, and look at the damage that they've got on these towers now. Giants have now fallen, they were about 5,000 gold down, now they're about 9,000 gold down.
Yeah, very clear that SK said, okay, we fooled around enough in the mid game, let's just get serious once again, create that 1 pick, get the Baron, and instantly just clean out a few turrets and inhibitor being taken. And suddenly, we're back to SK being really, really far ahead. Almost 10k goal lead for them. And really surprised, again, I mean, how Giants just allowed them to push in.
Yeah, it's like they were caught snoozing.
Even if you don't have the greatest wave clear to defend it, you're going to stay there and make it harder for the team to push. And maybe if they didn't go for a too aggressive dive, you can try and get a few kills. You don't just let them take your inhibitor.
Well, they're certainly not out of it yet, but it is going to be much harder them to defend. Baron, of course, is now evaporated. Giants will have at least that reprieve, but Werlib is a little bit occupied with minion cleanup to tail. Pepinero running into Svenskeren. There was a couple of Foxfires his way. Charm not going to connect onto and raided And now they look to cover their front door up in the top lane.
They're no longer here, but the minions are still alive and a lot of damage on the turret already. Just a few hits from Freddy and Forgiven.
Fox is in the mid, splitting this one away. There's no reaction, and there's still super minions in the bottom side. So Giants are being split out a number of directions as this tower is still being poked down. They've not got the minions to finish it off just yet, but that'll be different in just a moment. Oh, they might just tank this.
Just get a few hits every single time. Minions are coming in now as well. This tower will go down very soon, especially also with the super minions pushing on the Nexus turret.
Tense moment. Whirlib going to take a little bit of damage as well. Frederick, they're going to try to chase him off, but it seems like the Giants just don't want to go in on it. Rydal, here comes Fox around the side. They managed to pick up the kill onto Thresh. They go for the inhibitor now. It's not got long to live. Number 2 in the books for SK Gaming. They're going to be looking for number 3 in just a moment on the backside of that last inhibitor turret. Charm going to connect on Fox for just a moment, but Svenskeren has the tag team. They jump in. Frederick trying desperately to get away. Deathmark is on. Fox is going to pop Whirlib in all of the craziness. Here comes Pepinero, but he's gone already.
So is the Nexus of Giants. Svenskeren even flashing on the other side.
Yeah, style points completed there. The Nexus is bare. Giants have nothing left in the tank. And SK Gaming, 8 wins on the board, 0 losses. And they're looking oh so good.
So, very, very strong start for SK. But fooling around a little bit in terms of the mid-games. Some flashes for a few kills. I'm obviously looking at Forgiven here. But in the end, they just refocus, they get the win. And honestly, for Giants, once they start pulling back in that game, they just missed one thing. And I know it's boring to listen to, but at that point against SK Gaming, you just gotta completely take over the map through vision control, pink wards, hit Oracle Lens as well in your support at that time, and really punish them for being way too aggressive against you and knowing that they're never warding their flanks at all. Never. They're only one side stone. And that's when raided. Nobody else will buy any wards. And obviously Freddy has the stealth totem, and that's about it. If you just completely fill up, let's say, the Baron pit with the pink wards, SK can't do anything to stop you. They're gonna have to face check you. That's how you can take a win, or at least win a team fight and get back in the game. But they didn't do it. They waited and waited, and then at 38 minutes they bought 4 pink wards, and then obviously it was way too late.
Yeah, Giants did not execute perfectly, but there were some flashes of brilliance in that game. They definitely punished some of the over-aggression of SK Gaming.
Yeah,
I mean, it definitely wasn't a perfect game from SK, as you mentioned, kind of styling a little bit, going a little flashy with the plays. However, still undefeated in this game, and for Giants, they've now got a 6-game deficit, but you know what? That was one of the better games we've seen from them.
It was, and yes, you give up Azir, you give a lot of the strong combat picks for SK, but that wasn't the tactic for Giants. It was to just get strong laners that could snowball the game. That was the whole goal for them. They managed to get strong laners. They even got the 2-on-2 lane because Enredi showed himself on that ward at level 1. But the ganks onto Freddy just didn't pay off. The synergy between Whirlib and Frederick in this game didn't really show, especially again the Frederick early flash under the turret at level 3, where obviously Whirlib was never able to follow, and that was just a wasted flash onto Freddy. Those small mistakes suddenly relieves a lot of pressure for Freddy, knowing, okay, I can actually just sit back and farm now, and I'm fairly safe because I know there's not a Rek'Sai who's going to come flashing in onto me, knock me up, and then suddenly kill me. And that's again also why SK could get out of that one-on-one Aurelia Azir and not getting completely camped out. And obviously then Freddy can just farm like he wants to and get into this mid-game where they did look good until they started, you know,
messing around a little bit. But in Giants were able to start taking advantage of that. There were a lot of death rush setups, a lot of traps. They managed to get quite a few kills, well, a few kills at the very least onto Peppy.
Yeah.
He did quite a good job in that case, but they just couldn't quite come out with the win. And at the end of the day, yes, they look better, but that's what especially matters. Now, for a look at SK's 8th straight win, let's go ahead and check in with Quickshot on the stage.
Thank you very much, Pyroficio. I am joined by Freddy after going 8-0. You've beaten every single team in the LCS with the exception of Fnatic. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's start with this game. Giants, they may have gotten under you guys' skin a little bit. They played more aggressively than we were expecting. What was your take on their play and how was it affecting your team?
Yeah, they definitely played more aggressive than we expected, but as soon as I saw the Gnar ban in Champ Select, I'm like, well, this guy's going for Aurelia and they're going to camp me hard. So we did try and get the lane swap. They predicted it as well, so they did really well early, like better than we expected.
Now, what was it that allowed you guys to actually bounce back and take control of the game? It felt like the mid game was a bit slow for SK. Why was that?
I think our split push was not optimum this game, so we gave them opportunities to come back. Then we made a sloppy play at Dragon. 2 of us suicided, and they got the Dragon from that. They got 2 kills. We lost a lot of map pressure. It took like a time for us to get that back. And there's always the risk with their comp. They can just flash, charm, engage. I was especially worried. So we needed the Mikaels on N-rated to be safe, and when we had that, we could kind of poke them out and get map control back slowly.
Well, congratulations on the win. The game was definitely in SK's favor for the vast majority. I want to step back and talk about your team and how you prepare for a regular LCS week. Who are your scrim partners? What is your pick and ban strategy? You know, where does the hours off the stage go to for the team?
For scrims, we scrim most teams as long as we don't play them next week. We play Rocket probably more than the rest because they're in the same training facility as us. Yeah, what was the first part?
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. So a lot of games against Rocket. Before we move on to the analyst desk, I want to ask, Freddie, who is the toughest opponent that you train against? You mentioned there you play most teams unless they're on your weekly schedule. So who is your top 2, top 3 outside of SK in the LCS teams?
I think definitely Fnatic right now. They play a unique playstyle. No one's really figured them out completely yet. So I think as far as that, that's the top competition. But Alliance are kind of slumping, and I think Unicorns are rising a bit, but definitely Fnatic.
Well, I'm happy to hear you say that you guys are playing Fnatic next week, so looking forward to their matchup. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. For now, we can head back over to Shox and Crepo at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Always fun to hear from Freddie. And, well, I made Quickshot go down to the other stage because I couldn't deal with the romantic tension anymore. But it does give us a chance to break the game down from, well, from the very start, as said, kind of a lull in the middle of the game there for SK Gaming, but they played it very well in laning phase. Very interesting to me is that you said around 2 minutes and 30. I think Giants will already have a very hard time winning this lane. Can you explain why?
Yeah, instead of going over the game, I think Defisio and Fighter did a good job in the game. So I kind of want a tunnel vision on something. People always say SK gets ahead, right? But nobody explains why. So I kind of want to just look at the laning phase from minute 2 to 3, and we can get that replay up on your screen already, and just explain why Forgiven and Rated win that lane. In my opinion, they should not win that lane. They get to the lane late as well. Giants should have the push advantage, which means they win level 2 first. But see, Rydell, he goes for the auto attack, cancels it, and misses his flay. Forgiven punishes him a little bit. Meanwhile, Unrated is outtrading Audrey already, and even though they were early to the laning phase, they got outtraded and outpushed already. This will result in the fact that Forgiven and Unrated are going to hit level 2 first. Look at Adri right now. He's using Buckshot just on creeps. In a Graves touch lane, you really want to get that auto attack flay, auto attack out. Use that Buckshot on the enemies and the creeps to get that push advantage. And you see right there, Rydell hooked and raided. But the beauty of Forgiven's play is once cooldowns get used, he will dash in aggressively. And we've seen that in numerous occasions. He doesn't back out because, oh no, some play is happening. He says, okay, now you used a cooldown on my support. This allows me to dash in passive, Q passive, and I'll poke you. And we definitely saw Giants didn't understand the way to trade. Thresh has a favorable trade on Lucian if he can get a red flay stack auto into flay into auto. That pokes Lucian low. If at the same time the Graves just takes some damage and uses his buckshot on the Lulu and the creeps at the same time, they push in because they were first to lane. They had at least 5 auto attacks on creeps before the enemy, and this should guarantee you level 2. Snowball into a CS lead, favorable position, and then you can snowball from there. But it was lacking, and SK, they win lanes they shouldn't win. Yesterday, they should have lost that Annie Kalista lane. I still stand by. I've played a metric ton of Kalista games, and they should have lost that lane, but they still come out on top because they're very smart in trading. And you saw it later, Forgiven the skin of his teeth, and you know he dashed into a tower to flash out, and then they're in perfect synergy, and he's getting confident, maybe a little too confident, but he's definitely an incredibly smart player, and it shows why he's the best AD carrier in Europe by far.
Once again, indeed. SK closing it out once again. Before we go to the break, though, let's check in with you guys at home. Earlier today, we opened up our guest insight to you with the hashtag AskCrepo. And here's what you wanted to know. Our first tweet is from @JSF Chef. He asks, every Leona we've seen so far hasn't done well. Is she no longer a meta pick, or are other supports that much better? Yellowstar did do pretty well on her.
Yeah, I think Leona is very hard to play efficiently because if you make a mistake with Thresh, you'll miss your hook, you'll be fine. If you go in with Zenith Blade and you don't absolutely lock people down, or they have QSS, or they have Mikhails, you just ruined your entire engage. She's very hit or miss, and you need a lot of hits in a row to win. You know, you saw Nif catching out a lot of people with really good solar flares combined with the Rengar, but it only takes one miss to go completely wrong, and you're out of you're out of offense. So she's very hard to play. You have to decide whether you use your Q instantly or you want to go for the auto Q auto. There's a lot of fun nuances when it comes to the champion. And on the stage, it just sometimes goes wrong.
Our second tweet is from @pbreezy1224. He wants to know, when playing Thresh, how do you know when to go Relic Shield and when to go Ancient Coin?
I get this question on my stream literally every hour. Summed up, you should go Relic Shield. You should always do it because it gives sustain for your AD carry. If you are really bad at lasting those creeps and you get the wrath of your AD upon you, just take coin. But if you want to be a good Thresh player, practice it, run AD runes, get that Relic Shield. Why? Because you're offering help for your AD carry, and that's what supports do. Coins for you, relics for the AD carry, and you want to basically help that guy out and win the lane together.
All right, we know now. Our next one is from our good friend TV Sky, and multiple people have attempted Lulu in the current meta, but with very mixed results. Where do you feel she fits right now? We just saw it here on Enraid, another game one. He does love that Lulu, but we saw it in mid and top recently as well.
So I think SK uses Lulu's utility well in the sense that they can buff up and stop engages with the ultimate and just kite. But she doesn't trade that well in my opinion. She gets out-sustained by sustain, she gets out-poked by better poke, and she gets out-all-in by all-in. So I think she's not even... Yes, she's a jack of all trades, master of none. But she works because SK plays with so many threats, and all Enrated has to do is keep them alive with his Wild Growth, with the Mikhails, like Freddy said earlier. And because once Forgiven and Enrated get the push, okay, Lulu can keep poking. But if you ever get contested and you get pushed, you can no longer out-trade. And once you're on the back end of those trades, you're going to start losing the lane with Lulu, and especially when you get ganked on top of that. So I think she's a rather weak pick, but it just works because Forgiven and Enrated as a duo are outclassing the other bot lanes.
All right, and we have one last tweet from @SoasBaguette. Who do you think is the best Blitz EU West, Soaz or Soaz?
Well, Paul, I think there's a really great French Blitz crank player in Europe, and his name is Tony Carmona or Schleier. So it's not you, sadly enough. Sorry, Paul.
Thank you very much for sending in those questions. We want to keep hearing from you, so be sure to use the hashtag LCS to stay in the loop throughout the day. Now, the teams are setting up for our next match, so we'll be back in 3.5 when Gambit Gaming takes on Elements. We'll see you then.
Gaming take on Giants right now. Yeah, I think he's going to. Gets the dunk off, and meanwhile,
Forgiven as well.
Forgiven. Whoa, my goodness! How did he make the outplay? Flash forward, not quite getting enough, but they do shove Rydell back. Freddy is going in, so is Svenskeren. The dunk on. Charm going to connect on Fox for just a moment, but Svenskeren has the tag team. They jump in. Frederick trying desperately to get away. Deathmark is on, and SK Gaming, 8 wins.
I started off as a poker pro. I noticed there was a lot of parallels between League of Legends and poker based around information, understanding what information is available to you.
I'm a professional poker player and a professional coach of poker players. I decided to take a break. Most of people see poker as what happens in the movies. Like someone is sitting this way and you read his soul and you win the pot. But if you're playing a professional against a professional, it's really difficult to get information of his body because he already knows all of this. In League of Legends, this happens too.
An example, an enemy places a ward. One play you could do is sweep the ward and kill it. Another play you could do is walk over the ward to give your opponent misinformation that you were walking in a certain direction.
Patterns happen everywhere, like individually and also in a team. So it's super important to understand the patterns of every team to exploit their mistakes.
In poker, your opponents are in the fog of war at all time, and you must make your decisions based off what they have done previously and what they're telling you in the moment.
Poker is a game of incomplete information. What you're training is your analytical mind. You're not training the most basic stuff of League of Legends, that is your mechanics.
Player can have 2 to 100 options available to him to where he moves on the map or where he attacks. Great players separate themselves from the good players by making the correct decisions all the time. And it's up to the coach to ask the correct questions to unlock that information from the players.
In poker, you need to understand how your mind works because you have to control tilt and everything. The League of Legends players are less conscious about the problems. You ask them something and they don't give you the proper answer, so you need to understand behind the words what's the real answer.
I try to ask the players the questions that they need to hear to unlock the information that they need to be successful in the game.
And Gambit Gaming have finally gotten on the board.
Welcome back to the 2015 European LCS Spring Split. I'm joined by Leviathan, coach for Gambit Gaming, head of your matchup against Elements. We've just heard in the coach's feature that you come from a poker background, along with Fnatic's coach Daylor. I'd like to know, how did you get involved in League of Legends? How did you, transition from poker to League and a coach in particular?
Well, I've always been a gamer, so when League of Legends was released, of course, I was involved with it. I had a self-interest in poker just because of the strategic aspect. And when I started to get more interested in League, like, oh, this is an esport, I can actually get involved in this. There were a lot of parallels in the strategic aspect of the game. So when I was starting to figure out how League of Legends works, a lot of the same questions were being asked when you try to figure out how poker works. So it was pretty easy to transition.
Oh, but congratulations for that. And it's not easy for everyone. A lot of people may not be aware, but you were actually the coach of Alliance during the course of last year and throughout the World Championships. Alliance, now Elements, crashed down in the group stages. They were struggling at the event. Gambit, they're struggling here in the Spring Split. As a coach, do you see parallels or similarities between the two teams and the face of adversity?
I don't think Alliance at the time were truly struggling because I was extremely confident in what we had put together. Of course, the loss to Kaboom was unfortunate, but I think it's actually quite different from what we have here. When I joined Alliance, it was a lot more of an established team, whereas Gambit had a lot of more things to learn. Our communication was poor. All phases of our game were not where I felt like they wanted to be. So when it came down to addressing the things that we needed to address, the list was quite long. And we've started to chunk away at it, but again, I think it's just completely different teams, and you have to approach them differently.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. I do want to talk about some of the mistakes that Gambit have demonstrated over the last few weeks. There's been a lot of criticism from myself, the casters, the community. How do you and the team handle the criticism and handle, the difficulties that you guys are facing?
Well, coming into the split, we actually had a motto. It's a process. We knew that we had to come in and, again, address certain aspects of our game, hit them one by one. And we have moved along. You'll notice the games that we are winning may not be as nice as we want them to be, but we're starting to win games now. Earlier in the season, we were performing well until 10 minutes and then falling apart, 15 minutes falling apart, 20 minutes falling apart. And as the season goes on, we'll become more of a complete team. Right now, I think we're in a spot where we can win games, although they're messy. And with every loss, with every win, we're always trying to find what is the most important thing in our game that we can correct that'll give us a higher chance of winning.
Well, thank you so much for a fantastic interview. It's a process with Gambit. You may join your team for picks and bans. For the moment, we're going to send it back over to Pyroficio on the caster desk to take us into game.
Thank you very much. Quick shot now. We'll take a look at the starting lineups, of course. As we just heard, it is Gambit Gaming on the blue side, and that means Kabashard will be occupying the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick, the mid laner, AD carry, Pinoy, support Eddie, and their coach, Leviathan.
Yeah, and again, they picked up their second win yesterday. Somewhat of a sloppy game. I think it's fair to say Leviathan here, the coach, obviously said the games are messy, but they do manage to get some wins on the board, which is the important thing, because they are down in the bottom of the standings. They're fighting with giants, medium makers, and obviously you want to make sure you move as far away from the bottom spot, number 10, where you're straight down to the Challenger Series as possible.
Yeah, well, they have strung a few wins together, so we'll see if they can do it against this team. On the red side, we have Elements in the top lane. It is Wicked. The jungler will be Shook. Mid laner, Froggen, AD carry, Reckless, support Nif, and the coach, Mart.
Yeah, and the game yesterday for Elements was very, very strange. They got completely destroyed in the laning phase against H2K from one big mistake by Nif and Reckless in the bottom lane, snowballed out of control. The pick and ban phase as well. I thought it was a little bit weird, and I've now talked to some other people, some other players, to say they couldn't really see the synergy in it. You picked again the Lulu Janna, then you didn't run a hyper carry with it, and you're gonna again at some point end up liking some damage, and there's no real hard engage coming in either, so once you fell behind, you could never really force any fights. So we're gonna have to see if Elements today wanna go back to a, what should we say, a team comp that makes a bit more sense, at least in my mind, where you have some synergy between it. So if you run a Grace, for instance, go for another champion with a great mid-game power spike, maybe Aurelia for Wicked, which actually was open yesterday and he didn't pick it.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised in that case. We'll see if they do that this time around. Going in, 2 picks and bans, Gambit Gaming gearing up to take on the Elements.
The Elements indeed.
What are the Elements of?
Well, if you ask Reddit, a very horrible thing I'm not going to say, but Gambit, in this case, I would expect to see a Lissandra ban, because it's really been the champion that, there we go, that Elements has been shining on, because they've been able to make aggressive plays in the early game. With it, Froggen on Lissandra, and then Rengar being locked in by Shook. That combination together has actually started a lot of things, and it seems like Elements as a team, they need some sort of hard engage on their side, where they can actually set up some ganks with Shook to really get rolling in the early game. Otherwise, it just becomes this farm game where they're waiting for as long as possible before the laning phase breaks. And that buys a lot of time for the other team there to find out, okay, what are we going to do in the mid game here? How are we going to punish Elements for just sitting back and farming?
Yeah, Gambit are going to have to take a very proactive approach. They do have potentially strong early game if they're able
3
to
top
build a
laners.
comp for it. Yeah, really,
Okay.
really interesting that they focus so hard on Wicked.
Well, the thing is, Wicked has always been a guy where we said, how big is his champion pool? What can he play at a top level? And we have seen before that people have banned him out and managed actually to make it work. In this case, Lulu can be his go-to pick. He's played it a few times. He played it last year as well. We also seen his Rumble against SK Gaming. So there's still a few picks left for Wicked in this top lane.
Yeah, Rumble is one of them. They figure if they want to take that now. The Ahri was locked in immediately for Nick, and I think it actually was pretty smart of Elements not to ban the Zed. They've been banning it a lot, but you don't necessarily need to against Gambit because Nick hasn't been particularly scary on that champion.
Yeah.
Nidalee does make it through the ban phase, however, and Gambit is certainly thinking about that one. Don't have to take it quite now because of the jungle pickup, although, you know, we could potentially see it picked up in the mid or something like that, so maybe they do want to.
Well, the thing is, if you take it now, it's just because you want to see more picks from Elements and then try and counter-pick later on with your last 2 picks over here on the side of Gambit. And if there's not really any contested picks left to go for. But Elements saying, we don't care about Nidalee, we don't care about her early game power. Instead, we want to have this fantastic synergy between a Rumble and a Jarvan, where you have the Cataclysm from Jarvan to lock in targets and then the ulti coming down from Wicked. So they're looking at all these bans from Gambit saying we need to get a Rumble or at least a pick for Wicked early. And obviously Jarvan was open as well to synergize really well between the two.
And on Gambit's side, they lock in not only Pinoy's Kalista, and he had a pretty solid game on that one yesterday, but also the Morgana, which you would think at first glance may be going to Eddie, but Cabochard played it yesterday, 7-1 and 3.
Fantastic performance.
Really, really good performance on that AP top.
Really, really good performance, and actually into Rumble here.
And he went full damage too, no cooldown. So it was like complete nuke.
Full damage, nuke Morgana top lane, and if you get to this one-on-one lane, all you do is you just push the wave 24/7 with your pool, and then you chip away at this tower as much as possible, which then opens up for Gambit later on to go and take a very low tower for the global gold and try and snowball it that way. H2K managed to do that yesterday against Elements, where they got every single outer turret, fairly low, and they just waited for Yarnan to move from the bottom lane to mid lane to top lane and take them down, get a big goal lead in the mid game, and Elements had no response.
Well, Element's
8 games.
this time, yeah.
8 times Graves.
They go for the Graves for Reckless once again. His champion pool has consisted of exactly that this spring split. The Lulu lock-in, this time, it won't be Wicked playing that one. He did play it yesterday, not really to great effect. And Gambit has a chance to do something here to lock in. We still have the Morgana as a potential support, but it is that flexible pick. And Gambit are going to take their time about what they want to pick in last. You see.
So,
yes.
Elements on their side again. Lulu is still somewhat of a flex pick. It can go to Froggen in the mid lane. He's played it a lot in the past. Otherwise, he can go for Nif, and you have a very strong early lane between the Graves and the Lulu. And also, if you're in a lane swap, which we often see with the Rumble pickups, then you can actually fast push your lane really easily.
And this is the power pickup here for Gambit Gaming. Not only do they get that Nidalee for Diamond, but Eddie gets a chance to be the Thresh Prince again. And ooh!
Whoa!
The Anivia for Froggen! And we're going back in time.
Oh yeah! This is such a strong AoE composition from Elements in these team fights. The one more combo they can do between a Cataclysm and then being stuck as well in with the Anivia ulti, followed by Rumble ulti, the Graves come in. There's so much damage on the side of Elements here. We're just going to have to see how they're going to play the early game, because it's going to be the Morgana top lane. And what you typically want to do against that, in this case, if you don't want to face, or if you don't want to risk your towers being chipped down, you lane swap on the Morgana, despite it still being fairly good at farming in it. Rumble is extremely hard to dive with the Doran shield. If you get to that Morgana early enough and you bait out a back shield, you can kill her in the lane swap. You have the Lulu Graves as well that can fast push the wave very easily, get the tower down and then swap back down to the lane. We're really going to have to see a lot of things up in the air. It's funny with Kalista, because she's still so new, especially here in Europe. Only Freeze and Pinoy plays her. A lot of different opinions about how strong she is in the laning phase, and it's a lot about, again, abusing this level 2 power spike according to Crepo, where if you talk to someone like Freeze, he doesn't really like her in the laning phase. I want to see how Elements want to position on the map. If they get 2-2 again with the Graves, and if Pinoy doesn't feel too confident in that matchup, then they can try and pull him out as well. But there's so many things up in the air here, and really, we have Anivia in the mid lane.
Yeah, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were excited, Deficio. Now, let us know if you think Gambit's going to pull off an upset win against these Elements by tweeting us at LOL Esports with the hashtag GMB win or EL win. We're going to check on those results, but right now, it's all about this matchup. Gambit and Elements onto the Rift.
I can't believe Froggen has gone back to Anivia now.
I'm excited. Have you heard about the word?
I have heard about it indeed. And Eddie is being dragged out of his base. Gambit is just gonna go straight actually out in this spread in the river. Try and spot every entrance. See if Elements is moving in for some deep wards at level 1. Try and gather the information we so often see. Wicked again. He actually likes to start boots. He did it on Gnar. He's done it on Rumble again, so he doesn't get any combat stats in a lane. Just get a bit extra mobility, and we've seen it twice now. Jumbok did it too. And it's not really been paying off, because again, you don't really gain anything from it in terms of your level 1.
Yeah, he was doing that on the Kennen, and this is, I feel like it's a little different situation, but maybe he's anticipating being dove down.
But that's the problem. If you're anticipated being dived in a lane swap, you go Doran shield, so you're a lot more tanky.
That's a fair point.
In the early game, and again, the boots doesn't really offer you anything other than that extra mobility. So I want to see what he's building towards. I mean, remember, against SK Gaming, Wicked went straight into a death cap. And he said it was because they had Abyssal Scepter and he ran Magic Penetration runes. So he didn't feel like he needed more Magic Penetration. Because again, Froggen and Lissandra had the Abyssal Scepter. I still disagree on that one. Death Cap is way too expensive. You don't gain enough with your fairly poor AP ratios on a Rumble. And getting it as a first item, then you don't really utilize the passive. So I really don't want to see that as a first item here from Wicked.
Yeah, I'll see if he mixes it up this time. Definitely didn't work out quite so well for him in that last. Edward hanging out in the brush, but he doesn't have the help of Pinoy, who's actually a little bit more preoccupied with the Gromp.
So it is Gambit in this game here, swapping the Kalista and the Thresh away from this Lulu Graves lane, getting the freeze going for Eddie. And again now, there's boots on Wicked, so remember, he's weaker early on here, meaning Gambit wants to actually spot his starting items, might opt to go for a dive. For now, they're going to set up a freeze, which is what you normally would see against the Rumble, because again, he's so risky to dive. We've seen it go wrong many, many times. But this freeze itself, barely did anything for Gambit.
Don't think so.
No, that's actually going to push back down towards Elements. They didn't manage to get the freeze completely going in the lane. think Eddie actually last hit 2 minions with his Relic Shield. And I remember Crepo back doing Worlds on the analyst desk saying, as a support, if you're setting up a freeze, never last it with your Relic Shield, because you need those minions to be there for as long as possible to deal the right amount of damage. And it's actually meant that this lane now is going to push towards Wicked very slowly. And he can go up here after getting level 2 in the jungle and start picking up some farm. Gambit setting up to go and dive in yet. Cabochard obviously doing the exact same down in his lane as level 2. Farming away. Bigger freeze though being set up. Sorry, actually, again, no freeze either from Element. So both teams have to push up the waves.
Yeah, it's going to accelerate things just a bit for the top laners, respectively, being able to get some farm back. Now, Diamond is making a move with Eddie here, throws the trap down, and he actually decides, instead of trying to push the wave, he's going to be eyeballing the counter jungle for a minute.
And remember here, Morgana is fairly squishy. She doesn't have Black Shield yet, so Elements can actually build up this wave and go and dive her if they want to. But for now, doing this call correct, now moving down to it. There's 2 wards placed by Gambit already. So Cabochard knows, and he's backing away. This is enough for Elements. You don't even need that kill. You just need to force the top laner away so he loses all the experience on the minions under the tower here. Froggen
He eats a charm. Flash Frost going to connect on the edge of the minions, yeah. Nick takes a bit of damage off the back of that. Diamond, Pinoy, and Eddie are trying to make a push of their own as they're continually denying even the Gromps, or the Krugs, excuse me, from Cabochard. Shook's going to be able to take those away.
Yeah, just putting all the focus on zoning away this Morgana here, denying everything from Cabochard. He's still only level 2 for himself, while Gambit then can trade tower for tower. So they, in the end, they trade. Wicked has been sharing XP, so he's not too far ahead either. And they're just going to get 2 turrets down early, 1 for each team.
4 in the bottom, 3 in the top. Gambit taking slightly slower route to finishing off this turret. Should be able to get it all the same as Wicked is going to move up there. He's been a little bit starved to farm as well. 4 CS apiece for those top laners.
Yeah. So basically just sacrifice the top laners here, giving all the farm to the AD carries. Pinoy obviously actually been 2-2 with Eddie, so he's not been getting solo XP. And meanwhile in this mid lane, Froggen, as we know him when he plays Anivia, for if there's anyone who doesn't know anything about Froggen, who just started watching the European LCS, then he is the Anivia god. It is his best champion if you look at the history of Froggen back in Season 2 days when he was again playing with CLG EU. It was all about that Anivia in the mid lane, and he has so many small tricks he likes to use when he plays it. He will always send out, if he knows his Q is going to connect, he's going to have his E flying in the air just behind it as well. So he gets that instant burst here. He's not going to wait for you. Wait for you to react at all here, and he's really, really, really skilled on this champion. But it's been a while since we've seen it, actually.
Indeed it has. Froggen keeping up on the farm. Nick has been pushed back just a little bit. Shook getting a few counter jungle wards of his own, while Pinoy continues to push Wicked back in this top side. Pinoy in this Kalista, he had a pretty good game on it yesterday. And with Eddie on the Thresh, in the bottom lane, Reckless is going to take a little bit of damage from the Tormented Soil and the Q.
So Gambit actually decided to stay in the top lane with Pinoy and Eddie here to keep pushing it down because Wicked wasn't there in the lane. He has no proper wave clear to stop it, and there was no help at all. So they're actually going to be able to get a lot of damage on this turret, while Cabochard and this Morgana has to pull to keep the wave in the middle here and very far away from his own turret. So just been using that little wave clear advantage by having Morgana into the Rumble to actually push down and get 40% damage on this top lane turret, and now they can swap around. Cutlass completed for Pinoy. He did the same yesterday, and this is simply because he prefers Blade of the Ruined King in nearly every setup on Kalista. It's not even about what he's playing against. He just really prefers to get Blade as the first item that into Hurricane. It's the style he likes the most, and we see different styles often in LPL, and when Freeze plays it, we see the BT into a Hurricane, but obviously whatever.
We've seen Hurricane first too. Yeah,
Hurricane first as well. I mean, it's all about still getting that attack speed. It's going to make him very mobile and a bit stronger in terms of one-on-ones. If he's chasing on for these kills, you have to slow from the Blade, and obviously, again, you have to slow from your Rend.
Oh!
Reckless?
Truly blind. Reckless is going to back out of that one. Nif coming down as well as Shook, clearing out the ward in the river. Eddie's not going to be able to defend that one.
So funny enough, the last time we saw Froggen play Anivia, let's go back to him. We can actually wait because Shook is showing himself in the bottom lane.
Yep,
Now
Pinoy.
he's showing himself in the river.
Lantern to safety. Edwards got his back.
Yeah, but the last time we saw Froggen play Nivea was in the summer split last year. It was actually against Gambit in week 4. And Elements lost the game, and we never saw Nivea again in the 2014 season. And now he's pulling it back out against Gambit. And obviously remember, back in DreamHack 2012, it's a very famous CLG EU game against Moscow 5. Then Nivea as well, making the comeback together with Prepo.
Somebody's making a comeback here. Pinoy finds the Ren, but Reckless going in. Collateral damage, dodging around. Will this be first blood? It will, and Reckless picks it up, but he pays the price as Eddie slaps him down after the fact. A pair of AD carries in the bot lane.
So trading 1 for 1 in the bottom lane here. Kills actually goes in favor of Elements because Reckless managed to pick it up and the other one went to Eddie. But the fight itself, the Ren was used fairly early for Pinoy and he didn't actually get a reset on it, so he was on cooldown, and that's why he couldn't finish off Reckless despite getting quite a lot of stacks on him. So just used it a little bit too early on Nif and therefore losing the trade. Otherwise, he would have been able to get 1 kill for himself.
A slight misplays, overestimation. How much mana you've got there as Froggen picks himself up the blue buff, heads right back to lane to deal with Nick.
Yeah, he's been having an easy time in the lane, free farming into the Ahri. No real pick potential for Nick. And Element setting up for the first dragon. There is teleport ready for both the top lanes, but Diamond is fine with actually timing the move up here. And when Nick was going to go back and take it and saying, okay, we know your jungler is now going to be in the top side of the map. We can just run straight down, take a fairly easy dragon. There was even the pink ward here in the small tri-bush, or in the small bush, so they could even see if Gambit came in and just disengage, worst case.
Smooth, controlled movement, just how Elements likes it. Froggen able to control the waves so well with that Glacial Storm. Now Reckless making a move up into the mid to cover while Froggen backs. Or maybe just keep going.
Well, what we have to say still is it's not a truly aggressive comp from Elements in many ways. It's going to be all about Shook landing the engage and then these mid-game fights where you have all the burst damage from Anivia, from Rumble, from Graves, but they have to pull that off.
Cabochard could be in trouble here. They're going to throw the Equalizer down. Burns through the Black Shield quite well. Soul Shackles are going to connect on Wicked, but Nif is here, should have enough damage, and Reckless just blows him up. Well, Nif distracts.
Very standard Gambit though. You sit and you push your lane and you just keep pushing up to the enemy turret. It doesn't even matter if you have any wards in the enemy jungle or not. You keep pushing, and as we have seen so many times before, teams just walk straight up, get a free kill for themselves. Cabochard ends up dying here, and Elements pushing down with both Reckless and Nifty. Remember, they have this fast push. Come between them, can clear the waves very, very easily.
Uh-oh.
Eddie's setting up for some big.
Oh, yes, he is. He gets the hook on Nif. They go in forward, but Reckless flaying him backwards. Wicked is here, teleporting back. They find Eddie. And Reckless comes up with another one. 3-1 on the game.
Yeah, Gambit not respecting the teleport coming in from Wicked either to quickly turn it around, and Shook.
He's not done yet. He doesn't really care about the tower damage, although he might want to respect the Nidalee Spears. Goodbye. Diamond finds an answer, and Froggen in the mid lane eating a charm. Orb Deception on the backside of that.
Just saw the Nidalee damage in action, even though Diamond has been able to do too much in this game. Picks up his first kill. And again, Froggen thinks he will always do this. So whenever he pushes in the wave to the tower, he's going to walk down to the bushes down here in the mid lane and just hide around the corner where you can't see him, where he's in the shadows, and then he just throws out the Q and you can't really react in time because you see it so late, and then you just get some burst damage on you.
Yeah, the
every single time.
Elements fan vote coming out in force here. So we see Eddie taking over a little bit in the mid, helping Nick out. But Froggen's definitely starting to look a little bit scary. Pretty close to that Rod of Ages completion, and he should have it reasonably early.
You can see how Gambit has tried to set up 2 wards around this mid lane as well to try and see if Froggen is standing just around the wall. Froggen cleared the one, but there's one still down towards the bottom side, which was actually pinged out. So they know he's setting up for these small tricks, and Wicked this time around going for the Haunting Guys as his first item on Rumble.
I think he learned his lesson.
Well, you won't get an early Abyssal Scepter either, because Froggen is going for Rod of Ages here on the Anivia. So yeah, definitely the right choice. And Reckless staying in this lane, trying to push down another tower. Cabochard has been farming fairly well despite being completely zoned away in the lane swap. Is slightly ahead of Wicked, but he can only wave clear. He's not really able to offer anything else. against Reckless and Nif here.
And with Shook waiting in the brush as well, it's going to be dangerous to try and force something onto Nif and Reckless, despite the fact that Eddie's waiting in the wings. Diamond's backing off of this one. A little bit more damage onto the tower. Not a whole lot. Buckshot not going to connect as well. And they defend yet again.
Yeah, Elements right now is just waiting for these key first items to be picked up. Infinity Edge for Reckless. Rod of Age is now completed for Froggen. You want to get your Sorcerer's Boots for Wicked as well. And then you can start looking for these mid-game fights here. And that's basically why they keep laning, we can say, and keeps pushing down these turrets and just sit back and farm. And Gambit is allowing them to do it, or basically saying we don't really have an answer right now. So Reckless and Elements can now go back, pick up these key first items, be ready for this dragon coming in about 2 minutes, which should belong to them.
There's your Ren damage right there. No, it clears away the red buff. Yeah, Dragon in a minute and a half. Elements, after polishing off the top tower, they've got themselves a bit of a gold lead. Yeah, here comes
Just
Froggen.
staying out of there. We didn't really get to see it.
He takes the charm, throws down the wall, but Nick is able to run quite around it.
He sits there every single time. He will place a pink ward in the bush, and he just waits for you. And it's really, really effective. Nick, so far, has just been farming in the lane. Scepter is completed for him against the double AP, and also when you have double AP on your own side, this buff is your own damage.
Technically, triple AP
in this case.
To go in the full. And yeah, that Abyssal Scepter is going to be so useful towards the end of this game.
But Gambit is really running a very, very squishy comp. So if they end up getting into the wrong fight with Elements and get locked down by the Cataclysm, and then with all this AoE damage coming in...
Very nice work by Diamond.
But with all that AoE damage of Elements, if Gambit ever goes in a straight 5-on-5, they're going to lose. I mean, they're going to get blown up completely. It's going to be such a problem for them. They're going to have to really try and create picks with Nidalee, Morgana, and Ahri together. And then obviously this Blade completed for the Kalista. So very pick focus from Gambit, and wombo combo AoE, you're all going to die in a matter of seconds from Elements.
I feel like when it does come to a head, this action is going to be like a powder keg exploding. Elements waiting for the pick. Gambit trying to make a pick. 25 seconds available on the next Drake. Reckless moving up to the middle, push the minion wave back. But Eddie is there. He's got to be careful not to check too close. And he's going to show himself.
Trying again to land that hook. Because if you land the binding, you follow up with Eddie's hook, or the other way around. So you can really lock down a target. And then with all this single target burst you get from the Kalista and from the Nidalee together. It is scary, but as long as Alliance keep up the wards, which they normally always do, they're very focused on their vision. They used it against SK as well. Then they shouldn't be picked off, and they can decide the fights, wait for Shook to engage, while growth them, lock down these targets, and then just rain hail on them.
Well, they're going to poke the dragon in the eye, but Pinoy is going to be there, try and push them away. He's not got as much backup as he might like. Spear's going to come in, not quite enough range.
Damage you get this one up, yeah. They can try and steal maybe with
Diamond,
the spear, but that's
yeah,
it.
He's been able to snipe a blue buff. He's going to go, and he gets it!
God.
He gets the lantern. How about it? Diamond procs with the spear snipe.
And notice the timing. The spear was in the air, and then he actually jumped the wall, and he smite as well, so you have way more damage than Shook can do on his own, and that's why he could actually take it. Lantern out. 1-1 in terms of dragons. That was a beautiful steal.
Yeah, gets them their first dragon of the game. Very, very nicely played. And now Gambit still fairly even with Elements here, looking to set up a pick over by the Gromp. Reckless, will he wander too close? They throw him in. Eddie comes in first. They bring in Pinoy. Do they have the damage? The Spear's not going to connect. Teleport, however, is coming in. Pinoy going to get very low in this one. He's going to flash away, and Reckless actually lives as Wicked is able to clean up Pinoy and Eddie.
And again, mistake from Pinoy. He actually went in for this fight here. He used his rend really, really early when there basically weren't enough damage on Reckless, and in the end he couldn't finish him off. There was cooldown on the rend for now. He stays alive. 2 kills with Wicked coming in. So let's see it. So they take Eddie with the ulti from Pinoy, throws in. This is smart. And then you see Eddie actually manage to flay the flash from Reckless, keeping him in place. He still has dash ready. But notice Pinoy here. Let's see when he uses the rend. He gets 2 spears on him, 3 there. Then he actually rends extremely early, so now he no longer has the damage needed to take down Reckless, and ends up dying himself with Wicked also coming in.
Yeah, didn't quite calculate how much damage they had. It looked like it was going to start off nice, but Elements still had the upper hand in that situation.
Yeah, keep in mind when you're building Blade first item, you don't get the same amount of AD you would if you go for BTs, so you need more stacks before you get in the same amount of damage. And clearly here for Pinoy, twice now where he actually could have picked up kills, but just got to use that Rend a little bit too early. And in the end, Reckless, 4 kills for him now on this Graves.
You know, Wicked's starting to get a little bit of a ramp up of his own. He did get that 1 kill, the 1 assist, as the Leandri's Torment completed. A little bit of extra burn. Elements are starting to move in, set up some ward control, as well as the Crab over by the Drake pit.
Yeah, you can really see how Elements are spreading their wards around the entire map because they know Gambit is splitting up into every lane and again trying to look for these skirmish fights and these picks, where Gambit is more focused on just like one area, saying, okay, don't want to go into towards this Baron here, don't want to risk Elements when it spawns at some point to get full control of it. Obviously not spawned yet in this game here, but so far, individual mistakes from Gambit being punished. Again, Pinoy now going towards that Hurricane. I should probably correct myself from before. Yes, you do go BT, but you typically receive BF Sword first, then Hurricane, then BT in that order. But still, will give more damage. A few Rend stacks, where Pinoy needs to stack more before he gets the same amount.
Do complete the Hurricane Callista quite quickly. Still 0-2-1 right now. It's not his best performance so far, but he has been a little over-aggressive that one play. I mean, it wasn't a bad idea at all. They just didn't execute it right. I was loving the way he threw in Eddie and then the Lantern. They just kind of tag-teamed in and immediate gap close. And that could be a problem for Elements going forward into this game.
It is the second time, though, where we see Gambit don't respect the teleport coming in. So they go for this dive, knowing there's a high chance of Wicked is porting in right behind them. And they would have no support then. So even if they had killed Reckless, Wicked would most likely have been able to clean them up. But for now, Gambit spreading out and going straight into this mid lane as soon as Elements actually walk away from it and take a turn.
Oh, they've caught Froggen! And he's gonna get big for just a moment. Tower is down, Pinoy is stunned. He is getting chunked out, and Wicked is able to blow him away. Pinoy now 0-3.
0-3. Let's get stunned in. Should also be a tower now for Elements. No, teleport coming in from Copper Shot.
He's gonna try
providing
to save the
some
day.
wave clear.
Yep, they'll have a little bit. Eddie's gonna throw the hook into the minion. It's not quite enough to save this, and I'm not sure if he wasn't gonna be able to do much more than throw down the Tormented Soil. That teleport seems a bit overzealous.
Yeah, not the best teleport coming from Copper Shot. He's also changing his build. Yesterday he went for this full nuke Morgana, Death Cap, Void Staff Outlast, no cooldown reduction. Today, he's gone for the full support Morgana style where you get max cooldown reduction on your first 2 items, combined with your 5% from the Masteries. And then, you actually now put a lot more focus on Nick and Pinoy being the 2 carries. But because again, Gambit is running with so many squishy members and no real tank, honestly, it might be the right call from here. Just you need that Black Shield as often as possible to prevent some of all this, the stuns coming down from Froggen in this case, and obviously again to try and make sure either Pinoy or Nick can stay alive, because you will have a lot of damage with all these 4 guys, with the AP in Italy as well. But it requires you to stay alive first, which is going to be the big problem for Gambit.
Yeah, most definitely. Elements here are able to control the Dragon area quite well. However, they're now moving further up river, and Gambit not too keen to check in to this Elements squad. Diamond's going to find that ward on the backside of the Dragon Pit. Nice little gold in his pocket.
Gambit won't be able to fight for this Dragon again. Elements has already set up ward control. Froggen is just going to sit in this small bush in the river. And if you walk in this choke point, he's just going to wall right behind you, and whoever is stuck on the wrong side is going to die. So basically, Gambit is going to have to try and steal it again. And I believe this time around, Elements is going to put down a sweeper before it dies, so Gambit doesn't have vision of the HP. But, for now, it ends up actually just being Reckless and Shook starting it. The rest of Gambit is not even close.
I've certainly got some damage between them. So they started up. Bring Nif along, why not? Ward gets placed down. Gambit trying to control a little bit of their own, and they're not going to be able to do it. A little bit of an insurance policy. Froggen throws down the wall. just to prevent any cheeky steal attempts.
Really always been the big thing about Anivia. Her objective control is fantastic. As long as she can get in first, set up these pink wards here, then you can never walk in to the dragon area because the wall is just gonna destroy your team, separate them, you just pick off targets one by one. And obviously as well, when it comes to sieging a tower, you can do the exact same with the wall. If a person is stuck between the tower and his own terrain next to it, place the wall in between, and suddenly he's now caught out as well. So Elements has a lot of options here in how they want to deal with this Gambit team. As long as they don't allow Gambit to get these random picks through the bindings, the charms, and whatever single target CC we have on their side.
Gambit's still trying to set up traps, both in the sense that they're hanging out in the brush, and of course the Nidalee ones that Nif is clearing away quite well. Nobody from Elements really hanging out where they could be easily caught there. Pinoy gonna grab himself a couple of Krugs, so he's got to get back to safety. Hurricane now completed, so he's got quite a lot of that attack speed. Gets out safely.
And Elements just brute forcing their way into the jungle of Gambit, knowing there's no objectives on the map. It's all about the towers now. You have Wicked sitting ready with teleport, and you just start warding off the jungle. And Eddie's going in.
Didn't quite connect on the hook. They got the spear from Diamond. That's going to be the sign for Elements to back away. See if they can find another opening. Miniwave coming back again.
Yeah, Elements, Gambit. You want to get that Hourglass completed and you want to get that Locket for Eddie before you really want to look for the fights. You need some of those defensive stats against all of this burst damage here.
Now we're looking at
it straight away.
They catch Eddie. Froggen's going to be able to get the stun off, but Nif will take a spear. No answer back. Wicked, meanwhile, is going to be pushing in this mid, going to draw the attention of Cabo Shard. So the bottom lane will continue to be a 4v3 now with Diamond Prox moving up. Kind of moving between the lanes, really.
Yeah, so Wicked actually started a...
Oh, they get the charm on Froggen. That's going to force the wild growth. Reckless will back the rest of Gambit away. And once again, they don't like it. They back off. Gambit in hot pursuit, but they won't be able to catch.
No. No real way for Gambit to really get in there and catch Elements. While they have a lot of mobility, it's all based around either getting auto attacks off from Pinoy or having ulti ready for Nick. Otherwise, they can't really chase onto targets. There's no real hard engage either for Gambit, so they're basically relying on landing these skill shots to start the fights. We saw Eddie trying to flash in, missed for him. And really, Elements has been in a good position in this game. Hitting kills, got the 2 dragons as well.
And that wave clear that Froggen is bringing on this Anivia is going to make it hard for Gambit to try and surprise shove any lanes. The waves have been well controlled by the rest of Elements. And Gambit, yeah, they're reduced to trying to get picks here. Now, they're not so far behind Elements right now, but they aren't quite getting anything for their troubles. They're just forced to move around, push waves back, and try to hope that Elements wanders blind into the jungle.
Exactly. They don't really have any split pushing options coming in. I mean, the Morgana split push is not the most scary thing in the world. So they can push out the waves and then again regroup as a team and try and land this one very important skill shot. But you also have to remember Nif is going to be there with his ulti to kind of deny you that one-shot potential on whoever you catch. So Gambit has a comp which has very little tools to actually deal with Elements, and that's why we see also Gambit trailing behind. Is that a Rod of Ages on a jungle Nidalee? Came in very late. It's going to take quite a while to stack up, so Diamond is expecting to go for a very long game here.
That is the trend of Gambit's games so far, however, and Elements.
Oh, Elements. They have a ward in this Baron, so they see it. They're moving there. They're going to stop Gambit here. They're going for it at least.
Should be able to, yeah. There's quite a lot of damage being dealt to the Baron.
Have to remember the Ren stack, though.
Very quick. Teleport's coming in, yeah. They've got to back off this one.
All right, so Elements had actually placed a ward. Gambit tried it. That was actually a good play, because Elements was trying to set up on the bottom lane. They hadn't pushed in any of the waves yet. So Gambit was trying to sneak a free Baron, but had already... Well, there was already a ward placed by Elements to stop it. So teleport was forced by Wicked, or from Wicked. So a small victory there for Gambit.
Yeah, they're able to get Elements to move where they want them to, even if they can't grab the Baron themselves. Dragon's going to be on the table in just another minute. Shook eats a spear around the side, but they're back to it. Cabo Shard
Froggen is able to pick up that kill, and they're not done yet, but Reckless, he's a little bit low. Wild Growth on him as he throws out the collateral damage. Gambit scatter back.
Did he flash in and just die instantly?
I think he did. I think he was going for the soul shackles,
no
but he just got
hourglass.
popped before the hourglass could be used.
Instantly. You have the point and click Whimsy as well from Nif to kind of stop him from actually going into hourglass at any given time. You need just a little bit of time on Morgana to pop the ulti first, then hourglass, and that opens up for Elements to stun him, or in this case turn him into a cupcake, I guess it is, and then kill him.
Let's take a look at how that one happened.
Now let's see. So he's trying to flash over the wall. There's a ward already placed. Actually, he's not. He flashes in. No flash.
Black shield. Flashes.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, immediately cupcake. Yeah. No
Cupcake
chance
for you.
to do what he wanted to do. And just gets popped. Reckless, they almost get Reckless for a moment, but again, this is the power of that Lulu support, is that you have so many tools, so many utility tools in particular, to stop big plays like that from happening.
Yeah, and once we're gonna have Mikhail's completed for Nif, it becomes even harder to find that one pick through the skill shots. And also, again, Reckless can go for Banshee, so QSS, then suddenly he's not a target either, and you have to aim towards Froggen or Wicked in these fights.
Speaking of Reckless, solos the dragon, slays it down. That is the third one of the game for Elements. They will have that movement speed buff available to them. Froggen flaps his wings just a little bit harder, dodges most of the skill shots. Spear's still going to hit him in the face, though.
And right now, notice the side lanes from Elements. The bottom lane is going to push in for them, and top lane as well is actually going to push for Gambit. That's why they're pinging it and going to go up there to push it out before they decide to do anything. They don't really want to just go down 5 versus 5 under the turret. We're still a little bit too early in the game to do that. Don't really want to go for any risky dives. So that's why they're putting all the focus on the side lane minion waves first. Trying to again spread out Gambit and then have an opening, because as soon as Gambit moves away, if they just send, let's say, Diamond down to the bottom lane and they're standing 4 guys at the tower, then you can expect a wall coming in from the Nivea and try and land that one stun, get your pick, and then you get the tower as well.
Next trying to cover his pink ward, but Elements too strong, controlling the vision in this jungle for the time being. Nick on this Ahri, he's not done terrible, but he hasn't really been able to find the picks he needed, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. Black Shield is on as he Spirit Rushes out of the Cataclysm. An ult for an ult.
This has just been a very standard Nick game where we don't really see too much coming. He doesn't really die, but hasn't been able to offer anything either. He's not the only member though.
Oh, Shook's hot, caught. Nearly gets, again, there's the charm. Maybe Nick can find something there, but the Wild Growth will keep him alive. Pinoy gonna flash it up. Eddie. No, they're not gonna quite go in on that one. They cut Froggen, but they have to back off. Elements damage, just too much.
Did get the flash from Pinoy.
Oh, Diamond.
Diamond, yeah.
He goes a little ham.
Land his spears. Remember, he's gone for a fairly slow AP build where he needs that Rod of Ages to stack up, and he got it very late in the game, seeing as he is a jungler. So not really that strong at this point. Really looking.
The spears are not quite as painful as we've seen from these jungle Nidalees.
And that really is also why we don't see Rod of Ages on Nidalee, because you have to go for this flat AP in terms of the mid game, otherwise it takes you too long to kind of scale up and you will fall behind compared to what a normal AP solo lane Nidalee would be able to do. And that's why he's not really able to offer too much damage in the game here, except for obviously the base damage we do often see.
Well, he does just max out his rod stacks, but yeah, a little bit late in the game because he had to pick that up, of course, second item. A very curious choice, but Diamond's always doing something a little bit different than everybody else.
It does give him some extra HP, which is very needed against all the burst from Elements.
Teleport now on the Baron. Gambit, they're trying to force something here. Elements are wise to it, but they don't quite know exactly where Gambit is. Nif is gonna have that revealed to him and walk it out.
Gambit trying to do what they can with their comp here. Set up a trap.
They burn the TP though.
Create a pick, yeah.
For effectively nothing.
True, but again they were hoping for Elements to walk into the Baron and then get binded or charmed and actually winning a fight, and then you go straight for Baron after, because remember when you have that Kalista, you can go for fairly aggressive ones, and with all the Rin stacks. So they're simply just trying to do what they can to bait out any objective and any kinds of face checking from Elements, but they're not buying it. Nif was very, very careful there before.
Still got enough wave clear here, so Element's going to try to muscle their way through, but they've caught Diamond for just a second. He backs out. Elements are playing very, very careful, as is what they typically do. Froggen eats the binding, but there is no follow-up from Gambit.
No follow-up, and all these wards being placed on the map from Elements towards this Baron, and right behind them, they can see everything that's going on.
Oh, Shook gets caught again. Do they have the damage to shut him down? He's going to flag drag his way to safety.
Trying to get the flank.
They're a little bit grouped up right now. Flash being burned. Here comes Nick and Froggen. They got the wild growth, but now they've caught Nif. Throw down the equalizer to try and cover the retreat, but they're not done. Combo Shard, the Dark Binding, gonna connect on Wicked. They are gonna find enough damage to at least pick off Nif. Wicked solo, Diamond gonna find him. Nick now in some trouble. It's a double kill going over to Diamond Prox, and he's not done yet.
They can go straight for Baron as well.
They're looking for even more. Oh, Reckless. So close. Froggen nearly eats the spear. They should be able to find him though. No, he's gonna dodge this one. Hooked in now. Froggen, Nivea is served. And they find the kill. They should find the Baron. Elements lose 4 for none.
And that was just a perfect fight for Gambit here. They came from all the flanks around. Here we saw even Diamond. He was kiting around behind Elements, and they got the hook first onto Shook, then onto Nif. Let's see it again. First hook from Eddie. Notice how we have Nick from one side, and behind Elements we have the Nidalee coming in as well, just kiting around. Diamond is being such a pain in the butt here. Keep dancing. Nobody can lock him down. Ulti comes in onto the 3 guys from Gambit. They all stay alive. Cabochard tries to flash ulti. Doesn't actually get anything with it, but they've bought enough time, and Elements has been removed or moved away from their AoE wombo combo here, and suddenly Gambit can clean up the kills. Get the Baron as well, we would assume, once we actually get out of the replay.
Yeah, and from there it was pretty much just cleanup duty, so they're able to grab quite a lot off that. They took their time about it, took the safe route, and they are able to even up the game. Got themselves 1,000 gold ahead now after the fact, too. Now. Yeah, and they're controlling the map.
And Elements actually had a lot of wards on the flank to try and see what was happening and if Gambit were trying to come around them here, but yet, or still, Shook getting hooked first, forcing Elements into a fight when they weren't in the right position, also in the middle of the lane, couldn't really get into a choke point. And Gambit just came from every direction, completely split up. Perfect way to play against this wombo combo from Elements.
The dancing Nidalee of Diamond Prox really coming up big there. He grabs himself a double kill, 3-0, and he's now got a Void Staff completed as well. So those spears are going to start hurting just a little bit more. Speaking of, Reckless got the shield on, so I guess it's okay for now, but he's taking more.
Taking more.
It's a good thing he's got that lifesteal.
So yeah, again, Diamond is almost sort of like a semi-tank on this Nidalee here. It's not the spears that's gonna destroy Elements, but again, if Diamond can actually stay alive and do exactly what he did in that last fight, where he was just jumping around behind them first, forced them to chase him, they couldn't catch him.
If you want to play catch the Nidalee, you're gonna have a bad time.
Also slightly explain his build there again with the Rod of Ages.
Yeah, look at these towers falling so fast. They've just got the damage output. Pinoy with that attack speed is just starting to come up pretty big. Element's not reacting quick enough.
Keep in mind you got that 60% attack speed from the Nidalee onto your AD carry as well. You can take down towers very, very fast.
And take down
great turnaround by Gambit. Really fantastic team fight.
The question is here, how can they keep this one up? Because Gambit's games have traditionally gone extremely long this split, and they've just had struggles closing even when they have a very strong early or mid game. But right now they have a solid amount of damage on their side. They're playing well together. Something would have to give here for them to give up this lead.
Well, if they do allow Elements to actually group as a team in a, let's say in a choke point around the jungle where Gambit can get the flank, then yes, they can still lose the lead and lose the team fight. But if they can force Elements to fight out in the open, like we saw before here, or at least start the fight in the open and then dodge around these ultis, then Gambit has a very real chance. Remember, there are 4 damage dealers on the team. 2 of them has built either slight tanky or slight supportive for Cabochard with the cooldown reduction, but they still have a lot of damage to offer.
Well, not to mention, Edward's still been grabbing those hooks left and right. He has really been a proponent in setting up these picks for Gambit. And now they're moving all over the map, not giving Elements really a chance to breathe. Wave pushing in the middle, they'll send Froggen to deal with it. should be able to mop that up quite well. But Gambit already starting to eyeball this last outer, or inner turret, I should say.
It's already very low. Remember they had that push.
Ooh, charm damage on Wicked, seriously.
Oh,
they
the
got
hook
the
as well.
hook. Oh my goodness, they just don't have the follow-up yet. But they're making him think twice.
Oh, engage on the Cabochard.
Okay, Cabochard, he goes Zanya's, and they throw down the equalizer. He's going to go to safety, still fine. Shook gonna take the damage. The Anivia wall is there. Reckless nearly takes another hook. Cabochard's gonna get out alive again, though.
And Diamond, he just stops the recalls here. Force Elements to run back to their fountain. Again, but they're not done. Staying around, we have to sustain from an Italy. The lights
Teleport
on
from Cabochard, too.
Exactly.
They don't want to let up on this one. You can only throw so many Anivia walls, too. They're not going to be stopped after a while.
Oh, another spear connecting. Elements might look to fight. Shook is back here. So is Wicked.
Diamond's around the other side as well. Cabochard pops the Soul Shackles for nothing. They get Froggen hooked up on a line. The box is down. Fate's Call, Pinoy. They're going to flash away as he takes the stun from Froggen. Again, Elements have defended, but for how long? Reckless just out of Dark Binding range, but he's fighting for Krugs. Cabochard now being chased down. Has to flash himself out of danger.
Gambit though, again, going
Eddie.
straight to the middle, and Eddie trying to set up a pick on Regis.
Oh, should have played.
Yeah.
Oh, and here comes
First one
Shook
missed.
though, like clockwork. They're looking for Pinoy, but he should be able to dodge it back.
Yeah, Cataclysm is not exactly the best against the Callista. Just jumping right out of it for Pinoy here.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, some minions are pushing for Elements, but they're going to be dealt with in the form of Cabochard as Nif takes a charm. Not quite enough damage to spear. Oh, that's close.
I love how Gambit is just running around the enemy jungle and just like one-on-one 2v2. They just keep looking for these picks here. Very, very hard to play against for Elements.
I think they're just having a good time at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Gambit, yeah, they've got themselves about 4,000 gold in the lead. Dragon is going to be a minute and a half away. And even though the game is starting to end a little or go a little bit longer, Gambit are looking pretty good this time around.
Yeah, for now here. We're gonna wait for these next two big objectives. Dragon and Baron about a minute away. Gambit, yeah, or Diamond, sorry. Went for this Guardian Angel, so we are gonna see this somewhat tanky Nidalee, which we talked about so many times already.
I'm interested in this too because I mean, who else do you have that can really tank for your team? You've got Eddie. He's not particularly tanky yet, and I think this is actually, even though it's not optimal in terms of damage, he hasn't really needed to be like a massive nuke. He's just been getting in Elements' face, annoying them, harassing them with spears over and over
exactly.
and over.
That's the thing. I mean, it is so hard to explain how Diamond is playing the Nidalee and how he's building it compared to so many other players. Because again, it's not about the damage. It's about just being annoying and being in the face, dancing around Elements over and over.
And the rest of Gambit has actually done pretty well. Also, I want to give Nick some props for stepping up a little bit on this Ahri.
Yeah, again, managed to get a few kills. At least one for himself in the end. If Elements want to make this push, they really have to ward the flanks completely so they can see Gambit moving in. They have two wards here on the side, so they can actually spot Diamond. Now going in, setting up around the Baron. Remember, if Gambit gets in a situation where they have to face check towards an Anivia, they're going to get walled and killed. So they want to fight out in the open, not around a small Baron pit or the river around it here with all these small bushes that Elements can hide in.
Elements are trying to push the vision away. Dragon Baron both respawning about the same time. And Gambit are pushing up the middle. Reckless is looking to try and do a little bit of a secret mission, take the Baron or take the Dragon himself. He did it quite well last time, but this is going to get spotted out by Diamond Frost.
To him. Oh, he might be
called
out here.
He could be in some trouble. He's cupcaked. And he has to wait a moment while his jump is reset, but there's no follow-up. Shook is isolated from his team right now, and that's the smite. They're going to throw a spear. Diamond comes in and gets the Nidalee assassination.
Yeah.
They will trade it for the Dragon as Wicked pops his Zanya's. Not sure why.
For Shook, though, whenever he goes in, there's so many targets that can just jump right out of his ulti.
Oh, did Diamond just steal that?
He got the same one again, but Dragon did go to Elements, so they have 4 Dragons now. But they have to worry about this Baron. Remember the Callista and the Ren stacks. Gambit going straight forward. 30 seconds still on Shook.
Elements have to react to this, but what can they do other than try to force the fight? Nick's a little bit low. They've got the serious damage out on this Baron. Pinoy dancing back and forward as they try desperately to finish this one off. Oh, a brilliant equalizer to force them back with the Anivia while Edward is isolated. He takes so much damage from this team. Fate's Call pulls him back to safety. The Baron goes down. Diamond was able to grab it. They've caught Nif. They blow him up, and somehow out of all that, Gambit managed to get the Baron, they get Nif, and Elements get nothing.
And they're gonna push straight towards the top lane. You have a lot of minions already, no waves for Elements to push the mid lane. So, tower now again for Gambit.
Slow to react, they're backing away. But is it a little bit too late? They've got these Baron up minions. This tower is looking pretty juicy. And Pinoy, he may be 1, 3, and 4, but man, can he wreck some objectives. They're gonna take down inhibitor number 1, 42.5 minutes. Minions on the bottom side pushing against Gambit, but they should be able to answer that right away. Do they want to go in for the fight? Froggen, he's got nowhere to go. They've got the egg. Can they find the kill? They pull it in and serve it up again on a plate.
So 10
still
seconds
going.
here. They're still going. They have the Baron buff. They have minions coming as well from the top side. They have so much damage. They can take down these turrets if they stay. Want to play it safe though. They back away.
They do lose the tower on bottom, but you gotta think that is just so worth it. There's a minute left before Froggen respawns. The death timers are getting unforgiven. There may be a dragon advantage for Elements, but that doesn't mean much when you're able to make plays like that.
Just Shook going in and then basically being isolated from his own team. Ends up dying. Diamond still showed he had some damage on this Nidalee.
You know, Shook, they'd had some problems with communication. We saw in that game against SK.
Yeah, you really don't want to jump on Diamond. Again, he has a Guardian Angel as well. Not the right call by Elements. End up actually costing the Baron. 2 inhibitors gone. Very easy call now for Gambit to go towards the bottom side. Pushed that one up for this last team fight and wait for these super minions to force someone back from Elements to defend it. And then you just go straight for the tower meanwhile, because we know the attack speed buff from Diamond onto Pinoy should almost cap him out at 2.5 attack speed. And then he can just wreck a tower.
Man, Diamond's been able to do quite a good job mopping up these kills. 5-0-1 on a tanky AP Nidalee. This is the kind of item build I would expect on like a Kassadin or something, but he's making it work for him. He's got the double buffs. He's got the Guardian Angel, although he could be in a little bit of trouble right now. Okay, Diamond, come on, don't get too hypey here.
It's fine, he can heal it up again. Capuchat pushing into mid lane. Again, we need those super minions in the base. Force Elements away. Otherwise, there's still a lot of wave clear on their side with their Nivea.
Yeah, Cabochard's going to start pushing in the middle. They have to answer this. There are ooh, Froggen flaps away from the hook. Eddie has just been ridiculous. True Fresh Prince form this game. And he's had a little bit of help from Pinoy as well, so he's been all over the map. This tower still being fired down. Froggen throws down his ultimate to try and clear away the minions, that Glacial Storm. But Gambit is right back at it. Yeah, they can't clear it. There's no way to safely check into that. This tower, I feel like they're going to get it sooner or later. Froggen eats the charm. Nick's got the damage, not quite enough. One more shot would be all it needs to take down the tower, but they've been pushed back for now. Eddie a little bit low. They catch Reckless with a Dark Binding, and he's able to Quicksilver Sash that one and get away.
This tower is so low. Pinoy should be able to get it there. Yeah, inhibitor as well. 3 inhibitors gone.
They have to deal with the super minions on the top side. They're starting to wreck through the Nexus turrets. That's going to be an easy inhibitor number 3. 45.5 minutes in. Gambit are on the cusp of pushing in Elements who have no room to breathe in this game. And Gambit, if you get a win here, this has got to feel so good.
Yeah,
after the way they started this split, to be able to take out a team with the reputation of Elements has got to be so huge. And Reckless, they're going to get the charm off on him, even though the Wild Growth is forced, still taken very low. They're pushing in on multiple fronts here. Nick going forward, they've caught Nif. He's going to go down. Nick picks up his second kill of the game. Froggen tries to move away from Cabochard's Soul Shackles as a Nexus turret. One goes down. Diamond gets his GA pop. Pinoy covering his escape. Elements just don't seem to have an answer here right now, Deficio.
They're still fighting for it. Shook is going in.
He's going in right now. Here we go. They're going to go for it. Froggen cut. He's gone. They had no passive. This is going to be it. Gambit Gaming, 46.5 minutes in, destroy Elements and pick up win number 3. Smiles all around on this Gambit squad. They have just done what at the start of the split seemed the impossible. They take down Elements and they come up with their 3rd win and move themselves a little bit closer up the standings.
And it was looking so good for Elements here. They secured the objectives, they ran as a team. Gambit couldn't team fight them at all. They had the ward control as well from Elements, and then we had that one fight here where they push down towards the mid lane. There are 2 holes to the side of them, to the flank, where there's no wards, and that's where Nick comes from one of them, and obviously Diamond came in from the other one behind Elements. And we had this insane team fight where they just kite around one by one from Gambit, secure 4 kills, a Barret, and suddenly they're back in the game. Just like when Elements played SK Gaming, it was one team fight that really decided it, so they fell behind, they lost control of the map, they could no longer set up these 5 versus 5s they wanted to, and Gambit could take the win.
And over on the side of Elements, another heartbreaking loss for them, as they now slip down to 4-4 in the standings. And who would have guessed that?
Yeah.
To looking so good on paper. They just haven't been able to execute. This was another long game, hasn't been as long as some of the ones we've seen Gambit featured in. But man, they were able to close that time around just magnificently there. And all off the back of mistakes. Again, Shook got isolated. Again, Diamond Prox just massive. He made late game Nidalee work.
He did.
That's impressive.
I mean, the way he played the Nidalee was so different from what we normally see. AP Nidalee players will sit with their team and just try and poke, and see if you can single out maybe like one target and then burst them with the takedown. Diamond, though, again, coming from the sides, bought time for the rest of his team, and then you were just going to land the charm or the binding or the hook, one of those 3 spells, and you could set up the rest and really get the kill. So just waiting for them, and they kept spreading out Elements, removing this whole AoE wombo combo, and I mean, fantastic play by Gambit in the end. Really fantastic.
Absolutely. Now for an on-site look at that huge Gambit victory, let's go ahead and check in with Quickshot, who's on stage with the Master Thief himself.
Thank you very much, guys. DeFisher, you're talking about Diamond, and I've got Diamond here with me. Congratulations on the win. That's now 3 in a row after you guys started 0-5. How did you guys win this game? What went right for you and your team?
I guess they should have looked what other teams banned against us, and it was Nidalee. And after they leave me Nidalee, I'm so happy about that I just can't lose.
Well, it's definitely the case. This is probably your best game all year long. Why is it you're performing so much better on Nidalee and not the other champions you're playing as well?
So you are saying that I'm performing poorly on anyone else? Right?
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. You've lost 5 games in a row. Why would you argue? Why would you say different?
Okay, I agree. I lost 5 games in a row only on my own. So I guess like the champions which I'm playing is mostly like I enjoy playing is Lee Sin, Nidalee, and a little bit of Rek'Sai. So that's my like the best champions I got. I'm not sure why I'm playing a little bit poor lately on others, like on the Jarvan, etc. But I'm trying my best, and as far as we get the new good internet and we actually got our shit together, started to practice all the day long, we started to win, so.
Well, that's definitely fair. 3 games in a row. Diamond, you've been playing for Gambit, previously Moscow 5, for a long time, and you've seen teammates come and go. A few weeks ago, we actually heard you saying it's a new team, you know, players underperform. How are you feeling with the new team, with Pinoy coming in, you know, with Caboshard in the top lane? What's it like playing with these new guys, considering how your year has gone?
I'm feeling really good playing with all our new members. I enjoy like even spending my time with all of them, and I respect them all. So we're trying our best to be a good team and to actually participate in the World Finals this year. That's my only goal, actually.
So only goal is World Finals. You guys now 3 games in a row. We spoke to your coach Leviathan earlier. He said the team has a motto. It's a process. What is it like working with a coach in a gaming house? Because this is very different, very new for a team like Gambit.
It's actually very new for us to have an actual coach which is really working with us, talking about all our faults, talking about our responsibilities as a teammates to each other, to not talk shit between, and to stay calm all the time and to play better and better and better and don't flame each other. So it's kind of a new experience, but I really like that, and I feel like we're becoming better players each day.
Yeah, and it's definitely showing. Every single game you play is getting better and better. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win. I'm looking forward to seeing more of your Nidalee in the future. But now we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that game a little further.
Great stuff from Diamond. Quick shots fired as well. Great to hear from him after that victory. We got to break it down, though. Let's surpass the early game as it was such a long game and great things happening in the mid game. Starting off with Elements actually taking control and having that game plan in the mid game.
So yeah, I think Elements definitely came out ahead in the early to mid game, and basically Gambit's comp, as the casters were already saying in the game, they were looking for picks, but Elements was really not allowing that. Then they stacked up some dragons, and basically they punished Gambit every time they overreached. Actually, I like to commend the Elements that they improved in some areas, such as Wicked's TPs. I think this game were a lot better than they were in the past. So they actually got ahead. I think we have a replay of that already, so we can get that up on your screen immediately and show what went wrong for Gambit and what went well here. This is a good idea, by the way. Slight misplay by Gambit here. In my opinion, they should have dropped the Lantern first and then used Killista ulti because it works that way. But they picked up this champion this week. They're finally practicing, you know. They could have had Reckless here. Reckless did a good sidestep, outplay that. But what I want to take away from here is, yeah, plays, you know, hooks can miss and Lantern combo, you can learn that from a champion. But Wicked definitely TP'd in here immediately and he came to the rescue, and Alliance was playing as a team, or Elements rather, was playing as a team. But then they got ahead. And then how do you translate that advantage? With your composition, you cannot 4-1 split push as Elements, so you need to look to siege, right? And they kept sieging, and then this is where Gambit really impressed me. They managed to wave clear and keep Elements off their tower for incredible amounts of time, and this is where Elements faltered. In my opinion, they should have stepped back and started baiting Baron. They picked up the Orcus Lens, they should have warded and forced Gambit to face check, because if you have to face check into the Cataclysm, into the walls, the Anivia stunts, then the catch from Elements makes sense. Or Elements should have just pulled the trigger. Okay, we're on the tower, you guys are defending with mediocre wave clear. Okay, I'm gonna Rumble ulti the left side, Anivia wall and ulti the right side. You guys can't even come close to that tower anymore. We're gonna kill that tower and back off. Instead, they let Gambit flank them. Gambit was super resilient, and Edward, I've given him flag for his performance. This game he played really well. He landed so many hooks and he didn't commit on them, and that was the important part. They kept just launching these skill shots out, never committing, never throwing, and then it finally happened, and I think we have a replay for that as well.
We have a replay of the turning point in that game where Gambit got back in charge because Elements couldn't close the deal on that mid tower.
They just have to pull the trigger before the wave gets obliterated. But look here, NIQ or Nick at the side, Diamond on the top, you know, Pinoy and Edward chasing. They force Froggen's flash here. They get Nip, really good hook by Edward. This is what the fight means. They force Rumble ulti, but they back off. Diamond doesn't get caught, you know, he keeps kiting and spreading them out. One by one, Gambit is eating away at the sides of Elements here, but they're never overreaching that final crucial step where they got caught. Nick flashes the Froggen Q, you know, in the back, Diamond's cleaning up. Reckless tries to get him, but the Spellvam actually makes him survive a little bit. And then somehow Gambit stays alive, they get the Baron, and this is where my point is actually going to. It's the Baron was the crucial thing about this game. If Elements had a Baron buff, they had that extra resilience on the minions, there is no way in hell Gambit would have cleared those waves, you know. They finally pick up Froggen here, but both teams needed the Baron. You saw how hard it was for Gambit to siege into an Anivia as well. We've seen that in the past before. We've had that game, 25 minutes, sit in base, you know, Anivia wave clear. And this is why I really like the new Baron mechanic that Riot introduced. It makes breaking sieges a lot harder, and it allows you to siege with not siege-specific comps a lot better, and Gambit used that Baron to their advantage. They snowballed it, and Elements, they should have had that Baron earlier. They should have used it for the face check, and if they didn't, they should have just taken it and they would have won the game that way. So Baron, very crucial, and impressed. Gambit, definitely compared to yesterday already and compared to the weeks before, they got a lot better.
Yeah, and for me also that Pinoy was on Kalista. He wasn't able to do that much. He got behind, but then they got the objectives because of the power he deals to that. And with Diamond, who was able to steal so many objectives away, which is maybe a little luck keeping it in the game as well, but they capitalize on it, which is their merit.
So he had that one blue buff. That was a warded blue buff with his
First
spear.
dragon. Yeah.
Not really that lucky. Yeah, I understand. The beauty in the one dragon steal was he launches his spear, goes into cat form, hops over the wall, smites, they impact for like 1,000 damage. There is no way Shook could do that. What again, Elements is not reading the game properly. They need to pull that dragon out, block the spear, and then it's a 50-50 smite with 6 people or 5 people on Element side hitting it, and only Diamond having a chance to hit it at the same time. So definitely way better synergy coming out from Diamond, which is just outsmarting them. And yeah, impressive play. I think Elements really dropped the ball, but really good job for Gambit for catching it.
One last thing about Elements, this is an 0-2 week for them. When we were talking about the matchups they had beforehand, you said, I want to see some new things from them, some new picks. Here we see no new picks, and even going back to a new old pick, which is the Anivia for Froggen in the mid lane. What does that signal for you?
I don't think compositions matter as much as the way you play them. They could have won. They got ahead with the composition, and they just didn't recognize what their win conditions were, as a lot of people like to call them. I think they could have won that siege by burning through all their ultis and just investing the cooldowns to get the tower. Once the inhib was open, it was free, or just get the objective. But they just didn't play right, and then they got surprised, I think, by the sheer amount of mobility coming out from Ari in Italy in the flanks. and then really just almost line skill shots, you know, binding, hook, Nidalee spear, all coming out, and they have this really slow mobile comp that only works well as a group. Eventually somebody's going to get hit.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Gambit, the only thing that really surprised me is how the hell did Gambit wave clear with those champions so well without losing any like tier 3 towers, base towers.
Yeah, you mentioned it. The fights were so long that even if Gambit didn't hit all their skill shots, because Elements didn't pull the trigger, they were going to hit a charm or a hook or a Morgana binding once in a while. But hey, Gambit, all props to them. Fantastic on closing that one out. We're about to take a break, so head over to lolesports.com and be sure to check out our interview with Imagine Dragons and Riot Games composer Christian Link, who talks about creative process involved in remixing the Dragons I Bet My Life. It's been fantastic. I already listened to it. There's also a special acoustic performance as well as behind the scenes. So look at their journey to last year's Worlds. Fantastic piece. Definitely check that out. But for us, up next is the Copenhagen Wolves versus Fnatic. Let us know who you think will come out on top in our next game. Tweet at LL Esports with the hashtag CWWin or FNCWin, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Right now, it's all about this matchup. Gambit and Elements. Oh, yes, he is. He gets the hook on Nif. They go in forward, but Reckless flaying him backwards. Wicked is here, comes in first. They bring in Pinoy. Do they have the damage? The spear's not going to connect. Teleport, however, is coming in.
Can we finish them?
Got tap. Got flash.
He's going this guy.
They're going on me, two on me. I'm alive,
Is isolated. He takes so much damage from this team. Fate's Call pulls him back to safety. The Baron goes down. Diamond was able to grab it. They've got Nif. Gambit Gaming destroy Elements and pick up win number 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Mitch Krepper-Forsprals to the caster desk. You've worked so hard on the analyst desk for so long, we figured we'd give you a shot to casting on the show.
Just couldn't miss me, could you?
No, of course not. Of course not. Not after this morning. As the Copenhagen Wolves look to take their slow and steady gameplay up against the very hard and fast Fnatic, let's actually take a look at how these two squads stack up. Starting with the blue side, it is the Copenhagen Wolves. Let's pull that roster up onto your screen. Youngbuck, Ewax, Soren, Freeze, Unlimited, and their coach, Dentist. I immediately want to throw their duo lane some questions your way. Freeze and Unlimited had a great performance. Actually, many of their games. And yesterday against SK, I think they stepped up relatively well. What do you think, Krepo?
Yeah, I definitely think they played well. And they seem to be oriented against these lane power lanes. You know, they have the Braum with the Draven. You know, they have the Kalista, which can surprise people. And I really hope that they use that to their advantage to play against Fnatic in the 2v2 in bot lane.
And we'll have to see if they can actually make that 2v2 happen. They did get it against SK yesterday. Let's take a look at the roster of Fnatic. It is, of course, Huni playing in the top lane, Reignover in the jungle, Febiven mid, Steelback and Yellowstar as the AD carry and support, and Daylor, their coach. When I think of Fnatic, I think everybody's doing their role, everybody's stepping up, but Reignover feels to me like the head of the arrow, because he's always on the initiating front for the team.
Yeah, he's the first snowball that starts the avalanche, pretty much. You know, him and Bora work together really well to create these picks. We see Febiven in his role in the back, you know, being actually the sniper, you know, that's supporting his troops in the front. But I like to see some more aggression coming out from Febiven if Reignover and if Bora gets shut down ever, but it doesn't seem to be happening just yet. So we saw that in the interview as well, I think, with a member of SK, with Freddy, I think it was. He said, yeah, Fnatic's like the only team we haven't figured out just yet. They have this unique style, so they definitely seem to have the edge over a lot of teams in the LCS currently.
Yeah, they're playing very, very well. Reignover, of course, one of two Korean junglers that's moved over to Europe along with Horo. Reignover having a better showing, arguably because his lanes are doing better. But he's up against Airwax today. What do you think about the jungle v jungle matchup? As far as Reignover is going to have some more freedom than maybe the Copenhagen Wolves can deal with.
If I remember correctly, last game Airwax actually managed to invade and shut Svenskeren down, and that allowed the Wolves to play more up in the bottom lane. So that's definitely, I think if they can copy that, you know, get the 2v2 against Fnatic, shut down their jungle, that's one initiator down, snowball that advantage to Cam bot, that's the second initiator down. If you can do that, then you can maybe force Fnatic into a playstyle they're not used to yet. But it'll be hard, you know. Reignover is not going to get caught, and he's just not going to roll over and die either. He's an incredibly strong jungler. He seems very smart at the game. He knows exactly where he has to be. I still remember, you know, Huni's behind. No, Reignover comes over there, ganks Huni. Then they work together to snowball the advantage mid. Suddenly Febiven's fed, and then, yeah, bot lane doesn't even have to do anything because Steelback, he's always just cleaning up the mess. You know, he's the janitor right there on Corki, just clearing all those waves over and over. And then come team fights, incredible KDA. I think he went like 7-0-3 yesterday after he was underrated, overrated, you know, we leave that in.
The argument is there. The argument
is definitely there and fair.
So Krepo seems to think there are some ways to play against Fnatic for the moment. There has been a lot of Rengar from Fnatic's reign over this split, but as you'll hear, making this big cat work on stage is definitely no easy task.
Rengar is like really danger pick to play at like tournament, because when you get behind that early game, like it is actually like suiciding every time you ult. I think if the team wants to play Rengar, then every team should know what Rengar need, and then what should they do. And then Rengar is gonna be good, really good pick, because like our team, first time I joined Fnatic, and I said that Rengar is my best pick, and then we practice Rengar a lot, so our team just know that how should we play with Rengar, and then we're just finding our best ways to win games with Rengar. So I think that this is working, but if they just pick with no prepare, like it's not gonna be good, I think.
I absolutely love hearing from the players, and I want to quote Yellowstar from an interview that was yesterday. We talk about Fnatic having sort of one play style. If you perform excellently and perfectly, that playstyle will always win. It's what they're doing at the moment. And Yellowstar actually had a plea saying, look, we've only been playing since early January, give us some time. And you heard Reignover, he said he came in, and the first thing they learned to do was play with Rengar. That's a pretty aspirational goal for your first playstyle to practice.
Well, yeah, but if it works, you know. That's what you gotta do when you create a new team. You play to your strengths, and then same what you do in ban and picks. You try and eliminate those strengths from the opposing team. So we start off, you know, LeBlanc ban. They don't want Febiven rolling. They don't want him snowballing and roaming the map.
No, definitely not. Febiven, of course, has done very well this year on the likes of Xerath, on the likes of Kassadin. And Febiven, actually, you know, much like Fox from SK Gaming. He's delivered, he's been consistent, but he's always had the support of the rest of his team. For Fnatic, it feels like it's a very team emphasis style, not necessarily solo carries. There's that Kassadin taken off the table. No real surprises yet, Crepo.
Yeah, but I've been through these ban and pick phases a lot, in my career as a pro player, but it's always, right now, I don't know, what do you target against Fnatic? In my mind, it's get rid of the Annie of Yellowstar and then maybe shut down another role, but it seems like they're going to leave the Rengar open. They already targeted Febiven twice, so they're going to rely on Soren outplaying Febiven, snowballing somehow. I'm not quite sure if that's going to work.
You have to question about the Rengar ban. Rengar has been so pivotal for Reignover, along with the likes of Rumble, Lissandra. These are all very high priority picks.
Is this leaning towards an Ahri first pick for Copenhagen Wolves? Because they're banning out, Kassadin's already out, LeBlanc's already out, Xerath's already out. Now they're banning a lost champion, Zed's already out. I feel Fnatic might be forced to just ban Ahri here or give it to Soren or have something ready up their sleeve that works well again, because Ahri is definitely a tier 1 pick here. At the same time, Fnatic still gets their Lissandra if they give away Ahri, so it's going to be tricky. You have to take like 4 steps ahead instead of just looking at the first 2 rotations of picks, because it has to come together. I do like the Kalista ban. I think it's smart. Basically, worst case, if Freeze goes for these hard carry champions, then at least he's on Draven and he's not as mobile as a Kalista.
So, Ahri taken off the table.
Yeah.
You've mentioned the Draven. We'll see what Freeze decides to default to. A lot of priority champions. Jarvan is up. Gnar is up. Which Youngblood has played a few teams. Yeah, Lissandra Fahuni, it has been one of his most successful champions this year.
Problem with a pick like Rengar as well is like, yeah, you can take it away, but then you're stuck playing Rengar. In the West, that's not always been the brightest idea, So unless your name's Reignover, that champion kind of belongs to you. So you can leave it open as well. They have no fear of playing into a Rengar because they know the champion the best out of pretty much everybody in the West, I would almost reckon. So it's pretty much a free pick for Fnatic if they want it.
Yeah, we do see that Xerath is off the table, which has been comboed with that Rengar a few times for Reignover and Febiven. And it really feels like both of these teams have been somewhat caught off guard. There is the Lissandra pick that you were expecting, Crepo. Well, how do Fnatic reply? We've seen the hover. This is something that we've seen them do time and time again and make work.
Yeah, but definitely leaves jungle Nidalee open as well, so maybe... but taking away the Nidalee from the jungle because they seem to be hovering over Rengar. And now they're doubting, like, hey guys, we're picking 2 jungle champions, hang on.
So for a team like Fnatic, you're coming into this game, you assume that they are the favorites by a fairly long margin. Copenhagen Wolves have shown that they can scrap, that they can fight, they can draw games out. For Fnatic, do you think they are afraid of a Soren or a Youngbuck Lissandra considering they've lost it? You were touching on, hey, with all these mid lane bangs, Copenhagen was looking to just outplay 1v1 in that mid lane.
Yeah, I think definitely the value of Lissandra goes up even more now that a lot of the mid laners are out. Because she is, after all, a flex pick. We see her a lot in the top lane, but that doesn't mean she can't be playing mid. Remember how well Froggen did with her in the Rengar combo. So if they get a CC jungle in addition to the Lissandra mid, that they can definitely shut down this one lane. Not only did they force Febiven in uncomfortable picks, or maybe less comfortable, maybe not necessarily uncomfortable, but they have the double CC to shut him down. And they're hovering Gnar right here, just indicating that this is indeed a Lissandra mid.
Yeah, and it is, of course, potentially the 4th time for Youngbuck. Corki has been locked in for Steelback, the janitor on the back lane from Fnatic, as you're calling him. I'm gonna use that because I think it's beautiful. Fnatic, a lot of range poke, a lot of siege power in their 2 picks already.
I don't like this hover though, You should take a note from Cloud9. Don't pick your champions, don't hover about it. If you want to think about them, think about it. You have your headsets, You don't have to show the enemy, hey guys, we're thinking about it for 45 seconds long. What if they pick Gnar? It's a waste of information. You shouldn't do it. Looking at Fnatic, yeah, they already have signature Fnatic style. They have the Huni equalizers coming up, and then you have signature champion for Steelback Corki. It really fits his playstyle because Corki is an AD carry that allows your support to roam. You're like, yeah, go ahead, man, just go on. I have my Phosphorus Bomb, I have my rockets. I can get at least 60% of the wave on my own without getting any pressure on myself, and I can get about 80% of the wave, even 1v2. And it looks like Copenhagen Wolves isn't really picking for themselves, but stealing away from Fnatic more and more and more.
Yeah, there was that Annie pick you touched on during the ban phase, putting Yellowstar on something just a little more uncomfortable. I do, however, feel his Janna has been good. It has been the disengage that Fnatic has looked for. He's also undefeated on that champion. But for Copenhagen Wolves, a lot of engage. The go switch is definitely there for them.
Yeah, Fnatic's getting into a very complex composition, As we saw with Alliance as well, if you don't have any targeted hard CC, your composition becomes harder and harder to play. Sure, Fnatic's a great team, they can pull it off, But having a Janna in there, you know, a Rumble, the equalize, yeah, it could slow some people, but it really locked them down. You know, Corki, if they end up going for this as well mid, they're almost playing a pure poke comp, and it's dangerous to play that into a hard engage with Sound of Jarvan and a wombo combo.
Well, last second swap, it's not a point and click CC, but Rainova has missed maybe none of his bowler strikes. So we're going to have that combo. The real question for me, what does Febiven feel comfortable playing in the mid lane to round out this team composition? We will see that shortly. Soren's Cassiopeia has also won the Copenhagen Wolves games in the past.
I really like this, and this might still be Young Bucks Cassiopeia. Remember, you never know.
Touché.
But I really like the Grace pick because I think they need something with a little more mobility, ranged like burst, spellcaster AD, because if they get Draven, I feel Copenhagen Wolves has a tendency to pick these really nice group comps, but then the enemies, if they're smart, they will just run rings around them and never let them fight, you know? And that's the pitfall they could fall into. So hopefully this Graves is a little better pick than a Draven. Annie Graves, incredibly potent lane, level 6, you know, plays out itself, you know, all in Tibbers burst. So that could definitely work. I like actually that they forced Janna on Yellow Star. He's a king of support, you know, and he can disengage really well, but there is literally no engagement unless you win to sec somebody with the Janna Q flash ultimate, but that's style points, you know, that's almost forgiving greed level of styling on them.
The wind sec. Exactly. I think that's the first time I've heard that one, and we'll most likely be hearing it again.
One, man.
Orianna out again. I think there's a lot of inherent synergy between that invisible cat shockwave. Fnatic with a fairly standard team fight comp, really. Orianna plus Rumble, and a lot of pressure if they can get that down.
They might run out of 80 damage though. I mean, Corki is a very big part of Corki's kit is magic damage, you know. Rumble and Orianna, double AP, you know. Eventually Rainover is not going to be dealing that much damage because he has to be the tanky frontline at the same time. On the other side, who's going to itemize pure MR? Only really Jarvan on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, so it's okay to play double AP into double AP. But I think Fnatic has a really complex type of champions. Like, they have a lot of poke, you know, and they can force things, but it's really hard for them to lock stuff down. If you look at what Copenhagen Wolves is doing, and I think that's really smart when you're a team that is quote-unquote inferior, make it point and click, you know. That guy, we want him dead. Okay, he's dead. Now what? What's next? Can we get an objective? And let's see if it works. But I'm keeping my eye on Youngbuck. He has to perform. Huni has shown that he had the Huni show.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Huni's Lissandra, probably the best in Europe at the moment, but it is in part due to Rainover's presence. It's the duo, it's the fact they work together on that one. I like the fact that you hit the complexity of Fnatic's comp, gives them more options. They have Engage if they want it, albeit it's more difficult.
It's harder to pull off, yeah.
But they also have Disengage, they have Siege, they've got some strong wave clear. There are the team comps. You guys know what to do. Hashtag CW win, hashtag FNC win. We're about to jump into this game. I got 99 problems, but Crepo ain't one.
Well, that's definitely not what my ex would say.
And we're about to jump in game. It is Copenhagen Wolves versus Fnatic. Crepo, you've talked about the complexities. Let's see how aggressive the Wolves can play as we jump into the second to last game here in week number 4.
Yeah, let's see what they do. I don't think Fnatic is going to do anything too fancy. They literally have 0 hard target crowd controls effects, so if Annie stacks a stun, they can actually get caught and die. So I imagine line of scrimmage. And then, yeah, Copenhagen Wolves, they can take 2 approaches, you know. Either you play a super passive level 1, or you go all out with a crazy invade, but I imagine it's passive, you know.
Well, for Soren on this Cassiopeia, he's currently undefeated. Copenhagen Wolves, 3 wins, 4 losses coming into this game, and we know how that's going to scale. Makings of a lane swap.
It's really interesting how these metagames develop, you know. So right now we have 2 people hiding at their tier 2 tower in top because they want to dodge the ward that can possibly get placed behind them or at any of the tier 1 towers, you know, the traditional let's spot you in the lane swap ward, because people are so used to that ward. Nowadays, people have been placing wards in the lane, in the brushes. So there's only one spot you can stay at if you want to stay out of sight completely, and that's run to the tier 2 tower all the way. And it looks like, I think, Unlimited might be faking the lane swap, so he hopes there's a ward there or something and it might show up randomly. I have no idea what the Copenhagen Wolves are doing, but I'm trying to explain it, and this seems like the only rational explanation here.
Well, let's see if they do get that lane swap to go down. Crepo, you've already touched on the power of that Graves Annie lane. Steelback is just going to be looking to farm himself up, obviously going to have some scaling in his favor, and it looks to be the fact that
is he going to base?
Laners are swapping. We don't know yet. We'll have to figure that out in a moment or two. Huni going to have the support of Yellowstar. We've seen this before as well with Huni on Rumble and Yellowstar on Janna. Tag teaming, holding hands in the jungle.
I have my eye on
get that level
Unlimited right now. I want to figure out what he's doing. So he decides to run to his jungle, run through blind, and go back top. So it does seem that I imagine Copenhagen Wolves thought they could beat the 2v2, want the 2v2 on top, and then predict the lane swap, and then somehow force the fake lane swap by sending Unlimited bottom. It seems very complex. I might be entirely wrong here, but it doesn't matter. We have a 2v2 lane on top lane.
Might be overthinking it. We'll see how it works out. In the 2v2, Freeze played very aggressively yesterday. That was up against Forgiven and Enrated. Slightly different champion in Graves, but still a lane bully. Still got all that burst, and has the opportunity to do similar today.
They have Lissandra immediately in the lane on bottom, so she can't really do a camp on her own. So that's, I think they predicted the lane swap. They predicted that Rumble can do a camp level 1, Lissandra can't, so they just send her down the lane. They have, I think, the favorable 2v2 lane, especially once the Limited gets that stun. They get level 2 first, and you can see they will walk up in synchronization, and then they can definitely win that trade. And Fnatic's already backed off, so I think I was right, and I think Copenhagen Wolves predicted the lane swap, and they're coming out on top right now.
So, strong early game decision-making from the Wolves. Krepo definitely impressed by some of the forethinking, despite it being a tad awkward. Freeze got a small advantage.
Hey man, I don't play pro anymore. You know, I'm just grasping at straws here. Please, something, prove me right.
Well, we'll see. Rainova, is he going to go down? No. Smites to get the health up. He's died to Krags in the past.
Oh boy.
He's going to keep himself close, but he'll survive. Thank you for observers for showing us that one. We kind of showed him pulling the death to camp last week.
Hey man, it happens to everyone.
It happens to everybody. Airwax got control of those first crabs, and Fnatic settling into what is going to be a slightly long lane phase. Rumble definitely wants to get his equalizer. Febervin on that Orianna, gonna look for some levels and some items. Orianna also needs some scaling, needs some time before those shockwaves really hurt.
Yeah, and Cassiopeia pushing her in, basically saying, okay, the locked up on top, Reno gets sustained down. Hooney's going aggressive in Youngbuck though.
Take a look at the damage. Hooney overheats, forces Youngbuck to burn through all of his sustain. And again, it's Hooney's Rumble. This is the tools that he's got available, and he gets himself an early lead in this lane.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Raynor is almost guaranteed to go show up in his bot lane to definitely try and snowball that matchup. Targeting the weak link on Copenhagen Wolves, definitely Youngbuck, so I think that's a smart approach. They definitely punished the early jungling from Rengar. He got really low. He didn't get a leash at all, if I recall correctly. So he could really safely push up in mid lane and put some pressure on the side from Soren. That in turn allows Arex to move in, but he found Rainover.
Well, let's see who's going to win this trade. Rainover takes damage. He's knocked up in the air. Arex continues to fight. Rainover forced to flash over the wall. And early trading power of the Jarvan comes out ahead.
I like it. They're pushing mid. This allows their jungle to play aggressive, and if you put pressure on Rainover, then everything crumbles for Fnatic because they have rather weak lanes, except for Hooney actually just being the stronger laner against Youngbuck. I don't exactly know how that matchup goes, so I don't know if Youngbuck's misplaying it. Hooney's a god. Maybe I'm just wrong. But Copenhagen Wolves, impressive early game so far.
Well, Krepo, you don't need to doubt yourself. Trust your gut. I believe in you. But yeah, the aggressive play from Airwax, as you mentioned in Picks and Bans, it's something Airwax has done. He did it against Svenskeren, arguably one of the most aggressive junglers, if not the most aggressive, in the European LCS. And Rainover with some early pressure. We've also seen him go for early ganks, the flash bowler, once he's got that root charged up. So that's going to delay any sort of presence that Rainover can put down.
Oh, this is so smart. So they basically go into the enemy jungle, then they dodge that ward by going through the enemy jungle over the bush. They're waiting about 6 more seconds. He's going to come out, and this is almost guaranteed. Hooney burning his flash. Look at the CC as well on Youngbuck. Hooney's playing so far up. This might actually be first blood or a flash blown on Hooney.
Well, let's see how Awax plays the lane out. He's bided his time.
Here we
got
go.
the flag and drag available. Hooney, is he going to get caught? Youngbuck looking for the CC. The glacial path is out. The knockout lands. Youngbuck's moving in. He's rooted Hooney in place. Hooney's overheating, but he's got the shield up. 5, he turns some damage down in reply. Does force the flash. And Airwax got 2 flashes down from Fnatic in the early game.
Yeah, I think this is really smart play again. You know, they're taking small advantages, translating where they need to. They need to stop Hooney from snowballing. They already put Rainover behind a little bit. He's not really able to gank, and they have control over the bot lane. Top lane's fine. Mid lane is fine. They're not going to get ganked. So Rainover has to show bottom. I think they want to push out this lane and give Hooney a safe base here.
So, smart play then from the Wolves. We need to see how it works around. Rainover's keeping himself in. This is a counter gank. Airwax is away. Airwax has got out now. We do see Youngbuck slowed, and that glacial path is going to get him to safety. A lot of attention on these top laners who are currently in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I really want to stress how smart it is to get that top lane 2v2. That they're shut down, they're locked up. Mid pushing allows your jungle to move in, so the pushing mid lane is the first one to back the jungle up if they go into the 1v1. But they're staying around here. Youngbuck might actually be a little bit in trouble because Rumble has a lot of damage, but they're not committing to it.
Yeah, Hooney yesterday realized what a botched tower dive can do to games, and he
I think he knew that already.
Rainover.
I think he knew that already, but definitely a smart choice there. You don't want to dive level 6 Lissandra. That's That's a little bit too much.
Does Huni want to pick a fight? Equalizer's available. He's in the danger zone. Got the damage. We do see Rainover coming. This is going to be a lot of trouble. Huni's overheating. There's no ultimate available. Flash out from Youngbuck. Huni's overheat prevented the equalizer, but reply for flash. And a lot of presence from the junglers in those solo lanes.
Yeah, interesting direction to send your Lissandra E in there. Just face plants in the wall and it's like, yeah, I'm just going to flash out, boys. I'm out. So that's the flash advantage nullified. But in the end, look at the gold count. 9.8k, 9.9k right now. So 600 gold difference for Copenhagen Wolves. And they're definitely keeping Fnatic down. And we don't really see what Fnatic usually does in this case. Okay, still early game. Let's let Corki farm and send Bora roaming, but Janna isn't really like a pick roam support. So again, Champs like working in their favor, but it is after all Fnatic, and all we need is one good Rainover gank, and this starts to snowball.
Well, we'll see if Rainover can find that gank. You touched on the gold difference. You see Febervin down around 10 CS in the middle lane, around 30 CS the difference between Freeze and Steelback. That duo of Graves plus Annie has kept Steelback and Yellowstar so defensive, they have missed multiple waves. And it's resulted in a 600 gold difference already in this early stage.
This is where we sometimes call Steelback a little overrated, because I don't think his laning is that strong, you know. Just from playing him a couple of times, watching his games, he drops some CS where he doesn't trade all super well. Of course, they don't have the favorable matchup, but I don't think the CS differential should be 35 CS almost, especially not in a matchup like this, uncontested in the top lane.
Now, for Copenhagen Wolves, the pressure really comes in keeping up this good early game. What we've seen from other teams who are at the bottom of the table, they have had moments of brilliance. They have held off the top of the table teams for a period of time before the skill disparity eventually evens it out. So let's see how Fnatic find their opportunity.
This is what we're waiting for pretty much. And Rainover made it to level 6. Rengar is not a good early ganker, you know. It's a nice bonus if he gets a kill here and there. He already burned the flash even though the flash was down. And here he goes, immediate ulti. He's going to get the ball on top of himself and they might kill him.
Wow, insta-flash.
They respect flash.
Insta-flash from Soren. Shockwave not even needed.
Did he pull the creep?
Another successful gank. Huni's chilling in the mid lane as well, looking to set a play up. But Soren very, very wisely, afraid of the Shockwave, afraid of the root. He's going to return back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Raynor actually bought the creep, but they're finding Huni here.
Well, let's see what Huni can do. He's caught down. That's a lot of damage. Despite getting the equalizer out, he's going to get taken out. Fairly easy duo.
And this is what I was talking about, you know, double CC lockdown. It makes it really easy for you to play the game. And if you play against a better team, make it simple. Burn his flash once and then come back to punish him again. Burning the flash isn't worth it if you don't capitalize on it. And definitely really good that Soren managed to survive that Rengar gank as well. They do put a lot of respect on Rainover. I went back and watched the clip. He basically bowled the creep, so Soren could have just walked out. But with a Rengar as good as Rainover, you don't have the time to see whether bowler connects. Because if you see it, you're probably already dead. So definitely respect flash from Soren in the mid lane there.
Kept him alive. So first blood on the board for the Copenhagen Wolves. It does, in fact, land onto Huni after all of those repeated ganks. Again, early game, definitely going in favor of Copenhagen Wolves. And you know what? Against Fnatic, where you know their picks and bans, you know their play style, it's surprising it's taken 4 full weeks of games for teams to actually start to play around it. But again, the pressures on Copenhagen Wolves to keep the vision up, to avoid those Rainover Rengar ganks, because that's what gets Fnatic back in the game.
Well, I think we just saw an extra crack in the wall every game as the weeks went on, you know. We saw a little bit of here. We saw once Janna was forced on Yellow Star, there was a lack of early plays coming out of Fnatic, but then they're just superior teamwork later in the game, good disengage and punish of mistakes, definitely worked into their favor. But we see Airwalks, again, he's spending more time in Rainover jungle than his own almost, and I really think it's a smart choice. And then whenever he falls back, he takes the Scuttle Crab. That's even more vision. And Copenhagen Wolves seem in control. Take a glance over at the top lane. Basically a fake base here. Unlimited Tibbers could do a lot of damage and immediately win that trade for them. But he's getting poked out.
Yeah, massive amount of damage from Steelback and Yellow Star. The Howling Gale and that Rocket Barrage. Copenhagen Wolves still with a gold lead. But very smart play from them. As you've highlighted, no engage from Yellow Star, but Unlimited.
They're overreaching.
He's looking. That's the Tibbers down. They're pushing onto Yellow Star. He is just destroyed. The healing from Monsoon means nothing when you're ignited. And that is a dead support. Oh, it's not over yet. They want Rainover. Rainover's caught out. He is caught in the Cataclysm. He's stealthed up. No more vision. We do see Soren throwing down that petrifying glaze. Reinovic jump back in, Shockwave is up, 2 caught. That was a re-engage they did not want. Equalizer from the back line as Huni's trying to set something up. Take a look at Febiven, he's low on mana. Airwax gets the knockup, Febiven looking for the kill. They're going to trade. This is a 1 for 2 so far. Soren is going to be able to stay alive for the time being as Huni is overheating, the shield is up. Copenhagen Wolves with a 3 for 1 in the jungle.
All right, let's take it back all the way. Yes, I was wrong. They weren't overreaching. What I was going to say, it's really hard to freeze a wave into Koki Janna poke. But if you can catch Janna outside of her exhaust range, that was really well played. Nor Freeze or Unlimited got any of their spells exhausted, basically nullifying that summoner on Janna. He got blown up, and then look at this. They have Pink Ward in the jungle as well, and they find Reignover.
Wow, just destroying him. The positioning from Huni, is he reacting too late?
He's but look, that Pink Ward almost spots Reignover. Reignover would have died, but this I do not understand. This is greedy. You shouldn't turn back around. Poison kills him. Orianna ulti doesn't do enough damage. Yes, the Rumble's coming, but there's no lockdown to keep them on that ultimate, and Youngbuck's there too.
Yeah, Febiven, no mana unfortunately. Not going to be able to get any more of those spells down. And again, Huni just overheating, not getting the spells out.
And this is another flash burn for Huni. That means the next ulti rotation, Cataclysm keeps him locked up, you know. Frozen Tomb from Musana keeps him locked up yet again, so they can punish this in the future as well. Huni already invested his escape for the next fight in this fight, and he lost out of it. So this could be a really ugly snowball for Copenhagen Wolves right now.
Well, let's see if they can make it work. They've got themselves a 3,500 gold lead. All of the tools are available to them. Rod of Ages completed for Soren, tier stacking. Infinity Edge picked up for Freeze. In comparison to nothing for Steelback yet. But Reignover is sniffing some catnip in the top lane. We'll see if he can get himself a taste of Youngbuck. Teleport comes up from Huni as well. Youngbuck, Glacial Paths away. This is a 4-man dive. Equalizes out. Youngbuck is buying so much time. He's needing so much resources. He's still not dead. Now he gets taken out. What do Copenhagen Wolves do in response?
Cross-map objective. Every time you see a lot of people in one side of the map, you need to get a cross-map objective. That means zone them off the mid tower, get that tower, and possibly dive. At the bottom, Freeze is getting a tower as well. I think Youngbuck wasted his flash. I think he should have just ultied. That would have been enough time to get these 2 towers. I don't blame him for trying. Having 4 people in your top lane when you have a flash ulti Lissandra is kind of counter logic, you know, and you see why it is counter logic, because Steelback's barely getting this tower here, and they've lost 2 towers and almost losing a 3rd one, if not guaranteed losing a 3rd tower for Copenhagen Wolves here.
There is no wave clear on the side of Fnatic, and that's going to be 3 towers to 1. The gold difference growing to 5,000, and Copenhagen Wolves setting up for a dragon.
And this is where Fnatic is going to suffer from the complexity of their composition. How do you get back? You almost need Reignover to engage with the Orianna ball on him. Take a pick that doesn't instantly get CC down, locked down, somehow get 2 kills, get an objective out of it with the Rumble ulti. Whereas Youngbuck, he can just point and click, you know, W, that gets him, you know, ulti, that gets him as well. And Reignover is forced to use his ulti defensively, and he is the first domino stone in Fnatic's composition. If you remove that stone, the snowball's not going to get rolling, and they're stuck playing an elements type of game right now, you know? Yeah, poke them out, you know, maybe they overreach, but we'll take a step backward. You take a step forward, we'll take another step backward, and eventually you're going to lose towers, you're going to lose objectives, and Copenhagen Wolves, they have the hold on this game right now.
Well, we'll see if they can maintain control. It's difficult to see how Fnatic are going to pull themselves back in without a monumentally magic team fight. Copenhagen Wolves, 15 minutes, are going to take that first dragon. Take a look at the itemization. Youngbuck sitting on around 1,000 gold, still looking to complete his first item, but taking damage from Huni.
I like the Negatron cloak on him. It's really smart into double AP. Basically, he wants to go in, CC. He doesn't need the damage, you know. Look at Cassiopeia, Graves, Annie, Jarvan. That's enough damage. Youngbuck basically becomes like a secondary CC tank, you know. He wants to get a Morellonomicon later to hit that 35/40% CDR cap. Basically becomes a CC bot, and it's so annoying to kill Lissandra when she gets a little ahead.
Yeah, this is actually something Deficio touched on yesterday. If you fall behind as a Lissandra, the traditional build is that Fiendish Codex and some MR, some survivability. Youngbuck didn't necessarily fall behind, but his game is working out. His team is really reading Fnatic well and playing around Fnatic's weaknesses exquisitely.
All right, now Fnatic's doing a double freeze though, so they're freezing on the top lane, they're freezing on the bot lane. This is basically Fnatic in damage control. If not a freeze, it'll be a slow push. But this allows Copenhagen Wolves to ward up the entire map uncontested because they're constantly seeing multiple people on the map. So top laner's locked down, 80 carries in vision. This leaves only Orianna, Rengar, Janna. They're not going to do anything to you if you're grouped. So again, Copenhagen Wolves doing the right thing. You know, okay, you guys are freezing. I'll take your vision. And then once you're done freezing, we might be at Baron that's going to spawn in about 3.5 minutes from now. And you'll be face-checking literally every bush into a full CC comp. Well, good luck with that.
So, Copenhagen Wolves playing League of Legends by the numbers. Look at the vision control they've got of this top half of the map.
You can rotate mid right now. This is the beauty of vision, you know. You ward up the red jungle, that means you ward up the transition path. If you ward up the transition path, you can move between the lanes, and Fnatic will be late at every tier 2 tower.
Gekko, you sound extremely excited by this.
I love League of Legends.
And Copenhagen Wolves, surprising, I think, many. I did not expect this level of really control around the map. They simply haven't demonstrated in many of their previous
Here's the Rengar ulti. They just need to kite back and place a pink ward, and then they're fine.
Well, let's see if they can. Rainover manages to jump on Unlimited. He's the first one to get taken out as the Shockwave does get thrown down from Feven. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Yellowstar's trying to survive the poison damage. He does manage to hold on for just a moment. It's a support for a jungler, and Copenhagen Wolves are in retreat.
So, impressive by Fnatic. This should have not worked out this well, and sloppy misplay by Copenhagen Wolves. When you face a composition like this that has a Rengar, which is the main initiator, bring a pink ward. Place it down, pop him, you know. Lissandra, the way she works right now, her ultimate stops Rengar in the leap as well. You know, Annie should have been popping the stun on Rainover way earlier. Look, and they bunch up for the Orianna ulti, and Freeze is forced to walk back all the way, and then they get the equalizer on the follow-up, and it gets really close for both teams. But Fnatic should not be allowed to call back into the game like this. Definitely bring a pink ward against Rengar, and you will absolutely win that siege.
Well, we'll see if Copenhagen Wolves learn from this one. You can see Yellowstar channeling that Monsoon, staying alive. The fact that Freeze and AOX went low obviously prevented any further engage, but a 1-for-1, despite the fact that Fnatic are still so far down.
And it's an even trade, but it's really good for Fnatic because this basically means a reset. Everybody resets and basically meets in the neutral points, which is the river. That means you can reclaim vision control of your own jungle, which in essence is a loss for Copenhagen Wolves, you know. Yeah, they went 1-for-1, but they're losing all their deep vision, and they need to layer that, you know. You need to push the lanes, then get deep vision, then push them again, then start rotating. So it's like a multi-step process, and they're back at step 1. So let's see if they can do it clean again, finish those tier 2 towers, and then start rolling back into the Baron area to start baiting the Baron. And that's where it gets really tricky, you know. Good thing Rengar has a global scout, but if they don't, they have to walk into Lissandra, Jarvan, Cassiopeia, and Annie. Any of them can lock you down and just instantly pop you.
Well, we'll see if one of those scenarios sets up. There is a pink ward in this bush. Fnatic trying to pull some resources up, but they're not going to be able to defend. We'll have to replace. And this is traditionally where we've seen these teams that struggle try to start to fall apart.
So,
take
going
a look.
again.
Unlimited's caught out. He's melted down. First victim as we see Equalizer thrown out from Huni. Soren on the retreat. And Fnatic punishing Wolves and Unlimited.
So, again, I'm telling you, this is a multi-step process, and I was about to compliment Copenhagen Wolves on doing the smart thing. Don't put all your eggs in the middle lane basket, you know. Have Youngbuck push out that bot lane, and then you can start rotating with pressure again. But for the love of God, don't overextend and get caught, because then you're back at square one. Youngbuck's forced to go mid. The ultimates are down though, but they're having a hard time getting this tower, possibly.
Well, Youngbuck decides not to engage. The Shockwave pulls Airwax back in. Rainover was rooted in place. Tower still stands as Airwax is down. Rainover's looking for the root. Youngbuck gets slowed. Still got the Frozen Tomb available. Fnatic with another kill on the board. They are digging deep and defending that tower.
Copenhagen Wolves, relax. You know, you don't have to get that tower immediately. Place a pink ward, sit around it, keep that mid lane shoved in, let somebody push up a side wave, and then you can start rotating. Bring those pink wards. You need to spot that Rengar. And this is an absolutely insane read by Fnatic. They see something on the bottom, like, yeah, okay, these guys are not ready for a panic engage on their main engage. They take out the Annie, and then Copenhagen Wolves overreaches and get punished by Orianna.
Well, let's see what Steelback can do. He Valks, Soren is chasing.
Force the
He's
flash.
going to throw the poison out. And again, Steelback 0-0-2, got that Triforce completed, but he's down 45 CS to his opposite number.
Yeah, but at this point, it doesn't matter what happened in the past, you know, it's only what you're doing right now, and Fnatic's holding on better than they should have, you know. This game should have been closed out already. And look at the bot lane, that's stacked. So Copenhagen Wolves only has 2 waves to play with anymore, and the longer you go, the more wave clear comes on Orianna, the more wave clear on Huni, and the more you will start to need to look at Baron instead of endlessly sieging.
Wow, Rainover has found Unlimited before. He's found him again. Unlimited takes some damage. Red buff is helping out, putting some damage down onto Freeze. He's actually going to secure that one. What do Fnatic do now?
See, look 3 minutes ago, Copenhagen Wolves would have pushed Fnatic all the way out of the jungle. Now they're getting contested on like the first line of brushes pretty much. Soon, if Fnatic keeps calling back into the game, they will get contested on their second line of brushes, and then they can't really bait the Baron even more. So Fnatic is doing an incredibly good job at staying alive in this game, and Copenhagen Wolves is suffering because every time they're forced back to step 1 of the siege rotation game, you know, and they really need to start making one work because eventually Bora's shot column is going to come out on top.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves, they showed that they can climb the ladder. They showed that they have the ability to scale up, to push up, to play the map. But that 5,000 gold lead has now dwindled to around 3,000. Fnatic unable to secure the Dragon. That's number 2.
This might be a big engagement from leader side.
Let's see where Rainover goes. Pink Ward still not going down. They do manage to find one. Rainover is destroyed by the burst of Freeze. That is replied by Ewax. Jungler for jungler. The Shockwave pulls Freeze in. Freeze is now out of the fight. What can Youngbuck do? Forced to self-cast the Frozen Tomb, but the AoE is going to be enough to take down Yellowstar. Soren continues to fight. He's found Steelback. He's looking for Huni. He's found him. Now he's on to Featherfin. The Twin Fangs. It's a triple fang. That is Soren going huge.
I'm just gonna let that moment last for a while. That was absolutely beautiful and should not happen. Youngbuck had his ulti way too long. Just look at Youngbuck and look at how long it takes him for him to cast the ulti. Again, they're initiating on the engage, but I think Rainover overreached a little bit. And I would kite back here if I was Copenhagen Wolves. We just expended so many spells. Cassiopeia ulti doesn't really connect, you know, Soren's low. Youngbuck's using his ulti. Yellowstar, unfortunate, when you walk back on the Lissandra ultimate, you take the damage. Yellowstar shouldn't have died there. That would have prevented the triple kill. So I think Copenhagen Wolves got lucky here that they had an insane skill play, but here they're fighting again.
Oh, Huni's in trouble, but Freeze is going to get taken out. It's Rainover that gets the kill credit. Teleport from Youngbuck. He's looking for a target. Will follow Airwax. He's chasing Rainover. Rainover's knocked in the air. Janna's got the shield down as Huni's dropped in the background. That knockup's not going to be enough. Actually, it is Rainover. Very aggressively jumps back in. Had the support of Steelback, but it was Youngbuck that took out Huni in reply for losing Freeze.
So basically, Copenhagen Wolves is playing around with a shotgun, you know. They have a lot of damage that blasts in a lot of directions, but they run out of shells in that fight. And then you gotta back off, you know. You take one kill, take Rainover down, and then back off. But we're already talking about the next fight. This game is going absolutely crazy. I can't even keep up.
Yeah, this is obviously just the replay of that previous engage. Huni gonna get chased on. I love the shotgun analogy. You see if Copenhagen Wolves can find time to reload.
Well, they have an Uzi in between in Cassiopeia, but that's the one Uzi in an army of shotguns. So definitely, if you blow one guy up and you basically use all your spells on him, back out, you know, wait for them. It's fine. There is no pressure because you already screwed up your mid game. Time to take it slow again. You don't have that advantage anymore that you had. And you see what we talked about. Rainover it's incredible how he can come back into this game after being destroyed in the early game. Every single of his ultis managed to work.
Yeah, and you can't just deny the fact that he's got that CS advantage. One thing you do want to highlight, 0-3-10 on Airwax's Jarvan. Definitely an instigating force for the Wolves. 5-1-3 on Sora's Cassio. We said how impactful it is. Soren, undefeated in 2 games. He's looking to make it a third, but they can't afford more mistakes.
I'm worried though, because the longer you go, Janna's shield gets stronger, Janna ulti heals more, and his damage is going to stay pretty much the same. You know, Rumble's shield, that's going to get stronger, Orianna's shield going to get stronger. They're staying in this game, and yeah, eventually Copenhagen Wolves' shotguns are just not going to be strong enough, and then Fnatic will just win this game.
So Krepa, you feel the scaling on the side of Fnatic, despite the 5k gold.
Jailbreak just smite to AoE the minions down for Wave Clear. Pretty smart by Rainover. He doesn't need to smite for any objectives right now. So yeah, they're basically saying, no, you guys can't get our towers. If you want to play, you got to play the Vision game, you got to bait us to Baron, but we at least have 1 blue trinket on Corki. And then if you get that down, we have the global check from Rengar. So if you get that down, then we'll start phase checking. So it's incredibly hard for Copenhagen Wolves to close this out. They don't have the security blanket of a Kalista to say, okay, we'll start smiting at 2k instead of 500. So Copenhagen Wolves, they're slowly running out of options here, and Fnatic with an impressive hold on this game.
And look at all of the wards on that top half of the map. Yes, there are 2 sight stones on the side of the Copenhagen Wolves, but their vision has been really quite fantastic.
Yeah, but there's no oracles though. It doesn't matter if you have all these dots of vision if you let the enemy just place 1 or 2 wards in between, because then you're not controlling dark areas, and that's the power of vision. You want to force people into lose-lose situations. Either we get the objective, or either you come face check, look for us. But if you give them the wards, they're essentially useless, because once you start sieging, you're running into too much wave clear. Look at this, Fnatic's already controlling the Baron area, and Copenhagen Wolves is doing this thing where they pile up as a group, and they can't split anymore, and this allows Fnatic to basically just jump around them, put a little ward at the left side, put a little ward at the right side, stall for long enough, and eventually Copenhagen Wolves gets caught by Rengar or overreaches on an engage.
Well, let's see if Rainover can find another target. Steelback backing off in the top lane. We do see some big items completed. Ghostblade for Freeze, BF Sword picked up for Steelback, Chalice secured for Yellowstar as well.
And that's a good point, Quickshot. That's the makings of a Mikhail's Crucible, and that's going to be absolutely crucial in this matchup. You know, get rid of Lissandra Ultimate, get rid of Annie's stun, and suddenly the fight becomes a lot harder because no longer are those targets locked down. They have a plethora of options to disengage. They have these shields, they have the Janna ulti. They stay alive longer than you would reckon, and you're going to run out of damage. So unless Soren can get a lot of those twin fangs, or triple fangs as you called them earlier, they're going to have a hard time. The gold differential is still 4k, but it's been 4k for a long, long time.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, because of course, shrinks in effectiveness as the game goes on. QSS picked up after finishing the next item for Steelback, so not only is that Mikhail's closer for Yellow Star, Steelback's going to have the ability to self-cleanse one of those abilities. Rainover clearing out the crab 35 seconds before Dragon is up. Fnatic have not had a touch on Dragon, despite having a very strong sort of, you know, AoE and Rumble in Orianna, but that is, of course, because they fell
they had to
so far behind so early on.
But they're only 2 dragons down in a 27-minute game, so that's fine. You know, you only want to look at 5 dragons, and that's still 18 minutes or maybe a little less, say 14 minutes possibly away. So they definitely have the time to play around with that, because then it's hitting really the late game, and we saw how good Fnatic is right now. And you see, again, there's no splitting, you know. Okay, Copenhagen Wolves pushed up a slow push on top. They have a wave on bottom. Rainover's taking care of that. They should really drive in the mid lane right now and then use those double waves. They engage on Febiven.
Well, let's see if they take him out. He's down. Frozen Tomb. Unlimited flash over the wall into the Tibbers. And Copenhagen Wolves setting their sights on Baron.
This is an incredibly smart engage because they have the top lane pushing. Somebody had to go there. Bot lane was pushing. And they can secure the Baron. But remember, Rainover can still jump in and smite steal. So ballsy play into Equalizer with Rumble. Let's see if this works out.
So, Copenhagen Wolves, 5 members in the pit versus 4 members of Fnatic. Everybody is around. The Equalizer goes out. It's not bad. Rainover jumps forward, waiting for the shockwave. He's out. We do see Fnatic on the retreat. Airwax has been taken down. It's 2 kills in favor of Fnatic as Steelback is on the board. Baron is stopped for the trade of Rainover.
And looking at the aftermath, ignoring the fight, you cannot come out of a fight 2-man down with a 1-man engage if you still have flash and ulti up on Cassiopeia. That should never ever happen.
There's the engage playing out. That's a great Cataclysm from Airwax.
It is if Youngbuck's helping with the backline, but if both of them are doing the exact same thing at the exact same time, they're rendering one of them obsolete, and that's why you see a 2-for-1. You know, Youngbuck went in, Airwax went in, they're like, okay guys, fix the problem in the back, I'll deal with the front, but they went 2-for-1 on a Baron bait. That should never ever happen. They do pick up the Dragon here, but I think Fnatic can cut their blessings. They got lucky there.
Small misplays from the Copenhagen Wolves. And it's been small misplays the longer this game has gone.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's very clear that the Wolves had a strong decision and strategy in the early game. Their lane plan, their swap, their invades. They've kept Fnatic down, but it feels like they haven't been able to master the later stages of the game.
Seems like they got handed a textbook to how to take down Fnatic 101 with 100 pages, but it was only filled in until page 40. And then it kind of starts looking, guys, we got blank pages here, what do we do? Okay, we watched LCS, okay, we saw some rotations, we saw some plays, but I don't really know how this works. And then suddenly Rainover comes out of the invisibility and is like, hey guys, you forgot your pink words.
Yeah, that's why the pages were blank, because Rainover was on a thrilling hunt. We did see a Warmog's picked up for Unlimited, which you haven't called out just yet. Very tanky front line. Mostly likely because Rainover has jumped on him 1,000 times. As a support main, is that your first sort of rushed item?
To be fair, I don't play much Annie. But no, I would not play Warmox Annie. I think if you really want to do that, what I like is Rainover, he's being selfish, so he built the Spectre's Cow and then the Warmox on himself, so he doesn't have a Locket for his team. He waits for Board to get that later. Airwax is forced to play Locket, you know. Against a double AP, let your Jarvan get really tanky. Let him build Banshee's Veil himself. Not a Banshee's baby cow, but but then let your support build Aegis. I'd love to build Aegis on Annie. It gives me everything I need unless I'm going straight AP. So definitely, I think Copenhagen Wolves forgot to plan for the late game, and they were just like, let's invest in this early game, and they're definitely losing some stocks here.
Well, 13 minutes has gone by. 4,500 gold separates these two players. Teams rather. Huni is now caught out. Unlimited's chasing him. Freeze doesn't even need the help. He just insta-gibbed Huni. Huni's got no real arm outside that sequence.
See, I'd like them to see to pick up that bot wave. You know, you're so close, Freeze. Just walk over, buckshot it, and that's a slow push going for you again if you have troubles in the future. Don't leave those side lanes even, because at the top side, Steelback just pushes a side wave, and now you're dealing with one wave into an Ariana, and you better make that dive work, because your side lanes, they're not pushing with you. That means in 4 or 2 minutes from now, you don't have any Baron pressure unless you run there right now, but then you gotta play it perfect. You know, you gotta use your CC well, spread it out, and definitely don't make the same mistake again.
Well, teleport is available for Huni. He's spawning in 7 seconds. Yellow Star's moving forward. He could be the first victim. Gets the knockup. Glacial Path comes out. Insta Monsoon. Yellow Star's on the retreat. He's going to flash over the wall. He does make it out. Now Airwax looking for a target. He can't Cataclysm steal back. The Bowler Strike goes wide for Rainover. Tibbers hits no one. Unlimited forced to flash over the wall. Rainover's on the board as we do see Unlimited in the retreat. Fnatic find the kill.
That should never happen. Monsoon should never proc Alessandra away without using the W or the R. Like, Yellow Star played that frame perfect. You know, there's half second later, he's dead. Half second earlier, he's dead. And he managed to take the exact path out, flash out, and then the beauty of that play, Reignover counter engages.
Oh, Reignover knew Soren was there. Steps backwards. Soren's on the retreat. The Snake Lady's trying to get away. Here comes a zippy Youngbuck. Finds himself a wall. Glacial pass away. Is going to get that frozen tomb onto Feathervin. Here comes the support. Freeze blows up one. That's a double hourglass as Feathervin and Youngbuck trade 1-for-1. In the background, Soren's found Yellow Star and Steelback goes man mode. He dives in. We see Huni picking up a kill as Soren is putting the poison down into Steelback. Huni looking for Freeze, forced to flash away. Huni's already died to that Graves before. The poison's ticking. Shield keeps Huni alive. And another sloppy engage. 18-15 in 32 minutes. These teams are happy to fight.
Yeah, if the Wolves clean up the janitor there, they could have had a Baron, but they have to back off right now. Pretty much a reset again, but I just want to highlight how smart Reignover is. I'll do that after the possible catcher quick shot.
Let's see what happens. Vision is out, the poison goes through. Steelback makes it out. Huni's going to be the sacrificial lamb.
He volunteers his tribute, and then really right now they have to push in the lanes. Look at it, mid lane, bot lane's pushing out, but look at Soren. He gets absolutely outplayed by Reignover. 1-2 step, and he's like, nope, you're not ulting me, and then he survives and forces the flash with the Boa. Before this fight, I want to take it all the way back, Bora, he escaped right there, and basically forced the counter engage from Reignover, but if you look at your play and play, they're doing Baron.
Well, let's see what Reignover can do. He's hopped in, Baron secured by the Copenhagen Wolves. Reignover tried to get in, but it wasn't enough. So after all of the aftermath, Wolves are the one that grabbed Baron, and once again, Fnatic are playing completely defensive.
And definitely on Soren's back there, he's playing incredible this game. He does so much damage. He basically forced two people out there, scouted the right bush with the poison, basically forced Huni to sacrifice himself, and then this time they didn't get caught by Reignover. They have the Baron buff, and now this is going to help their sieges so much, because it's double AP into these buff Baron minions is incredibly hard.
Well, equalizer just defensively from Huni, but he can't do that if another wave rocks up. I'm going to go all the way back to picks and bans, Crepo. Copenhagen Wolves banned out so many mid lane champions, and you said the exact line, Soren looking to outplay Feathervin. Oh, he's done it. 7-1-6. His Cassio has been the reason the Wolves have stayed relevant the longer this game has gone.
Yeah, but so basically Soren made that investment in pushing the mid lane, but Arex, he capitalized on that. He used that window of opportunity to go into the jungle and shut down Reignover. Top lane, the 2v2, they didn't get out of there. There was no proactive play from Fnatic, and then they held Youngbuck in the match. And if we see at the stats, or we look at the stats rather, Youngbuck's given up first blood in quite a lot of games already, and he did in this game. He even burned a flash on Huni, and basically they stopped everything what Fnatic did well. They had issues translating the advantage, but they're still ahead. 6,000 gold and a Baron right now.
In half of the games the Copenhagen Wolves have played, 4 out of 8, including this one, Youngbuck has given up first blood. I was wondering if he was going to become the reverse Jankos, giving up first blood as opposed to securing it, but not today. Dragon is respawning. This is Dragon number 4. Fnatic are nowhere near, and that ticking time bomb is now really counting down.
Yeah, because they have decent late game, and look at it, four Dragons, that means the next one's up in 6 minutes. That's going to be roughly when Baron's going to come up. Fnatic need to get a grasp on vision control basically 3 to 4 minutes from now, because you can't start fighting for these objectives when they spawn. That's a mistake a lot of people make in competitive, in solo queue even. You want your vision out there before, so you can challenge the contest of the vision, because if you don't and you have to fight in a dark area, you'll have to rely on basically Reignover making absolutely sick play again. And eventually, the Wolves are going to figure out that pink words spot Rengar, and then they'll have a really big issue.
So planning ahead, that is the plan for Fnatic. We want to touch on Limiter's build again. He's got himself a Giant's Belt to go with the Warmogs. Going to be using all of that armor and MR from his Molten Shield to help improve the value of his health. It's non-traditional, but you can't argue it has been kind of working out.
I mean, why would you go Warmogs instead of straight magic resistance? I mean, are you that afraid of Corki's auto attacks on Annie? Because all the other damage is purely magic. Rumble is coming out. Okay, Reignover is jumping him, of course, but okay, that could explain it technically, but then even then, I'd rather just get a Zhonya's, survive that all in. I don't think health stack is the best option for Unlimited here. Better invest in pink wards and stop getting jumped on.
Well, that's the reason I love League of Legends, is there's always going to be a healthy debate as to what is working, what is not working. We do see Copenhagen Wolves. The wave has been cleared by Fnatic. Feathervin plus Steelback doing a great job of just wave clearing. And Copenhagen Wolves continue the siege. No more Baron.
But credit where credit's due, even if his build is debatable. Let's leave that in the middle. Unlimited has been doing a lot of great engages here, and he's basically been the first snowball of the Avalanche, the first domino stone going down. Basically, they can pile on the Cataclysm, they can pile on Youngbuck's with aura of CC on top of that Tibbers, and then he stays long enough around for a second CC rotation, and then his job is done, and it doesn't matter what he builds.
So let's see if he can keep that CC down. Fnatic got themselves an hourglass on both Huni and Febiven. That's going to be very important to survive some of the burst that can come out from Freeze, from Soren, from Youngbuck. But they haven't been given the opportunity to have these extended team fights that they might be looking for.
Going back in time, I would actually like to see, as trolly as it sounds, a Banner of Command. You can get Aegis, double Aegis stacks in fights on the users. You get the Banner of Command. Once you get the Baron buff, you can basically make an unkillable cannon minion that we saw Lamination do. Against this composition, basically Copenhagen Wolves is suffering from the problem they can't really split push, you know? Because they can't sacrifice one member of their composition to go on a different lane because they're afraid to get jumped on. Why not have a minion do that for you, know? And then put on a side lane push, you know, and then eventually Fnatic will have to peel one guy off, and that facilitates the dive rather. So I think if Copenhagen Wolves looked into the future a little better, that Locket could have maybe even been a Banner of Command on an Annie router, because she actually values from the AP component as well. And then that could have been definitely a better build. Right now, Copenhagen Wolves, they're content with taking the backseat, having medium deep vision, and they're waiting for the next objectives because they couldn't even get an inhib open with the Baron buff. So definitely they're going to try a little harder next time with the next Baron buff and with the 5th Dragon, because sieging right now is basically throwing away the game. So I want to see a lot of wards from Copenhagen Wolves come out. Controlled aggression. Definitely do not get caught. Whatever you do, keep that vision up.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves seem to have figured out the side lane. Both top and bottom appear to be pushing in their favor. And they are stacking up on the middle. They've got wards around Baron. 2 minutes until that one spawns. Dragon not too far off, but the wave clear from Fnatic is very strong. It is very solid. Can Copenhagen Wolves play these side lanes as effectively as they've been playing the vision game?
I think they're almost timed perfectly. They need to hold 2 more waves in middle, and then they can start backing off for an objective. Baron's a minute 30 away. Dragon will be a little later, I presume. So definitely hold those waves off. And worst case, if the waves hit earlier on the side lanes, use that to pile on mid and get that turret. You know, break one turret open, because that's almost going to be a free-handed.
So, Krepo, you've obviously been able to see this from the observer point of view. How much more difficult is it if you're in the Copenhagen Wolves team comms?
They have good vision. They can definitely realize the situation. How much more difficult is in Fnatic's situation? They see a ticking time bomb. They're planning ahead, but there is no clean-cut call to get out of it. They basically have to punish a mistake from Copenhagen Wolves, or they're at risk of losing a tower.
So we'll see if Fnatic can make the right call. That gold lead has grown. We're about to hit 40 minutes into the game. 35 kills and around 7,000 gold between these two teams.
Drum rolls, please. The side lanes are about to hit, so this is where it matters. We see Huni peeling off. The wave's killed in mid, though. This is really good timing. You know, mid lane goes down. They can't backdoor that. They can't rotate top. The waves didn't hit it at the exact same time, so maybe they should have sent somebody to facilitate those waves going in, because Huni just cleared the entire bottom wave. Fnatic has to repeat this one more time in the middle and top wave, and then they're good to go.
In the book of how to defeat Fnatic, Copenhagen Wolves read up to page 14 and he said it was blank. Have they found some pages at the back of the book giving them some information? Because they've managed to get to this top lane. This tower's going down. We see the smite from Rainover, but it's not enough. Equalizer is available, but not used yet. Huni's about to overheat. Let's see what happens. Copenhagen Wolves, they get the top tower after a smart rotation.
Yeah, and look at what they're doing right now. They still have that deep red vision in the jungle, or red jungle vision rather, and look what's about to spawn in about 1 second here. Quick shot. Baron's coming up, I believe, and this is really good. They need to push in one more wave mid to not allow Fnatic. Fnatic realizes this, and they're going for the Rengar ulti.
Wow, Rainover's looking for a target. He's going to be able to root somebody down. He's going to be able to hop. It's Airwax that he sets his sights on, has the ability to hop again. Shockwave is available, but not used. Rainover's looking. The equalizer goes out, and that's fantastic. Airwax is down. Rainover flashes out. Let's look for Soren. He's got a petrifying gaze. Freeze flashes forward. He flashes the Shockwave out. Unlimited jumps in. He's Tibbets down. Youngbuck's found 3. He's rooted them. Frozen Tomb to stay alive as now Huni gets melted in the background. Rainover stays alive thanks to that command protect. Copenhagen Wolves, despite losing one early, they put up a decent fight to reply.
I'm have to call Airwax here. If we look at that fight, you know, he made a very crucial mistake. You just used the expended Rengar engage. Do not turn back. You're about to bait Fnatic into a choke point when you have Cassiopeia. If not, you're going to get a free Baron. Do not turn back and force your team to run through that same chokehold against a Rumble. Fnatic's going for Baron right here because they want to punish the Dragon that the Wolves took.
Well, let's see if they can make it work. Dragon number 5 was completed by Copenhagen Wolves. They've got double the bonuses. Look at that mini-map. You've got Copenhagen Wolves coming up from behind. Soren's got no ulti. Rainover's looking for a target, but he's been left alone. Fnatic did take the Baron. They lost their jungler. And it is one mega buff for another. Krepo, Exposed inhibitor, Baron on Fnatic, down 6,000 gold. But with Baron buff.
Though, they can spread out, use those minions on all the waves to hold the push a lot better. If I was Wolves, I would much rather have that Baron than the 5th Dragon buff. Pick that one up later, unless they can expose this inhibitor right now. But I really want to go back. Arax made a crucial mistake. Fnatic prioritized the right objective, and the Wolves, they got ahead, but they could have closed the game right here.
Well, could have closed the game, was not to be. Equalizers available for Huni. He's got the spell. Copenhagen Wolves, 1 or 2 more hits is what they need. They take the inhibitor. So, super minions in the top lane. Fnatic with Baron. Huni, again, looking for something. No fight to come just yet. It's a battle
They do
of
love
wards.
their pink wards. Yep, a ward breaks loose, and you see Youngbuck in the bottom, that's good. He wants to start pushing that wave in. They don't have the Baron though, so yeah, super minions in the top lane. The next 3 minutes, I don't think we'll see anything exposed, and by that time, the 5th Dragon buff will have expired, so that's basically nullifying all the advantage. In addition, Baron gives you more gold, or just gives you gold rather than Dragonstone, so I think Fnatic definitely got the better end of that, because they were forced on that play. That wasn't a play they had the chance to make. They had to make that play right there, or they were completely in the dark, ready to get turned on. And that was a really, again, crucial timing ulti from the Rengar from Reignover.
Crepo, Fnatic, they're 6-1 in the league. They've only lost the game to Unicorns of Love, mostly because of misplays at an individual level and a smart pick and ban phase from the Unicorns. Against Copenhagen Wolves, they clearly lost the early game. The laning phase was against them.
And the draft, one could argue.
And you've been a fan of Fnatic's scaling. You said you do think with some time, they've got wave clear, they've got the ability to pick it up. With Super Minions top and Baron, is it late enough in the game for their comp to actually pull back against everything that Wolves have? Or do you think Wolves are just so far ahead?
It's getting tricky right now because, yeah, their shields were getting stronger, but at this point, you know, Soren's dealing a godly amount of damage. I'm just going to hover over if I can find him here on my screen to see how much AP he really has. And he has 1,372 AP. You know, you can have a lot of shields, but with Twin Fan Spam, that's going to be a lot. We have to wait for the top lane right now in Wolves. Again, be patient. Always use your side lanes to your advantage, because eventually that's going to draw somebody away and might even force another equalizer from Huni. Fnatic realize this. You see them moving up a little more because they know if we're going to wait, we're going to get choked out. Let's look if we can get a move here. If not, let's be patient. Copenhagen Wolves has thrown their advantage in the past. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, that's right. Copenhagen Wolves have also, however, won games from teams that have thrown their advantage. It's not the case this time around.
There is no advantage to throw.
That's it. Shield goes onto the tower here from Yellow Star. Eye of the Storm helping to block some of the damage. Baron buff still ticking away. I'm going to double check the cooldown.
They need to send somebody mid right now. They need to like drive in that wave with somebody that has damage at the same time as the next wave hits on top, because they can't break the 4-man wave clear. They can't dive it. They've realized that right now. If not, they just need to keep Fnatic here. There's no wards on the map. Look at the entire map. It's completely barren wasteland of no vision. But Reignover, he's going for that signature ulti yet again.
Oh, he's managed to find Soren. Soren's been rooted. The equalizer's great. That's an even better shockwave. Huni's got the first kill of the fight and follows it up with a second. Now we see Steel back. He's janitoring up from the backline, focusing down Freeze. Exhaust comes out. Fnatic find 4 and only lose Reignover.
And it's gone. And yeah,
the entire build-up.
You need more pink boards. You can't see that tower or start rotating at least, but you can't get caught like that with your pants down. It's 5 people. It's just a really beautiful combo though. Look at this. The equalizer, the shockwave, you know, Reignover is still not even close to dying right there. He catches out Soren out of position. There is no follow-up. Look where Youngbuck is right now. He's walking out of the fight. And he starts turning around. He's like, okay, I can't fight. And then Steelback goes in because he knows he can't get popped anymore. And if he does, the rest will clean up.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are your base gates. To my knowledge, the first time I've seen them effectively used in a defensive sieging position. Reignover found a way in.
To be fair, he could have hopped over the wall anyways.
Could have, but...
Could have, would have, should have, but he got it anyways.
Damn it, Rito, please. Those gates are awesome. So, Fnatic get themselves some towers on the board. This is the first tower they've gotten in over 35 minutes. 1, 2, 3 of them, in fact. Middle and bottom outer, as well as the inner. That gold is now completely even.
And this is the most satisfying feeling as a support. The enemy team throws, you push in all the way, and you have wards left on your sightstone. You get the ultra deep vision that you could otherwise never get, and look at those 2 wards. They're actually a little bit too deep, but it's still fun for Yellow Star. But again, you know, this map was completely dark, and suddenly Fnatic has control again. We're going to start looking at a fight for Baron, because I don't think Wolves are going to make the same mistake of sieging again, but I think they've they've lost their momentum, and Fnatic could very well be in position to take this game.
Crepo, you've said you don't think they're going to make the same mistake about 3 times now, and the mistakes have been
made.
Mistakes have been made. Copenhagen Wolves have given up their lead.
Here's Rainover.
Let's see who we can find. There's exclamation marks. He's found somebody. Does actually get stunned up. I think that was blind. He's got 3,500 HP. Young Bucks looking for a target. Equalizer's going to split them out as Rainover hops back in. Copenhagen Wolves trying to kite, but Airwax is going low. Shockwave is available, as is the Petrifying Gaze. Let's see who can get the better AoE.
Good fight by the Wolves. Kite back and then use the threat of the Cassiopeia ulti to prevent Fnatic from overreaching. Rainover's ultimate is down. He can't jump in anymore with the Orion on the ball. Wow. And this is 5 dragons for Copenhagen Wolves. This might force Fnatic into making a mistake.
Let's see what they can do. Equalizer is not available. Please keep that in mind. Tibbers is up for Unlimited. Does not have Flash. So Copenhagen Wolves, they've started Dragon. Actually, it's Fnatic that seems to be putting the damage.
Flying from Aerox and Soren are Flash. This might be an absolutely brutal combo.
That is massive. The Petrifying Gaze destroys Fnatic. Huni goes golden before he goes frozen. Awax gets knocked out, but Steelwack is in trouble. Steelback's going to get taken down. Freeze picks up a kill. He gets one in reply before Yellow Stars drop. Fnatic are aced.
This is game.
Copenhagen Wolves are pushing in. Youngbuck is teleported to the top. Copenhagen Wolves find a fantastic victory against Fnatic.
They filled in the pages in the book. They finally learned, if Rainover comes for you, run away. He's really scary. Kite him back, use the threat of your composition, and then counter-engage. Airax flank at the same time. Soren R flashes forward, and they're taking this game, Quickshot.
Fnatic are down 6-2 as the Copenhagen Wolves go huge.
Beautiful game.
Been a long time since we've heard the howl of the wolves on stage.
Against Fnatic of all teams.
And Freeze is definitely singing loud and proud. Fnatic are heartbroken.
They're not used to losing, you know. They're like suddenly, we're the ones walking over usually, but yeah, this time the Wolves claimed that game. They finally learned from their mistakes, and yeah, impressive.
It's even more heartbreaking for Fnatic considering how well they defended, considering how far they drew that game out. Everything the Wolves did, Fnatic had somewhat of an answer in that mid game.
This is one of those few games where you can almost argue to nominate a losing team player for MVP. In the case of Rainover, set behind, out of his control really. His mid lane was pushed in, he got punished in his jungle, but then the turnaround, like basically time perfect Rengar ultis almost working until eventually the enemy adapted and learned to deal with it, and then Fnatic was out of options. You know, they had very telegraphed plays at the end because they were behind.
Yeah, very, very stern looks on the Fnatic faces. But in the team huddle there, discussing the game, discussing how it went. Elation for Dentist and Unlimited. Something we've talked about Unlimited fairly often in the last week or two, Crepo, is just how many strong AD carries he's played besides. Freeze goes 8-2-13. Unlimited with an unconventional build. 3-4-10. You cannot deny that his Tibbers were instrumental in keeping Fnatic down.
No, I mean, the build's debatable, and I guess he definitely wanted raw HP and use his Molten Shield. If he was going to pop 100 to 0, I can definitely see where he's coming from. Maybe liked a little more MR, but yeah, who am I to disagree? He played phenomenal, had some really good engages, and he wasn't afraid to go in, you know, and that's definitely important as an Annie. You can miss some Tibbers, but he went in time and time again, sacrificed for his team, and did his job.
Really, really great play coming out of the Copenhagen Wolves. Reading Fnatic. I'm going to use Crepo's analogy relatively well. The playbook, how to beat Fnatic. There was a big missing section in the middle.
They found it.
But they found the ending, and they definitely had the beginning. If Copenhagen Wolves can do it, surely other teams in the LCS can do it as well.
Yeah, but Fnatic's a smart team, you know, they will adapt as well. You only have to adapt once people figure out your weaknesses. If the same style stays working, you know, eventually SK might even drop a few games, but they're a very smart team, they will adapt as well. And this is why the beauty is in a season and not in a few games and in a streak, because everyone's like, oh yeah, look at this team doing nice and fancy. Let's see how Fnatic bounces back from this.
Well, the next game they're going to play is going to be against SK Gaming. And if SK can take anything away from this game, do you think they can also read that same book? Do you think SK as a team can do what Copenhagen Wolves just did?
Oh yeah, if SK bot lane lanes 2v2, I think they can definitely win, and then the players are even smart at closing out these games. So definitely, if SK gets his lead, SK will not get this lead go. But Fnatic, they will adapt in Champion Select as well, and they might not give away such a big lead yet again.
Yeah, I really have to step back and just highlight that Soren Cassiopeia. In the picks and bans, with all of that focus on the mid lane, you could see the Wolves really wanted to set Soren up for a Cassio pick for maybe a favorable matchup, or even just one that was going to make his life a little easier, and ended up working in his favor.
And yeah, once you're ahead, you really want to use your strengths to your advantage. So why not use that threat of that Cassiopeia ulti and damage and force Fnatic to respect it? And that's what they did in the last fight. You know, you kite backwards all the way, you let them come, and eventually they run out of jumps, and then they have to walk into you. And if part of the front line is walking into you, Cassiopeia can pretty much jump in their face and ulti everybody in an AoE, and then Youngbuck comes in, and then Aerox comes in from the flank, and suddenly you're getting wombo comboed, and that's really something you want to avoid. And props to the Wolves for figuring it out in the last fight there and immediately acing to finish.
Yeah, and they managed to push those side lanes for the win. It took a long time. They did seem to flounder with a vision. You know, you were highlighting in particular, despite having good wards, they weren't denying vision from Fnatic. They weren't necessarily using it to the best.
It's really hard to do that, of course.
Can't fault them for at least setting it up, for being in the right mindset. We see so many teams not using vision effectively.
I think it's a step in the right direction, and as we said, you know, sieging towers is a multi-step process, you know, so it's push, ward, push, and definitely a step in the right direction. What I would recommend is, if you face Reignover, a little more pink wards before he ults, you know, so he has to either walk around them or get spotted during the ultis.
Well, we'll see if they can do that. Crepo, thank you for the first game. We'll be back in a moment for the second. For now, let's head over to the analyst desk, where Shox is joined by a few of the winners.
Thank you very much. Quick shot, and congrats to Freeze and Soren on that win. Before we get into the deep and nitty-gritty game talk, first, Soren, what does it mean to you to not only win on Cassiopeia here once again, but beat Fnatic?
Well, I'm really happy we beat Fnatic. Like, we had a really rough week, 2 really tough opponents. But I felt like both games yesterday didn't go that well, but I felt like we had a really good chance both games, actually. Like, everyone was motivated to win, and everyone tried the hardest, so I'm happy.
So you're saying, obviously, sorry to interrupt you, you're saying you guys felt like yesterday you could have won as well against SK Gaming. Are you guys that confident in your current playstyle, and obviously you two guys as the two carries it, that you can really beat the top teams?
I wouldn't say so. Like, you have to be confident to beat some rough opponents. If you would go to play SK and you would be like, okay, guys, we have nothing to lose. We will just lose. We'll do nothing. Let's play for KD or whatever. That doesn't work. That will never work. You have to be the winner's mentality. You have to go in and you will crush them. Crush Forgiven, for example, you know.
Like a real wolf.
Yeah, absolutely, like a real wolf. And I'm glad you said that, because from the get-go here, you guys were going in. And let's actually get our first replay up on the screen, because Soren, you feel so comfortable on that Cassiopeia. Run us through this fight here where you end up getting triple.
They try to engage on us with the Rengar. They actually get AoX pretty low, but we blow him up super fast. Right now it's just they're like in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
They get a. I wanted to flash ulti, but I didn't get it off. I think I played the fight pretty bad, but I managed to get a triple kill. Right now it's just pick up. Like, I'm so strong at this point, I can kill anyone, and I just pray to the gods that I juke every skill shot.
Yeah. I was like yelling, go, 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 go as well. And Soren played it really well.
Yeah, why do you say in the beginning you played it bad? What could you have done better now?
I had my ulti and my flash up, I believe. And I think, I don't know like what I did with my flash, but I need to watch the replay.
You wanted to flash, I think, but then the Orianna shockwave stopped you. And you couldn't flash. Yes,
I'm not sure what happened.
Because it was like right next.
Because there were four people in the cataclysm, and if I just flash ulti, they were all going to die instantly.
Combo.
The game, yeah.
And I'd actually love to ask about your build as well, because you went for tier early into Rod of Ages, so this fairly slow scaling build. When do you actually decide between like tier into, let's say, a Rylai's, and then instead go for the Rod of Ages? It's just if you get a good start with some early kills, so when do you decide what to build on Cassiopeia? Because there's so many different things you can do.
I feel like Orianna wants to farm up anyway, so I'm not really going to have to build like early power. So I don't really have to take the fights early, so I can afford to build like scaling items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah, it worked. But let's talk mid-game, because Fnatic wasn't out of this one yet. A lot of times Reignover, I mean, he played fantastic still from behind. You say sometimes, oh, like in this one, I should have flashed, I shouldn't have flashed. Was there in the mid-game maybe lacking someone who said, come on, guys, we got to push it, we got to go in? Or was it just not easy to fight versus their composition, Freeze?
We had different opinions. One of us wanted to engage all the time. The rest was scared, actually, because we were really ahead and we're not used to play ahead. Usually we are behind, then we come back and then we somehow win. But this time we were ahead, and it was different, completely different game. We had to be the aggressors, but we weren't, and that made us a bit longer the game, extended the game.
And who is actually like the main shot callers then on the team? Because I know you love to talk, but it's not always
really?
the best stuff coming out of your mouth in the game itself. So who's the main shot caller when it really comes to these decisive moments?
Well,
Peter and Erox, I would say, and Soren fills in a bit, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I think Peter does like the main strategics, like what to do and what's after next, and after now we're back and then we go like top or something. And Alex is kind of the guy that just engages and like go, 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 go.
Yeah, we saw that.
We saw that a couple of times. If Freeze is the guy that likes to call the shots, let's pull the next replay up on the screen of the deciding fight, and we'll bring it up pause so you can orientate yourself, and then if you're ready to roll it, we will, and call the shot.
Right now, we've been talking about engaging for 5 minutes. We finally got the balls for it, and we were planning to engage right now. We can roll the clip now, and we managed to both Soren and me out Fabivan and insta-kill him right there before he even does anything, and that's game over for Fnatic. Right now, 2 champions are down, and we just pick the kills up and flash for steal back, kill everyone, go for the win, finish Nexus, and obviously yell like animals.
Of course.
Celebrate, howl, hug, everything, and deserve taking down Fnatic here. So, next week, Rockite and MYM on the table for the Copenhagen Wolves. What's the main thing you take from this? You can do it when you aggress early. So how are you going to go into those matches?
Well, we'll have to prepare again. We prepared for Fnatic extremely well, and for SK as well, but it didn't work for the SK. So if we put the same preparation we had this week towards Rocket and MIM, then we'll be really confident as well of beating them, and then we can go the aggressive early game. We can go ahead and we can start playing the game we are not used to playing that much, but we managed.
Soren, anything to add? Just happiness.
Well, yesterday I felt like I was really, really upset. Like yesterday evening was like the worst for me. I just went back home, like really looked into myself and found the eager to win again. I feel like I needed that. So I feel like we're in a good run now. We can actually make good things happen. And I feel like this game we actually did like pretty good warding and stuff compared to what we usually do. Like we actually denied vision from them topside and pressured properly. So I think we have like the
good
future. Yeah, the future looks brighter at least.
Are we going to see the Copenhagen Wolves in the playoffs?
I would love to.
You would love to?
I would love to. It is all up to you guys. Keep going as you did today. Congratulations. Fantastic stuff from the Wolves. Coming up next is our final match of the week between Meet Your Makers and the Unicorns of Love. Can the Unicorns of Love continue their climb in the standings? Stay right here and find out.
Overall, past like last 3 or 4 years, I've been on like 11 or 12 teams. It seems a lot, but I usually try to find a team. Like there was never a time except like once, like two months that I had no team. I just wanted to practice with the team and try to make myself better, make my team better, and try to qualify for LCS. But I actually never managed to do that. I was close a few times. I was playing in a lot of the promotions to the LCS. I couldn't play in the first one, and then I missed another one because some stuff happened, and now I'm in the LCS and I can show that I'm still a really good player. I really like being in Unicorns of Love. Everyone is like really friendly to each other, no one's getting mad. Like it's really beautiful to be in an environment like that.
That is one of the best things I've ever
Oh, that was beautiful. Fantastic. And there's always so many Unicorns fans in the audience, especially here in Berlin. They love them.
Yeah, and welcome back here to the LCS in Berlin, where the Unicorns of Love are about to face Meet Your Makers. That is our final match of the day. We saw the fans of the Unicorns of Love. We're going to start with the lineup of Meet Your Makers, though. Coming in here on the blue side, Mimer, Horo, Corey, Mr. Isles, Nisbet, and Yamato Cannon. They lost to Fnatic yesterday, and, well, honestly, it hasn't been going good for them. Corey back in that mid lane. They haven't found their groove yet.
No, again, MYM has had so many problems leading up to the season now in the split as well. Yesterday, I honestly feel like while it wasn't good enough, they showed improvement. And they actually showed they changed up the playstyle a little bit, because what we have seen in the past is they would just sit back and not be confident enough to make any plays at all and just slowly wait for the enemy team to win the game. But actually yesterday, we had some aggressive plays. We had the tower dive on Huni. We actually have a replay of it we can just bring up, because this shows MYM at least says we need to try and make some plays. We cannot just sit back. And, or we can say, the problem here for MYM is they didn't set it up correctly. They slow pushed a wave in, and also Mimer and Horo here took a long time clearing their own jungle and get down to Huni. So he's already hit level 3. And if you look at the minimap, you can see how Yellowstar is already recalled from the top lane. If you see the enemy team build up the wave slowly, you know they're going to dive your top laner. So Fnatic is reading this, and MYM is way too slow. So once we roll the clip, we can see how Huni is strong enough with that Dawn Shield on a Rumble to actually stay alive for a long time. Nisbet tanks first. That's fine. That's perfect. But he needs to flash away now and not give up that first. But he ends up dying. Yellowstar, of course, is here. Exhaust the shield, everything. Misplay by Nisbet. And all in all, this trade set them so far behind and made Huni so fed that it was nearly impossible to do anything. But at least they try and make some plays. And that's the difference.
Yeah, I like it as well. We saw Yamato Cannon there. He's wearing pink trousers today, and they're up against the Unicorns. Bold move. Very risky for him.
Risky stuff.
Yeah.
He's done a good job, though. Good pick and ban faces, and also these funny signs whenever we end the pick and ban phase.
Yep. Some shenanigans there. Well, their opponents are the Unicorns of Love for MYM. Let's take a look at their lineup. Visit Chachi, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardax, Hillisang, and their coach, Sheepy. The question coming into this week for them was, when they played Roccat yesterday, can they rise above the middle of the table? They are above now. Elements lost today. They could claim that third spot for them alone.
Elements lost, Roccat lost as well, so they're going to get some distance to them if they manage to beat MYM, which you of course would expect them to do. They are the favorites going into this game, especially also when you have carry players like Power of Evil and Vardax. They look so good yesterday. Power of Evil first, KD of 8 on the Cassiopeia, solo killing Nuke Dog in the laning phase, and of course Vardax, who was actually getting basically a free lane against Roccat and destroyed them, used the Caitlyn in the early start to really just snowball the entire game. So I really like how they played yesterday. If they can do the same now, Unicorn should win.
All right, we'll see how that one plays out. Things are just about ready on stage, so let's send it back over to Quickshot and Crepo.
Thank you very much, Shucks and Fisher. We're into the final game here of week 4.
Finally slow down a little bit.
It was an exciting game.
Went a little bit too hard.
Copenhagen Wolves and Fnatic, they got both of our hearts pumping. One of the most bloody, but also one of the most tactical games.
Loved it.
Which is interesting, because you don't tend to get those. But we're about to see Meet Your Makers take on Unicorns. Unicorns looked fantastic yesterday. Power of Evil, solo killing Nuke Duck. I think there was a lot of hype on Power of Evil coming in as one of these super hyped mid laners. And I think he's living up. Maybe not quite as epic as some of the other mid laners, but definitely up there. Top 3, top 4.
Gotta give him time, though. It's his first split in the LCS, and he still has so much more room to grow. You can't expect him to hit the same ceiling some other players will have that have been in the LCS for years or even played competitively before the LCS even started. So I have high hopes for him. I think he has a lot of quote-unquote potential. But he's definitely a great player, has really solid mechanics, and you saw some of the outplays he did. But yeah, let's see if we can do it this game again.
Well, we'll find out what Power of Evil can do as we are into picks and bans for the final game of the week. It is Azir and Lissandra, 2 flex picks off of the table.
Expecting a Cassio ban, yeah, there it is. Cassio, you have to ban it because I don't think Corey is necessarily a Cassio player, and you don't really want to sacrifice your first pick on that, and then Power of Evil will gladly just pick it up. So our ban coming out from MYM. 2, there's a lot of stuff on the table still. Is this Nidalee ban coming out from UOL, or are they just going to say like, Horo, I want to see your Nidalee, and worst case we'll get something better for that?
Well, it was Kikis that debuted Nidalee last week, in fact.
Exactly, that's why it might stay open here.
Well, we'll see. Meet Your Makers, they've got to decide. What do they want? Ari is up. LeBlanc is up.
Yeah, I think they trade Ari for the Nidalee. So they say like, okay, we banned Kassadin, and it says like, okay, if you don't pick Ari right here, we're gonna take it away from you. And then Unicorns will have Emilia. They want the Nidalee. You don't want to leave that up. Safe top laner pick. You know, you can lane swap, you can lane it, and we'll see from there. So I imagine Power of Evil has something up his sleeve for the Ari pick that he can deal with in lane. That's left. Maybe just sitting back with Xerath or something.
Well, you've got some options. If he wants to farm, he can go that route. If he wants to go aggressive, there's a few assassins left to play with. Unicorns of Love and Meet Your Makers with a much faster pick and ban than we're used to seeing. You have to feel that the prediction and the planning ahead of time, no real curveballs, so no additional discussion required here.
Yeah, again, I don't like the hover though. Just keep that champion away. Don't give the enemy time to think about the composition. Rengar hover with Lee Sin open. Okay, I was almost ready to get the legendary top lane Rengar from Mimer from back in the day, but it's not gonna happen. So Lee Sin over Rengar. Graves here for MYM. Definitely solid lane champion. You can pair Graves with any support into any matchup and you can still do well. Unicorns of Love countering with Caitlyn Morgana. So they basically want to say, okay, we're going to lane your Graves, we're going to outrange you, and basically poke you down and try and neutralize that threat.
Well, a lot of tower pushing power on the side of the Unicorns of Love if they want to go that route. Did a great job yesterday against Roccat in that regard, but you can see Flash and Ghost on Power of Evil, so maybe mid lane Morgana wouldn't be unheard of.
Yeah, but I really think MYM has to start looking at a lane swap right now, because if they keep the game in mind from yesterday, what's going to happen is Caitlyn Morgana will push up bot lane, go for their snare trap combinations. At the same time, Kikis will literally just invade the enemy jungle and try and kill somebody. We saw even Airwax do it on Nidalee too, and I hope MYM realizes this and goes for the lane swap.
Let's see if they decide to do that. Ghost Flash could also be used with a Twisted Fate, something Power of Evil has played in the Challenger scene. We'll see what he decides to lock in as that final champion. 5 seconds left for Meet Your Makers. They have a lot of pick and burst potential. No hard CC here.
Complex.
Very similar to what Fnatic was running in their previous matchup, and not going to work out. We'll get to that in a second, because that's a Cogmore insta-lock.
And this is actually, I think we can tell everybody now, UOL yesterday did not want to play their composition, but they wanted AP Cogmore in the middle, but because Roccat took it away and limited it, they actually had to resort to, I think was the Cassiopeia there. But definitely AP Cogmore is something they have been practicing a lot. He feels confident in it. And this almost takes me back to my days in CLG EU, where Froggen was the original OG European Cogmore sniper. And my job really was backing him up and say, Froggen, you're aiming 3 screens ahead, you're almost walking into an enemy. Please watch your champion again, because that is the range of AP Cogmore, and it's absolutely disgusting in a basically siege composition. So if MYM get locked down without hard CC, they're going to suffer on those sieges.
Well, we'll see. 1 Dark Binding or 1 Maokai route. Caitlyn plus Cogmore.
Plus Trap, plus Nidalee Spear, Nidalee follow-up. Knocked from the Maokai. That guy's gone.
So that's it. We've seen a sniper composition put on the table from the Unicorns of Love. And we'll have to see if Meet Your Makers can come out of this laning phase even or ahead, because if they don't, it's scary.
And Fnatic, they had the advantage that their main engage component was Rengar, and he's invisible. Basically, what this means is Horo will have to be as invisible as he can on Lee Sin and sneak around people and try and insect them into the team, because other than that, they really have little engage. Ari can charm, and Rumble can slow them down to land that charm easier, but other than that, it's going to be incredibly hard for MYM to engage unless they get really far ahead and they can push that advantage.
Well, everybody at home, you've heard Crepo talk about the team comps. Is it Meet Your Makers or the Unicorns of Love that you feel will be coming out ahead? Hit us up on Twitter. Unicorns pulling out a new strategically diverse team comp, but I do like the addition of that Maokai with all of the range they've got to back it up. That is a great group.
It is really good disengage, and basically what it means it sends in Maokai as a sacrificial lamb. He pops his ulti, people do less damage against you. And worst case, you can Black Shield and him, he can survive for days. Even if you have to sack him, you kite backwards. UL wants to siege and poke, or kite backwards in fights. MYM kind of wants to blow those ultis and kind of hard engage, but they have a disengage in Janna, which is going to be useless, because Monsoon is not going to stop projectiles from flying in your face, so it's going to be incredibly tricky here.
Yeah, and of course, if MYM are using all their cooldowns and spells and Vizichachi, Unicorns are going to be extremely happy with that particular strat. So, let's see how the lane swap plays out. You did talk about it fairly early on and pick some bans. With that Cogmore, are you still expecting the same?
Yeah, but I don't think when it comes out, I don't know if UOL is calling the prediction swap. The beauty of Caitlyn is, though, it lanes pretty strong against this lane, and if not, it can take towers down really quickly. The only question mark I have is that I don't know, out of my own knowledge, is how well Nidalee duels Lee Sin in the jungle. Because if Lee Sin is a pretty good duelist, especially if he gets the red smite item, and then he can definitely start dueling Nidalee down, and then if she doesn't get that advantage, she can't show up from behind the lanes, you know? But it doesn't look like UOL is initiating a lane swap here.
Well, we'll have to see how they decide to play that one out. What we do know from Kikis' Nidalee is when he ran it last week in week 3, he managed to pick up first blood very, very quickly and very early on against Lulex, managing to punish them. So we'll see if he can do that same level of early game pressure and if he can catch Horo out. I think it comes down to the surprise factor. So land that hunted and get the damage.
Rawless and Nisbeth here with the Ignite on Janna. They're doing a camp early. End up abandoning that camp even then to try and punish. Yeah, Nisbeth's moving up this check if the blue buff's being done here. So I don't think he can stop him. This means a potential 3 buff from EOL. Potentially if MYM were to start at the red side, but MYM starting at the blue side, so everything is bang on even here. But let's see if this works. MYM call off guard here. I think they expected a 2v2 lane.
So it did not manage to work out for them. Corey's going to sidestep the Dark Binding thanks to the movement speed buff on that Orb of Deception. And Corey going back to a tried and true champion. He's played an exceptional amount of Ahri in the course of last year and this year. He picked Jace into Xerath yesterday. Did well enough. Had a decent individual performance, but unfortunately those botched tower dives that Defisher was talking about cost Meteor Makers against Fnatic. Let's see how the early game plays out. No more engaged tower diving champions for Nisbeth.
So yeah, MYM is basically being frozen in the top lane. So Caitlyn is not taking towers immediately. She's letting the lane push back, and they're putting Hylissang on a roam. Nidalee's not really invading anybody, so she can't really catch anybody off guard. I think this is a decent start for MYM. I would like them to see the push the bottom lane in quicker, because now they have the risk of not being able to pull off the 4-man dive. We see Hylissang coming down with his top laner, Vizichachi. They're going to soak up this experience. This wave should have been in 2 waves ago and bounce back to match the freeze, because Vizichachi is going to get a lot of experience here, absolutely for free.
So, very nice play from UOL, managing to punish the slower play of Meteor Makers. We do see Mima has been holding Horo's hand. They did a full clear together. So, Mima's going to return to this top lane just shy of level 3. And he does burn his teleport. So, Vizichachi in lane, getting a small advantage from the lane creeps, while Kikis is getting control of the crabs.
Good crab by Kikis, because this pretty much puts Vardak safe. He's freezing, and he can start blowing the Rumble. Later we'll see whether he's being successful in zoning out the Rumble or not. The left side of the map is pretty much covered in wards. Should keep Vardak safe. This allows Kikis to start looking at the right side of the map, possibly even starting to look for Lee Sin in the enemy jungle.
Well, let's see how Kikis plays that one out, if he wants to play aggressive or not. This time round didn't go in. Power of Evil slightly ahead of Corey and using that Caustic Spittle and Void Ooze to put damage down.
Vardax broke the freeze on top lane, so he's definitely pushing out. UL's pushing out on bottom already now, but here's Kiki's coming behind Corey.
Let's look for the Javelin Toss. Does it connect? The answer is no. Swaps to Cougar form, pounces in. Flash away from Corey. Summon spell burned. Successful gank.
So they're basically turning these triple freezes on in a triple push. They burned the summoner from Corey in the mid lane. Crowd's going wild for these absolutely fantastic plays. But basically they're putting pressure on triple point at the same time in the map. This could allow for Kikis to move between those lanes into the enemy jungle. Let's see if he does that.
So a lot of mobility. Part of the reasons that Nidalee is so favored. Lots of burst damage, lots of hop, skips, and jumps. Horo's going to get control of the crab on the bottom half.
Corey gets jumped out pretty badly here.
A lot of damage. No level 6 yet for Power of Evil, so
Horo's going bottom though.
Connect. Let's see what Horo can do. That's a flash forward from him. He's going to get the Tempest and the cripple down. Hylissang reply flash. Now Vizichachi puts a smash down on the ground, but Horo gets damage and a support flash
for his own flash. So that's definitely a net win for UOL here because they poke down Corey. Mid lane, Kog'Maw still has double defensive summoners. He won that trade. They got some damage on the mid tower. Horror didn't really get a gank off early, and Lee Sin kind of has to snowball. We see less and less Lee Sins over time because it seems incredibly hard for any Lee Sin to really make a big impact early, and then other junglers just have more damage or more utility as the game goes on.
So, Horror under pressure again. A lot of players talking about how good he can be, how good his performance is, but one thing we do have to highlight, with Chachi getting back to lane, he's got himself a 13 CS lead over Mima. Vardag's even on CS with Mr. Rolls, but he's pushing the wave past the river. So no longer really freezing on his side of the territory.
Yeah, he's definitely using the push and then the poke on the Rumble, trying to deny him CS. Rumble's getting a lot of experience though. Yeah, I think UL is definitely benefiting from those couple of creeps they caught early. It allows them to be slightly tankier and then have the two-man farm squad with the Saplings plus Pool coming out of Morgana and Maokai. Yes, they push the lane, but they don't really care, you know, because they're defending the tower when they're pushing anyways. I need to see some utility coming out of this Caitlyn. I want to see some towers getting sieged or taken down. However, UL is fine taking this to the later stages of the game because they have such insane siege poke. Once they start grouping, it's gonna get ugly, yeah, if they manage to land those skill shots.
Well, interesting back timing from Vardags. He picks up boots and a pickaxe. Mr. All sitting on 56 CS, has the money to get the BF sword. So if it comes down to the trading and the burst, plus the Janna shield, there's a lot more burst that can come out from this Graves. I want to see how Vardags plays this lane. He's not pushed towers, like you were talking about, like you were maybe thinking. This time around, he's not going to really have the damage.
No, he's not going to push in Graves Janna, not with that item disadvantage. For everybody you out there watching, if you want to gauge whether somebody's going to pick up a BF sword, that's 55 CS if it's a quick farmer. If it's a slow game, it gets a little less CS because you get more global gold. But if you see a lane swap situation, 55 CS is what you want to look for, and it bang on, 56 CS goes to base, buys BF sword and the potion, and comes back. And even though the Caitlyn based on like 50 CS, boots pickaxe. Kind of don't agree with that base timing.
So the question then for the Unicorns of Love, considering Vardags froze the lane and did not push that top tower, and you've got the pickaxe, what is the decision for Unicorns? Do they want to just keep extending this lane out? Do they want to get Nidalee and Kog'Maw to a power position?
I guess they want to just give the freeze over to Vizichachi, have him get him a safe lane where he can farm, keep that good advantage up at least, and then swap more members back to the bottom side of the map so they don't lose dragons. Could be a possible rationale. Maybe he was scared of getting ganked, his vision ran out, he just wanted to base for safety. There's a multitude of reasons here, but Vizichachi definitely strong enough to hold his own against Mimer's Rumble here. We see favorable trade coming in. UL definitely seem they're making the first step right now, so they're definitely in control of this game.
So well played by the Unicorns of Love. They're the ones that initiated that lane swap, remember? And they were the ones that got Vizichachi into lane because Mr. Rolls did not push it. Kikis steals away the crab there, I believe. It is in favor of the Unicorns. Take a look at the CS. Even mid and AD carry. Slight advantage.
We got that one.
Because Vizichachi, Kikis is taking a page out of Diamond's book, and he's starting off this jungle Nidalee with a few steals.
And this is all they need to do. They just need to bide their time because Kog'Maw scales incredibly slowly, but once he hits his power spike, that's when they actually start grouping. And UOL is basically spreading out right now, and eventually they'll close the trap, you know, and they'll all come together and start taking those down those towers and force even equalizers to be used as wave clear later on. Vardags, he's having troubles though. Graves is an 80 spellcaster. Combine that with the Janna shield with bonus 80. Combine that with a quick BF sword. That means an auto Q auto combo deals a whole lot of damage. Morgana can't protect him. Black shield, it's pure physical damage. They need to land bindings, but even then Caitlyn's follow-up all-in isn't that strong.
Oh, Dark Binding connects. Hylissang's in trouble. Hylissang is dead. Crippo, as if by design, Mr. Rolls demonstrates how powerful a BF sword is.
Yeah, and at the same time, like, they weren't even close to killing Nispeth there. He still has Monsoon, he still has Flash, even if Vardags landed a trap. I think a slight overreach from Hylissang there. And this is the nature of the lane. If you don't AFK, push, shove, poke tower in the first 6 levels as Caitlyn Morgana, and you don't get equal items, you have to whittle down your enemies, and it doesn't happen. If you go for an all-in situation, Graves Janna's going to win out.
Well, Graves Janna did win out. Got themselves an assist on the board for Horo as well. Not necessarily ganking, but he's on the board at the very least. 36 CS to the 43 of Kikis. Keep in mind that Kikis stole away that previous red buff. And starting off relatively powerfully. Vision denied. Kicker's trying to set up now for Mima. Let's see if they can make this play work. Mima does not have Equalizer. It's just about to come off cooldown. Trap gets avoided.
I think he's gone.
Here's the spear. It comes out. Equalizer goes forward. Mima's going to get dropped down eventually. 200 hit points. And the Vengeful Maelstrom picks it up. Unicorns reply on the board. It's not over yet. Horo's looking for Vardags. No Tempest, no Cripple, but he gets the flash.
Yeah, I've a lot of sympathy for Horo here. It seems to be gets put in these situations where it's really hard to play as champions. If we dial back to that Olaf game he played, he really had almost no openings, and as Lee Sin here, he has a hard time ganking the Maokai. It's probably not going to work. He's never going to get behind Kog'Maw because Kog'Maw's almost playing behind his own tower, and then bottom lane, you got to get behind a max range Caitlyn and a Black Shield to really kick somebody in the lane and get a gank off. It's incredibly hard, and Horo's having issues with time here because he's going to get outscaled.
Well, we'll see how that works out. 200 gold separates these teams. You've touched on scaling. It actually became very, very relevant in the Fnatic matchup. Arguably part of the reason they could stay into it. We'll get back to that thought in a second. Kikis is being baited forward. Power of Evil's on the sideline. Let's see what Unicorns can do. They've got no vision. Ace in the hole catches Corey. This is going to get explosive. Power of Evil gets kicked backwards as Horo's trying to find a target. Kog'Maw gets blown up as Horo flashes over the wall. Now Corey's on the full retreat. Kikis is chasing. He's got red buff. He eats a charm, but he pounces in. He manages to get the takedown. Now onto Nisbet. Red buff ticking. Follows it up for a double kill. Ends up being a 1-for-2 trades.
And you see MYM springs the trap or get spring the trap on the Kog'Maw that is immobile, but they don't have any hard CC to lock him down, and it takes too long, and UOL get counter damage, get counter poke, and MIM ran out of fire really quickly there, and they get turned on, and this is not a good sign for them, because if you get your engage an inch away from a Kog'Maw, you should get blown up, and because later in the game, you're not going to get that close to them anymore. This was definitely really good patience by MIM, really nice to see them wait that long, but yeah, too little.
It's exactly what I was about to highlight. They had 3 members with the ability to pounce on to Power of Evil's Kog'Maw, and they couldn't blow him up. In actual fact, Horo's kick got him away from the rest of the Unicorns members. So, small misplay from Mecha Makers, quite reminiscent of their failed tower dive yesterday. Keep in mind they've lost Dragon, but they did secure the top tower. So, global gold at least staying a little bit in their favor.
Yeah, the game's still even. There's only 1 Dragon difference, so, but the argument of time is on the hands of UOL here, so let's see how they play this out. Let's see how passive they're going to play this game, how much time they think they need before they actually start grouping up and sieging towers.
So that's an interesting question. Mecha Makers, they don't have the strongest of wave clear. Ari's good, Graves are good, relatively short range. Equalizer's fantastic, of course. When Unicorns of Love start sieging up, there's not a lot of hard CC to lock them down. So in theory, Unicorns, with the public opinion, and the tools, they should be able to siege towers relatively effectively.
I mean, let's play out this siege in our heads, really. What can stop Morgana from walking up, Nidalee from spearing? Ahri Charm. What can stop the Ahri Charm? A good Black Shield. So in essence, unless the Ahri Charm is blind, a good Black Shield from Hylissang will negate any chance that MIM has of catching, so they need Horo to flank. But unlike Rengar on Reignover, he's going to be in full vision if UL wards their flanks, and we've seen that Hylissang is pretty decent at doing that, because he plays champions like Thresh and Morgana a lot.
Well, Hylissang manages to land that Dark Binding on Nisbet, and we'll see how well they ward up their flanks. You can see Kikis setting up towards this middle lane. Actual role reversals. Unicorns of Love now holding positions in the river, where MYM were a moment or 2 ago.
I feel sorry for Nisbet because he's stuck on Janna, but it seems incredibly hard to play this champion into this lineup, because Monsoon is essentially useless because you will not disengage any of those champions unless you knock the support Morgana out of her ultimate, and then she's basically becoming a shield bot really, and then a heal for potential like nullifying some poke. But it definitely, they're missing a component. Imagine if that was a Thresh, you know, immediately that sieging from UOL will become a lot harder. There's more catch potential. You know, 1 hook followed up by a Rumble ultimate, and suddenly, you know, you start catching them out. But they definitely lack the catch, and let's see if they get played for it.
So take a look at the vision. Both above and below the middle lane, Unicorns of Love have wards. They're sieging up the tower, and they're going to get it down to a few hundred hit points. Actually, so much damage. Ace in the hole not available, so Vardag's not going to be able to go for that killing blow.
You were absolutely right there, Quickshot. Look at it. He's forced to use his buckshot and his ultimate to clean that wave, and even then, they're overextended in a position where they get punished. Good job though by MOM. They get the tower in the bot lane. Corey forced out Power of Evil here, and they pick up a turret.
So let's see. They should end up trading 1 for 1. What more do Unicorns want, or what more can they take? Teleport not available for Vizicachi. Keep that in mind. Timer is down, and Unicorns instead focusing on this top lane.
Yeah, they're basically making an obvious rotation to force Rumble away, to say like, okay, I don't care if you know, I just want that tower down. You know, you can walk away, we'll let you live, we'll catch you another time, but we're gonna get this tower. And a lot of weight right now is on Corey. He has to play the side lanes while his team somehow managed to survive, and he's put on a timer. He has only as much time as it takes for UOL to take down a tower, to assassinate somebody on a side lane, because grouping will not help him.
Well, let's take a look at this. Unicorns of Love, 4 members up in the top lane. Equalizer from Mima just to clear the wave. Charm goes wide. Mima is down and Kikis pounces away. Unicorns on the inner turret, MYM on the middle turret.
This was almost the best case scenario for MYM. Racing tower for tower is okay, but then Kog'Maw walks in and his E plus R combos are enough to clean that entire wave, and it forces MYM to back off and try and hold that tier 2 tower. But you see the power of chain projectiles, you know, and it makes it a lot easier. You know, it's target practice almost when Maokai uses W, then the spears and the binds are really easy, so they only need one Maokai Twisted Advance or one Dark Banding from Morgana to connect, and they can layer on the CC one after the other.
And all that damage coming out from the Caitlyn. Eventually, once Power of Evil joins the fight, we're going to see all of that burst from Javelins, from all of the range. So we do see Unicorns of Love slowly pulling ahead. 700 gold. They're down on towers. It is 2 versus 3. But their comp still scaling, still growing. That ticking time bomb you keep talking about.
Yeah, UL just has to plan ahead though. If they ever get caught out or flanked, they have the risk of getting immediately blown up. So they want to already start warding for this dragon that's coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. It seems very far away, but if you want to play the vision game correct, depending on what composition you have, you know, if you have a Blitzkrieg comp, you don't really care about vision, you can walk in. With a poke siege comp, you want that vision nice and early. You want to punish people trying to contest your vision, and ideally you want your pink wards in the brush and not outside of them.
Now we need to see how MYM play around the Dragon Pits. Despite the power that Graves and Rumble can offer, if they're on an objective and they take some of those range skill shots, all of a sudden the risk of dying goes up a whole lot. Unicorns of Love, they're looking for Horo.
Yeah, they got the deep vision in the jungle. This basically isolates the tier 1 tower on the bot lane. Again, they don't care that they're spotted. They're like, walk away. I'm just going to take your tower, then I'm going to rotate back into Dragon. Mimer backed up from the top lane, so there's no additional pressure on their tier 2 towers. And now they can decide, do they siege a tier 2 at risk of being flanked, or do you go back to the Dragon?
Well, with all of the vision in the red buff area of MYM, the decision for Unicorns has been to go for the inner turret. Look at your mini-map. Meteor Maker's trying to come into play. Collateral damage is down. It did not put a lot of pain. The charm doesn't connect, and Corey's in retreat. That was a wasted Spirit Rush, and that flank definitely not effective.
And now they're even zoned out of their base, so they're at risk of losing a tier 3 tower. At any given point, UL can back off and go for that dragon that's spawning in exactly 2 seconds from now.
Well, let's see what they can do. Ace in the hole comes out, Living Artillery connects. Mr. Riles forced out of the fight. The Equalizer setting a back line for the Unicorns of Love. They've started to peel away. Tower is not down. Power of Evil takes some turret shots before he's forced to retreat. Mima is going to be the first one. That's a massive shot from Vardex as Hillisang is using the Soul Shackles to zone Meteor Makers away. Piltover Peacemaker after Living Artillery forces Corey to flash. 1 for 1, Unicorn still on the tower.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight how well Vizicachi played that fight. If we get a replay later, I want you to watch what he does, what his position is, and what his zone control does for his team, and how UL actually even overstayed ever so slightly.
So, Unicorns of Love are going to peel backwards. They're going to be able to get the Dragon. They got 3 towers from
Absolutely
that previous
insane
push. They should be able to secure the Dragon relatively uncontested. Hopefully we will catch a replay of that bottom lane fight. Unicorns now with a noticeable lead. 2 dragons, 4,000 gold.
Mimer TP'd in though. They're trying to clean up the crew before they buy their items because they're going to get absolutely even much stronger.
Well, they're not going to be able to do too much. They should be able to get some pressure on this middle lane, but truthfully, it's going to be too little too late. Here's this fight.
So basically engaged, Vizicachi pops his ulti and stays in front until his team leaves the base. I think Hillisang gets a little over-eager, trying to protect Power of Evil here with the Flash Blader, but Hillisang is Vizicachi's the front line. They take down Mimer, they could disengage. They go for the absolute win, you know. They want the victory here already, but definitely he's such a sturdy frontliner, and that's what you need in a poke siege comp. You need that one guy that can stay and take the hits, walk into the skill shots, and defend your really squishy, you know, sniper backline, and just evacuate them.
Well, it worked. Power of Evil had that black shield on, and he managed to get out cleanly. Javelin toss just wide of Nisbet, and Unicorns, you know, really demonstrating a great level of team play and communication because they really executed the invade, the kite, that whole pressure on the bottom lane was just great decision making.
Yeah, they had one moment where it came down to outplaying each other when MYM flanked them, but MYM did not synchronize their Equalizer with Spirit Rush, with Charm, and once that double threat's like only one of the shots is used, that immediately makes it so much easier for UL to play. They were at risk of getting flanked if MOM used all their spells immediately, but they didn't. And yeah, props to all the people on UL for landing their binding. Like Hylissang's Morgana is pretty impressive. He lands a lot of bindings. His hooks on Thresh are really impressive as well. So let's see if MOM can claw back into this game.
Well, going to be very difficult. They are 3,000 gold down. It's 20 minutes on the clock. Mr. Ral's actually taking the hit with the dash, and you see Unicorn securing the tower. Quick draws into that shot. Mr. Ral's backs away. Again, low. Unicorn sieging up. We're 20 minutes into the game. They're onto their second inhibitor turret, and all of that poke is just oppressive.
Yeah, and the problem is they need Ahri to flank around, and they need Lee Sin to flank around, but they need Ahri in the mid for the wave clear. At the same time, they need to dodge spears, bindings, built over Peacemakers, Caitlyn ultimate, like everything they need to dodge, and somehow clear that wave. Look at Rawls, he steps forwards to box the wave, but it's one after the other. Beautiful bind by Hylissang, and they're suffering right now. And they're rotating down bottom. It's an open inhibitor. There's not even tower to save them. This is getting really hard for MYM.
Mr. Ralls needs to go back to tap dance school and learn how to do a two-step because he simply cannot afford eating those skill
like
shots.
A 4-step almost.
A 400 step,
needs
right.
to dodge everything. Here they go.
Equalizer is out. Kikis gets a black shield popped. He is down. Collateral damage. You don't need to dance when you got a shotgun. We do see Mima out in the background. Chachi still on the front line as the inhibitor will get secured by the Unicorns of Love. They've lost one. Hashtag word.
Yeah, and they use the charm. Here's Spiral Reveal going in and kills Corey.
Corey is out. Caustic Spittle plus Living Artillery. It's not over yet as Vizichachi keeps Horo in place. Unicorns are looking for more targets. They lost Javelins, but they've still got everything else to throw at MYM.
And they even land the one targeted CC that they have. It's the charm to take down one guy, but they lose the rest of the fight. And you see they're running out of steam. They're running out of crowd control. They're running out of damage.
They're running out of time. Meteor Makers simply have not had the laning phase that they needed to, and Power of Evil has got that Archangels completed. Infinity Edge almost Phantom Dancer for Fardags. Here's the replay.
Yeah, you see just how tanky Vizichachi is. He doesn't have to care at all. He can just go in anywhere. And I think we found your answer, Quickshot, to your question. Why did he go back top? He just wanted the soul lane. You know, he wanted more experience, more items. He wanted to get tanky, and he's like, just come on, hit me. Hit me one more time, guys, because I'm just going to take all your skill shots while my team just absolutely tears you apart.
Well, let's see what Hylissang can do. Nisbet and Horo jumping onto him. He can die. Horo with at least a...
I know how that feels.
Small play.
Just one more ward. One more before we base. Just a little more vision, and then suddenly listen, Cake goes through your back shield. But didn't burn his flash. Didn't matter really too much. They're not losing any objectives. They're not really losing any crucial vision. His wards are still down. He's going to walk out of the base, start the vision game again, and UL can start sieging again.
Well, they've got all the tools available. Needlessly large rod now picked up for Power of Evil. Again, looking to spam. Again, looking to control the range. Top wave pushing in the Unicorn's favor and super minions in the bottom lane. Still fairly early for Baron. There's not a lot of armor. There's actually not a lot of armor at all on the side of Unicorns. So.
It is early enough for Delusion of Baron though, and that's enough, you know. One spear, one bind, one punished face check. They only have one blue trinket on NYS side to stop them. They still have a tier 2 tower to play around with. You saw Corey initiate the split push, but he has the base. They need him at this tower.
Well, take a look at how difficult it is for Meteor Makers to clear that wave. 1.5, 2 waves worth of minions, and Unicorns of Love take off about a third of that turret's HP.
Look at your minimap right now. Oracle's picked up by Hylissang. He absolutely only cares about the flank vision. That's his job. Launching binds, placing black shields, getting vision on the flank, and denying any potential vision for MYM. So everybody's locked into a 5v5 under this tower, and look what's happening.
So much damage. Kickers hanging out on the side, throwing those javelins. You contrast the wave clear from MYM in comparison to Fnatic in the last game. MYM just cannot sit at the towers.
And look what Horo's doing. He's trying to flank. I see 1 ward, 2 ward, 3 wards, 4 wards, and he's absolutely spotted. You know, unless you're a blind monk yourself, you're definitely going to see him coming.
Unicorns are definitely not blind monks this game, and they're punishing Horo's blind monk. Equalizer goes out. They put some damage under Power of Evil. Chachi is falling back. You can see that Vengeful Maelstrom reducing the collateral damage, and the damage in reply is better from Unicorns of Love. Monsoon used just for the sustain, and the siege is on.
Collateral damage and Equalizer are gone. This means they have nothing left. They just only have their basic spells. They don't have any ultimates left, and full HP. UL squad right here. The tier 2 tower is going down. Look at your little box in the bottom of the camera there. That's going down, and the Nexus tower they can turn to Baron. UL in complete control of this game.
Yeah, 25 minutes. They've got a Nexus turret shortly about to fall. Unicorn 5-man siege squad in the top lane. This is the artillery sniper composition. They got themselves a 4,000 gold lead, and they're knocking on MYM's door.
Yeah, and I just have to commend them for their patience, because it's a fine line you're dancing between overreaching to get caught and underreaching to not get enough towers in enough time and getting potentially engaged on. And they're definitely dancing that line very well, and they're using, like, they're landing their spells, you know, bindings are landing, spears are landing. Again, another bind from Hylissang connected, they're following up, and
Corey takes so much damage. Ace in the hole wasn't available. Chachi was tanking up the laser for a while, but Corey managed to get away thanks to the Spur Rush. Now Horo, he's looking for kickers. He wants to find a kill. He eats a dark binding. Now Unicorns of Love are trying to set up. Hylissang has thrown the Soul Shackles out. He's in reply. Take a look at the super minions. They're back on the Nexus turrets. Nobody goes down, but the damage is being done.
UL's a team. Bardic steps in and gets that second harpoon. He's not. You're not gonna kill my support for the 4th time. We're getting him out of here. You know, we're backing off, going back to the base, healing, and yeah, MYM's running out of stuff for UL to take. They might actually have to just turn around and start looking at neutral objectives like Dragon, like the Baron, and then clean up the base.
Well, Unicorns of Love have also earned themselves a fair amount of money over the last few minutes. 1,000 gold for Power of Evil to spend. Vardax just finishes off his Phantom Dancer as well. It's all different, sizable. Look at that top lane. You know, over to, you know, what's a 1,500, 1,600 gold. Now that is scary difficult. However, Mr. Rolls has got himself a nice CS advantage, hence the lead. But the waves have always been pushing into him, and his collateral damage is the only wave.
Yeah, I tried highlighting that when we saw the Forgiven replay in the other game. You know, if you're using your buckshot and your abilities on waves on the minions and not the enemies, it doesn't matter how fed you are, because you're not going to kill them. You know, if your duty is wave clear, then you're wasting your advantage. But there's no other option for him. So UL is playing this annoying game that reminds me of back in the time of CLG EU, where you leave your opponents no other option than to roll over and die, and it's extremely satisfying for me to watch. Incredibly boring for the crowd, but I'm loving it.
Not at all. Unicorns of Love demonstrating they can land skill shot after skill shot, and every time they do, someone from Meet Your Makers is shut down. It's just great control. You know, Unicorns, it's a patient, it's a focused team comp, and they're making it work.
And like MYM, they don't have time to move your minions. You know, you can't even get them out of the base, because every time you start pushing, this 5-man death squad is knocking on one of the like inhibitors or the turrets, and there's no side lane pushes, there's no counter objectives, because they're squeezed out of vision and they're stuck in their base. And then once they have to group up, it's basically dodging less, you know. And yeah, they hope they work dodgeball a lot, because that's what they need right now. And even right now, once they're forced back by the spells coming out of UL, and they're just losing their inhibitor.
Well, let's see. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge again. Meet Your Makers are trying, but they are failing. You can't dodge an ace in the hole, but Mima can eat it. We do see Vardex goes out as Mr. Ralls puts another kill on the board. That's a 2 without reply. Meet Your Makers, they do manage to survive and surprise Unicorns of Love.
And this is exactly how you beat a poke comp. You just pull the trigger, you go all in. This is what I want to see Elements do the other game as well. Just use all your abilities at once. Try to blow up your enemies, because they have skill shots coming in every couple of seconds, but it's not enough. You know, once those cooldowns are down, they actually don't have much disengage. And I really want to give props to MYM. That was a beautiful play. That was really good play, crawling back to this game the way they did right here.
So a small glimmer of hope for Meet Your Makers. They claw the gold lead back. Talk us through exactly how MYM could punish Unicorns.
Equalizer is really important. It slows them down. Corey goes in, he draws the aggro, but then they can't finish him off, because they would stand on the Equalizer if they do so. Hylissang's busy with Horo on the side. He's in full vision, but it doesn't matter. Mimer blocks the ace in the hole, and he manages to flash out right at the last moment. So everybody uses as much damage as they can, and look who's untouched. In the middle of all that, Rallas, the 80 spellcaster that can finally use his spells on enemies instead of minions. And this is really smart play by MYM. They just need to use everything at once, leave no room for counterplay. You can survive one bind, you can survive one spear, you can survive maybe a couple pokes from Kog'Maw, and in that time frame, you really have to annihilate your opposition, because the longer the fight lasts, the more poke you eat.
So the big difference between that last bottom lane fight and the inhibitor fight, MYM as a team, as a unit, committing together, and that's what made it work for them. We need to see if they can find that again. They've got their spells up. They also got a lot of farm, a lot of gold. It's still only 2,500 that separates.
Yeah, it shows that they're adapting though. Remember, go back to that flank we were discussing earlier. They spread out their damage. That's why it failed. They learned. Now they used everything together. They said, okay guys, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's just try and screw them over, and it worked for them. But now they're fighting for vision. Let's see if UL takes a little more soul approach, a little more wards, a little more poke before they start hitting objectives. But eventually, you can build up against poke though. You can get tanky enough that poke doesn't matter that much anymore, and that's where MYM can actually still come back in this game.
Very important to note that Mr. Rolls picked himself up that Quicksilver Sash. You can also see Mikhail's Crucible on the side of Nisbet. So got some tools to play with. Meteor Makers, they're actually pushing out the waves. We caught in the picture-in-picture a moment ago. They were knocking on the middle inner turret. They pushed top lane a couple of times. You know, Meteor Makers, they're happy. Corey, Hourglass is away from some of the damage. Let's see if he can survive. Spirit rushes back. Can continue running for his life. Living Artillery in the side lane. Vizichachi looking for an engage. Can he find someone?
Good side
The answer is no.
Yeah, this is definitely the risk. You know, one bind is all it takes for you to get blown up. But as long as you don't lose your tower from it, you can go heal and then just try again. And really, we need to look at Corey and we need to look at Mimer right now. Can they synergize their abilities to just immediately blow one target up?
Well, there's no Corey yet. He's still healing on the fountain. 50% of the tower is down. Mimer did eat a Dark Binding. He's lost 50% of his hit points. Hourglass is available. Now the inhibitor's being focused. Corey's going to rejoin. Oro on the side lanes. Let's see where the equalizer comes out. Unicorns lost the last fight that started this way. But they seem to have slightly more control and more options in the middle lane.
They really want to wait for that Spirit Rush. That's exactly what they need. And UL knows that, so they really want that inhibitor before they get caught again.
So, going to be able to secure this one. Horo's backed off into his base. Spirit Rushes shortly available. And you can see that Mimer's holding onto his equalizer as well. Unicorns, they're going to play with fire if they go into this bottom lane.
I would like to see an Aegis on the side of MYM though. They really need more magic resistance, but Hylissang is landing bind after bind, and again on Valis, forcing the QSS and the counter Rumble ulti.
Equalizer is out, Vardex gets kicked to safety, Horo's on the front line. We do see Unicorns of Blood losing two more. Mr. Rolls and Corey untouched in that fight. They continue to push forward, and Unicorns again lose 2 members on the bottom lane. There is super minions pouring into the middle. Let's see what Chachi can do. The spear gets dodged thanks to the Hourglass. Teleport coming up from Mimer. He cancels it to get the cooldown, and Unicorns losing team fights.
And while we were maybe talking about the Aegis being a better pickup, all the other itemization is so smart. Against the Pokemon, once you get caught, you want them to overreach for you. How do you do that? Zonias and QSS. Wallace gets hit by a bind, immediately QSS is out, people overreach. Mimer reads that situation perfectly, and he does the counter engage with Equalizer. Here it's coming again. Look at that bind. Hylissang yet again, another one. But instant QSS. People get caught off guard. Look at that Equalizer. Everybody is forced to flash. The threat of Oro as well. And now look at the bottom, what Wallace and Corey do to ULL right now.
So much damage onto Vardex and Hylissang. Because again, all of those spells are stacked up. Crepo, it's what you were saying your makers need to do. They are threading a very fine needle, because they've now got super minions in the middle lane, but they are winning team fights. They are showing when Unicorns are sieging, it's not as safe as it was in the opening 20 minutes.
Yeah, Pokecoms have a timer on them, because eventually people get too tanky and you get caught too easily. So I definitely want to say props to MOM. You know, they defended for quite a long time. They didn't lose an inhibitor, and that's really important, because then the split pushing can be played into objectives around Baron. Look at their wards as well. They don't really care about that 4th dragon that's gone down. They start having to care about 5th dragon, but even then, what's really important is this dragon, because this Baron rather, because that's when split push becomes even easier. Kikis, he can peel off and start pushing in side lanes and split MYM up, and MYM needs all their members together to basically wombo all in UOL.
Wow, Mimer's no teleport available. He's just recalled. Inhibitor maybe down before he can actually join this fight. Unicorns, they've peeled away. Inhibitor in the bottom lane down to a few hundred hit points, but they're still
really
sticking around.
For both teams, really. UL can get absolutely obliterated yet again, but if they get this inhibitor, they can basically start rotating around the map and get that Baron, and they can close out the game. Really important.
So all of the damage onto Horo, he's not going to be able to flank like he's been able to. A couple more auto attacks. Kikis moves into range. Vardex takes it down. Super minions just in from the middle lane, and now they'll be pouring in from the bottom lane. Do Unicorn siege top, or do they think Baron?
It's tricky to say. I imagine they go for Baron and 5th Dragon, but look, while they're on a timer and their poke is becoming less efficient, they have 4 dragons and they have the means to clean out the entire Baron pit worth of vision. And then it gets even harder for MYM, because they have to face check into spears, binds, and worst case Vizichachi just volunteers and just CCs them for a while until they get the Baron. However, they have a pretty slow Baron, I would reckon. Nah, they have actually a pretty decent Baron. Caitlyn's pretty quick at it, Kog'Maw's pretty quick at it, and so is Nidalee.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. Hylissang just moved forward. Dark finding sidestep by
Mimer. The fight though. Equalizer could be great here. They're zoned out actually. Really smart play by MYM. They're zoning them to the left. If you want to fight us, you have to come through a chokehold, choke point rather, on an Equalizer.
So let's see what Unicorns do. Chachi thinking about going through. There's a little bit of wave clear. Luckily, Power of Evil has got extensive range on that living artillery, which means MYM, despite their good positioning, are unable to get damage in the tower. And look at the minimap. Super minions and regular minions making their way closer and closer to Meteormaker's base. And Hylissang, he's caught out. Black Shield will keep him alive a few seconds longer. He does manage to survive. Dark Binding does not connect, and Hylissang barely escapes with his life.
Very vital engaged by MYM because the Unicorns lose the pressure here, and this allows Mimir to go down and deal with that bot lane. Imagine if they wouldn't get caught there, they just hold on for a couple more seconds, suddenly they can translate their pressure into a Baron bait because Mimir is forced to move all the way down. This basically, that push and this move relieves all the pressure, resets the situations, and they didn't do that once or twice. You can see the lines on the inhibitor indicating when it respawns. If that line goes all the way around, that inhibitor will respawn, and then we're back at square one.
So we'll see if MYM can reset the clock. They've dug deep again and again and again, and they are still even on gold. 35 minutes in, this sieging, poking, sniping, artillerying comp from Unicorns Love is slowing down. It's not had the same impact, but now it's Unicorns that may have position, but they don't have minions to play with.
That's fine. They're basically telling MYM, guys, we're here already. Don't go mid, don't race us, because you're gonna lose your third inhibitor and the game at the same time. So they're pushing them back into their base, and once they're enclosing that base, they can sweep all the wards on their way out, and then you have multiple layers of dark vision behind each other that the MYM is forced to face check if it comes up for a Baron bait.
So Unicorns of Love thinking a few steps ahead, using vision of their own champions to pull MYM. Horo again looking for the flank. He's got himself that Banshee's Veil along with his Hex Drinker and Sightstone. Not the tankiest of champions, but he's shown that he can get the kicks down when he needs to. 3-1 and 3.
He's having issues flanking a lot, and that's really props to Hylissang for warding his flanks and telling the rest of his team where to ward exactly. You see that layer of Caitlyn traps? That's an additional zone they have. Nidalee traps. They're basically making it so MYM gets punished if they ever engage, and they want to catch him up. Here's Corey.
Corey gets a charm down into Vardex. Collateral is out. Vardex is down. Now Mimir looking to Vizichachi. He's got the assistance of Horo. There's not a lot of mana left onto Kikis as we see Vizichachi hit backwards. Another 2 kills for Meteormakers, and Corey's been able to wave clear against the Nexus turrets. They've defended. Those inhibs will be up in the not too distant future.
The stones.
And have reset.
Corey, Spirit Rush into Charm Flash when the enemy team has a Black Shield available to themselves, still landing it, forcing the AD carry to get blown up. 2 kills for MYM. This was an absolutely insane play, and I can't stress enough how important it was, because 1 more minute of this siege, the wards would have faded out, and they had to face like 3 layers of wards pretty much to get to the Baron and possibly even lose it. And now they might even pick up the Baron themselves.
Well, they've started this one off. Kikis is close by, as is Power of Evil and Hylissang. Baron's going fairly low, as is Horo. We do see those javelins going wide.
Fish in the barrel now, though.
Kikis is trying to get in range. This is, like you said, fish in a very small barrel. Mr. Rawls continues to hit it down. Kikis looking to set in.
To steal it.
The pounce is available. The smite is up. It's not going to get taken. Javelin connects onto Horo, but Kikis is forced away. Now Chachi's jumped into the fight. Hourglass is up. Vardex has joined. The Javelin connects, as does the Piltover Peacemaker. Flash away from Mr. Rawls. Living artillery after living artillery is coming down. Unicorns, they lose Baron. They gain a kill and potentially objectives. They're now pushing, knocking onto Meteormaker's door. Where are the minions? Vardex is pushing in the top lane.
I think this is really, they're asking for a lot here. They want to backdoor that tower, but if they get that, all the inhibitors are exposed. They could be good for both teams here, depending on how they play it.
Well, we need to see how Unicorns can play this one out. Horo is looking. Equalizer comes out. Now Unicorns in full retreat. Vizichachi is on the front line. He's keeping Horo down. The rest of the Unicorns are focusing him out. One more artillery from downtown. Power of Evil gets the kill. They've exposed the inhib, but the bottom lane has just respawned. There's no more supers.
I think a little more patience on the Unicorn side would have been better. Look at Corey. He's spawning 5 seconds from now. That means they had the time to let that wave pile on a little more. You know, bait the trigger on the MYM. But again, good timing on that equalizer. Good follow-up from Mr. Wallace. Even if they lost Horo, it doesn't matter because they equalize the situation. We got to look at that Dragon, though. This is 5th Dragon for UOL. At the same time, 1st Dragon for MYM. There's no bigger discrepancy compared to who gets and who loses Dragon here.
And at 40 minutes on the clock, that 6% AD and AP is actually now relevant.
And denying the 5th buff is even more important. This is an incredibly big difference in opportunity cost when it comes to one team getting the buff and one team losing it.
Kepo, Meteormakers are gaining confidence with each and every play, with each and every team fight. Unicorns of Love are unable to knock over those final dominoes in Meteormaker's base, and we see Mr. Rawls, BT, Ayed, Shiv, Last Whisper, we see Mikhails, we see the makings of a Locket Meet
Really
Makers have got all of the items they need to deal with the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, double Zhonya's, you know, that prevents the all-in. The Aegis really there. The Mikiels on top of the QSS. Hillsling's binds are becoming more useless over time, even if he lands them. It's an incredibly frustrating position for him to be in because he didn't get his Zhonya's himself. He can no longer flash in. It's really hard to itemize Zhonya's into double AP because it's counterintuitive, but it basically means that Hillsling will never in his life land an ultimate, so he's basically reduced to a shield and bind bot. And we saw earlier, Corey is so quick on the trigger that sometimes the Black Shield just arrive too late.
Well, we'll see if he can keep that up for Corey, because as we have to keep pointing out, it's 3 towers to 9. If Meet Your Makers have one misplayed team fight,
it's over.
It's over, and that's the risk that Meet Your Makers have to deal with. They do have Baron-empowered minions for a little while longer. Unicorns are sieging up.
Look at Mimer and Horde. They have to start this fight, and then Rawls has to follow up.
Mr. Rawls gets caught up.
Corey's low though.
Not to use the QSS. Ace in the hole still available. Corey forced away, which means Unicorns of Love securing into him.
And this is incredibly smart by Power Lever because he could be poking anybody on their team, but he goes for Corey because he knows Corey is the essential link in that chain of engage, because every time he has Spirit Rushed in and taken out one guy that was slowed on the Equalizer, and then Rawls followed up, if Corey gets kept down, you see Power Lever, he doesn't care about anybody else. He wants that Ahri dead.
Let's see what Power Evil's aim is like. Can he keep landing the poke? Can he live up to the European sniper legacy Pepper was talking about with regards to Froggen from all those years ago? Inhibitor being knocked on now by Unicorns of Love. Look for the living artillery. Mr. Rawls and Corey going low. Now it's Mr. Rawls that's forced out. Equalizer is decent but not great.
I don't think
MYM
so.
is late to the party.
Look at
and no one can react.
So much damage coming out from the Rumble ultimate there, especially due to that Liandis. You know, the afterburn is a lot more than people expect. Good bind, but
does
follow
have
up.
Hourglass. Let's see what happens. Collateral damage in the backline. Nothing's been stacked. It's Mimer that's down. Unicorns have a minute.
This is so smart. They land the bind, but they don't commit on it because they know MYM will punish them, and they walk backwards. And we saw the same in Copenhagen Wolves. They kite backwards and bait MYM in overreaching, and now they might actually be able to finish this game.
Hillsong went for the flash bind, did not find a target, but Unicorns do not care. They take another inhibitor and they turn their attention to the top lane, trying to get those double supers in both lanes.
We need one more inhib, then we need a Baron buff, and then we can push in all the lanes at once. And this is a win condition for UL right now. But they're threading the needle. Needle is out of mana. Spells are coming back up. Spirit Rush and Ahri is halfway. You know, Rawls is incredibly strong, but they got the inhib.
Vardag's able to take that one uncontested. Double super minions across all 3 lanes. Unicorns, they have danced, they've danced, they've danced. It didn't work for a small period of time, but at 42 minutes, this has to be the game-winning play.
And this is the power of disengage, you know. Walk away from that Equalizer. Don't even try, you know. Even if you see a turn opportunity on one champion, don't take it, you know. Don't greed for it, because MYM relies on their ultimates. Land that binding, and you saw Rawls, he pulled the trigger. Corey, he pulled the trigger. But UL was smart this time. They said, no, okay, we bound you, but we can bind you again later, but you can only use your ultimates once. And that was the definitely fundamental difference. And now we're waiting on the second objectives. We're waiting on Baron, possibly Dragon to close out this game.
Let's see if Unicorns of Love waits as well. 1 minute 50. Vision very scarce across the map. You know, earlier Unicorns had such great vision in MYM's jungle. Meet Your Makers also were able to reply with some decent deep wards. You can see there's some blue wards there around Dragon though.
It's a symptom of late game though. Only the supports are left with a Sightstone. Okay, Lee Sin has one, but he can't even leave his base anymore. So it gets harder for UL. I don't like the lack of just green ward trinkets. I think they should buy those new fancy green ward trinkets that can stack wards in them and just ward up their flanks. Denying vision is not as important because one Oracles can sweep all the vision you need, and having those blue trinkets aren't as important because you can secure the vision with wards. Look at Horde though. He might have found an opening.
Well, we'll see if he decides to come through the lane. Gonna find some super minions to work with. Again, super minions in top, middle, and bottom. That's 3 of them to deal with.
Just wait 30 more seconds. Wait for that top wave. Please, UOL, just take it patient because you can blow the game here.
Well, we'll see if Unicorns of Love do or do not. Super minions now onto the Nexus touch. Horo is coming in from behind, Crepo.
He's Harengar now. He's no longer Lee Sin.
MYM want the fight. Horo's looking. He's found Kickers. Kickers gets caught out. There's super minions in the middle. Is it enough though? This is the question. Equalizer goes down. Nobody from MYM is following this one up. There's the flash. Mimer's got the flame splitter. He throws down the Zhonya's Hourglass, stays alive for a few moments longer. Pulls over Peacemaker, doesn't get the damage at once as Corey dives in. Super minions are on those Nexus turrets. Unicorns of Love want Meteor Makers to fight them. The Nexus turrets are down, both of them. The super minions are on the base. It may be too much to ask as the Unicorns are pushing forward. Look for Vardags to start hitting the Nexus. We do see Unicorns backing away. There are so many super minions. Mr. Isles has 1,000,000,001 targets to focus. And all the pressure on
so hard to deal with. This might be the game, quick shot.
There's no wave clear left as Mima jumps in. He does get one. It's not enough. After 45 minutes, the Unicorns of Love pick up a win. Took a long time to finish, Crapo.
I actually want to thank all 4 teams involved for giving us 2 completely different style of games, but equally fun to watch and analyze, because there's definitely something to say here.
It's interesting to see Unicorns, they pull out that very heavy siege comp, very heavy poke comp.
Taking a page out of Aframo's book, going with the chilly fist bump, walking around.
But for the Unicorns,
I guess that was bound to happen one day.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That is really pretty cool.
Do you even see through one of those masks where you're just extending your
I
head?
have no idea. I have no idea. But you know, for the Unicorns, it started well. The first 20 minutes, they were knocking on MYM's inhibitor turrets, but overstepping just a little bit, maybe riding the danger zone just a little too close, and allowing MYM to get those picks.
I like seeing teams adapt in the middle of the game, you know. I really like how UOL learned that they were getting punished for poking a little bit too deep. I liked how MYM learned, okay, we got to flank. You could see the thought process, right? We got to flank. Flank didn't work. How do we do it better? Everything at once. Okay, and then eventually UL learned, okay, what are we getting punished by? All-in engages. How do we do that? We bait them. Just walk backwards every time. Forward, a little back. Okay, they used one ulti. Forward, a little back. One more ulti. And eventually, you can poke again.
If there's any stat to help signify just how important Power of Evil was to this team, I'm looking at the damage dealt to champions over the course of the game. Power of Evil in his Cogmore has got 43,000 damage dealt to champions, right? 43k. From Kikis, Visitchachi, and Vardags combined, they are below his damage to champions. For contrast, they've all hit about 12, 13k. Over on the other side of MYM, 23k, 29k, 28k. It was all about Power of Evil keeping the champions away, because it was up to Kikis and to Vardags to put the damage onto the towers.
Yeah, there's a beauty to the composition where Vodus comes out and then you just slow them and you have a bind, you have a spear, you have a Kog'Maw ulti, living artillery, everything one after the other. But then it has an innate weakness, which is the all-in counter engage, and MYM found that, you know, they found that, but I think they found it a little bit too late, and it's incredibly hard to play against Pokemon. However, if Unicorns of Love want to run this composition again, the next team will be infinitely more prepared for it, and they will have a lot harder time to deal with it because Pokecoms are incredibly telegraphed.
Yeah, and you have to think the very last pick from Meet Your Makers was a Janna. Had that been a Leona, had that been something that could have gone more aggressive, it could have worked out in their favor, but it simply didn't happen this time.
And I think this is where the failure of recognizing what the enemy's win conditions are and putting a counter to that. Janna does not stop that at all, but the next team that plays them, or even if MYM could do this draft again, I doubt they will pick Janna. They just tunnel vision, they see Graves, okay, they see the Caitlyn and the Morgana, they're thinking, okay, how do we beat that, you know, Spellcaster Graves, how do we buff that to go through Black Shield of the Morg? Okay, Janna, really smart idea, you know, Caitlyn outranges me, but it's okay, I can deal with it. I get a shield with Graves dashing in, doing return all-in damage, and you saw it at the bottom lane when Hylissang overstepped, he got blown up. But it's a tunnel vision, and that punished them. And next time, I think MYM will be better prepared.
Yeah, borderline, not seeing past their own nose, as were the case. Unicorns of Love, they pull out a unique team composition, and they pick themselves up a win to end the week. Sharks is joined by one of the Unicorns of Love. It is Vardags at the analyst desk. Let's hand it over to her to take a close look at the win.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and congratulations, Vardags. That's a 2-0 week for the Unicorns. Must be good.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's the first week we actually managed to go 2-0. We've always went 1-1 so far, and we actually managed to pick up a win in the second game. So,
tell me your thought process during the pick and ban phase, because I was looking at you guys building up this siege comp, and then seeing MYM again lock into Janna, take the Rumble as well, and a lot of champions who would basically have a very hard time dealing with you guys and how you could set up the siege. Did you really feel like you won in that pick and ban phase, or how do you see it?
We felt very strong after pick and ban. I felt like our picks in general were really strong against what they had. So we were really confident, and we practiced a lot of these matchups. So we kind of predicted what they went for. So
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
So you guys did good early, and then you were waiting, when Kog'Maw hits at level 11, that's very good. We know late game he's very good. But then there was this window that MYM managed to fight back in the game, and you got caught a couple of times in there. Tell me how you reset your minds and reevaluated what you had to do.
I think for us, the problem was when we actually got the inhib, they got so much free farm, and for us, we kind of had to think of the next step. We had to calm down, we had to prepare for the next objective. Are we going for 5 dragons? Are we going for towers? How are we setting up the siege with wards? And we just kind of talked together, got a plan, and calmed down.
Yeah, and obviously in the end, you guys managed to win. So a bit of a relief, I guess, after almost having that comeback from MYM. But for you guys now, 2-0 this week. We have H2K doing the exact same. You guys are in the middle of the table. Rocket now is falling down slightly. And you're obviously looking out towards the top. Top
They're
of the
actually
table,
number 3 now.
Actually number 3, yeah, sorry. Because now Elements is also below you. Did you expect this going into the season, that you were going to be one of the top teams?
I actually expected us to be somewhere in the middle of the table, to be completely honest. But we've been performing pretty well. We had some pretty rough matches, but we're doing pretty well for ourselves right now, so
for sure.
I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, that Caitlyn pick definitely seems to be working out for you when you can put that damage down and push early as well. What would you say for you has been the biggest thing for you personally, or what your bottom lane that you've improved on that you take from this week into the next week?
I think for me and Hilly, we just practice on a daily basis together to get stronger. I think back in the days we got a lot of criticism for our 2v2, so we just practice a lot and try to improve.
And how have you actually noticed the difference now from playing in the Challenger Series with the team and coming into the LCS, facing these new bottom lanes? Do you consider the EU bottom lanes to be very strong, or do you think there's a lot of them you guys can beat easily?
I think there's a lot of strong bot lanes in EU. I think me and Hilly actually improved a lot, so I would actually rate us quite high.
Okay, where do we say? Top 3?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Don't let me throw you off. Just put it out there. Very interesting seeing the Kog'Maw come out here. We know a lot of people always talk about the Unicorns of Love. They're going to pull out something crazy. How does it work? If there's one person that wants to try something new or something off meta, do you then all go for comfort picks, or how does that work?
Well, for us, when we actually play these kind of off-meta picks, we usually talk about it before and we practice it a lot. So we have our, like, all of the players pretty much, like jungle, top, mid, they have their special kind of picks and we practice it. And those that work, we kind of try and implement them into, like, LCS games.
And I assume, sorry, that you guys are very patient when it comes to actually playing scrims, because you're going to try out all these new picks. Often, I would assume it's going to fail and you have to go back and say, why did this pick work here? In terms of scrimming, how often do you really feel like you just pull out these random things that everyone hates to play against because they have no clue what to do? And how often can you then take it and put it into the LCS?
It's actually quite often because we put a lot of thought behind everything. Like, we don't just think of some weird champion like AD Sire, it's going to work. We usually put a lot of thought behind everything. So most of the stuff that we actually try usually works out to some extent.
Yeah, we have seen that. Finally, I've asked the same question to the guys here yesterday. How has it been for you coming into the LCS? This whole lifestyle, the fans waiting and clapping as you come off the stage, it must be great.
It's really cool. I mean, like, for me personally, coming from being a fan of the LCS, just watching, and now actually playing here, it's really cool to actually be sitting on the stage and playing in front of people.
And eating a lot of pancakes in the gaming house.
Of course.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, 2 in a week for you guys. Great job. Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, with this week's games wrapped up, let's turn to the table and see how everything has played out. SK Gaming is still sitting comfortably at number 1 as they'll look to tie their current win streak, record held by Fnatic next week. Now, speaking of which, Fnatic is still behind them in second, with the Unicorns of Love now in third. And here's where it gets really interesting. The Copenhagen Wolves and H2K have both climbed in the standings to the Elements in the number 4 spot going into week 5 of the split, Fisho.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone before this split started would have put Elements as a mid-tier team in the LCS with the change. They got it Reckless, of course. We talk about how now they have this superstar AD carry. Not saying Taps was bad at all. He was definitely up there with the Reckless in the last split. But everyone was talking about how now this could be the piece Elements really needed to become a better team. And yet, it simply doesn't work for them. The early game is way too bad, and if they don't really step it up, then again, teams like H2K and Unicorns of Love, they can just keep advancing forward in the standings.
Yeah, if anything, it's just super interesting for us as a viewer to check in all that. Now, looking at individual performances, there was one player today who went absolutely mad with 10 kills, 10 assists, a triple kill, and only 2 deaths as Cassiopeia. Today's fantasy point leader is a Copenhagen Wolves' Soren with 41 points. We also got to talk to him here on the desk.
Yeah.
In great spirits on the Snake.
Absolutely love to see him and Freeze be so happy after their win. And I love how Copenhagen Wolves have now found a playstyle well, we have 2 carries in Soren and Freeze, and we just built everything around them, and we trusted them to carry the late game.
Yeah, let's hope they keep it up. At the end of the 50 players on stage this week, only 5 of them have earned the title of truly OP. The first one we like to point out is actually an entire team, H2K as a team, stepping up 7.9, Team KDA, and just they got their target, they got their early pick, and they drove it home.
Average game time, 30 minutes here. Both the wins were very, very convincingly for H2K. And I really love how the new shot calling seems to have made them so aggressive and so coordinated after just 1 week with Kasing coming in as the new support. And obviously we know Oduamne loves to make these aggressive calls.
Yeah, good for them as we see them playing out. Then number 2, we can't go without mentioning anyone from SK Gaming. This one for me, it's Freddy122. Just so consistent, and Azir is a nightmare.
Every single game Freddy will perform. Last week he did it against Elements. Now he got Azir again. Another standout performance from him. He's so hard to shut down because the guy is so smart as well. He's expecting every single gang towards him. So we saw Copenhagen Wolves try and shut him down. Didn't work. We saw again today. You try to shut down Freddy. Nope, it's not going to happen. He's going to get all the farm he wants.
Yeah, our third OP player this week is Diamond. 603 is Nidalee in an upset over Elements. 2-0 week for Gambit. Just, I want to stay away from saying Diamond is back. He's just, you know, they're all stepping up for his team, and he's being a crucial element for that.
Exactly. He stole a lot of objectives here. We saw the Smite and Spear combination from him, and it was just his performance against Elements, how he was kiting around on this Nidalee here, constantly just being a pain for them to deal with. And in the end, fantastic score, didn't even die.
All right, and then the next one coming in here as our OP this week is Power of Evil, 9-2 and 8 in 2 games. Fantastic performance on Kog'Maw and on Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Trevor talked about how much damage he did in the last game here, and of course yesterday, solo killing Nuketook. We see it here, punishing him for actually mispositioning, going back to the tower. So Power of Evil has actually turned into one of the better mid laners we have in Europe. There was a lot of expectations coming into the split, and he's really actually shown how good he is.
Yeah, living up to the hype is a hard thing to do, but he absolutely did it. And our last OP pick is also a mid laner, Soren. We have to call him out. And, well, Cassiopeia, he just loves that champion. He does so great on that. I'd love to see what he can bring on the others if the Copenhagen Wolves get those advantages.
Yeah, it's really been his main champion, so it should start to be banned away from Copenhagen Wolves, because every time he plays it, we can see him have so much impact in team fights. Again, his laning phase is great. And this is just his most comfortable champion, to be honest. He said it himself here. He just feels like every single lane matchup, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, fantastic one. But of those OPs, of our most valuable player coming out of those, carrying the Unicorns of Love with 9 kills and a KDA of 8.5 over 2 games as Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw. It is their mid laner, Power of Evil. Fantastic. Living up to the hype. It is a hard thing to do coming into the LCS. This guy delivered.
Yeah, we just talked about how good he was in the 2 games we've seen this week, and actually close to every single game in this split. He always brings out some new picks. I know he has like 10 different pocket picks ready for whatever counters he needs, so we're going to see more crazy stuff from him. And as long as he can keep playing like he's doing now, Unicorns are going to be at least top 5 in the standings.
Don't worry if you didn't have Soren or Power of Evil on your fantasy theme this week. There is much more time to make a comeback when the European LCS returns next Thursday with an El Clasico matchup. Fnatic against SK Gaming. I am so hyped for that one.
Oh, hell yeah. That's going to be insane. SK undefeated still. Can Fnatic actually break that winning streak? It's going to be the big question.
We will see those matches begin next Thursday right here at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. Meanwhile, the North American LCS starts its week 4 tomorrow as Team Coast face off Counter Logic Gaming. Dignitas will go up against Cloud9, and to close it out, it's Gravity versus Team Solomid. That all starts at 9 p.m. Central European Time, noon Pacific. Are you excited to see Bjergsen?
I'm always excited to see Bjergsen, even though he's American for me now. He's no longer Danish, sadly. I only have Santorin left. But that's got to be enough.
As we look towards the weekend and Valentine's Day, we want to share a little bit of love with you. The Unicorns of Love tweeted, "We must confess we have a crush on you guys. Will you be our Valentine?" With that stare, I don't think anyone could say no to that.
I'm sold completely.
You're sold.
What a beautiful man.
Well, that's you say that to everybody?
No, not everyone. Cyanide said it too. Reckless, I believe. Who else? Just 2 guys. Power of Evil, 3 guys. That's not enough.
All right, no,
not many.
Nothing. That just about does it for us here in Berlin. We'd like to thank Crepo for lending us a hand on both desks this week. And from myself, the Fee Show, and the LCS broadcast team, thank you for watching. GG and good night.
going. Goodbye, Jankos, Woolite running back to Fountain, staying alive.
What a great week for them.
I think he's going to, gets the dunk off, and meanwhile, Forgiven. Whoa, my goodness! How did he make the outplay? He's gonna go down, Forgiven! 8 wins on the board. The Baron goes down. Diamond was able to grab it, but not Nif. Gambit Gaming, destroy Element.
Go, 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 go. Corky, 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 corky. I get 3 skills there. Oh my god. Good job, man.
Nice! The Copenhagen Wolves go huge. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Mitch Krepper Forceballs to the caster desk. You've worked so hard on the analyst desk for so long, we figured we'd give you a shot to casting on the show.
Just couldn't miss me, could you?
No, of course not, not after this morning. Power of Evil takes some turret shots before he's forced to retreat. Mima is going to be the first one. That's a massive shot from Vade. The Unicorns of Love pick up a win.